Welcome to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network's live coverage of the 2025 DBN Invitational, the pinnacle of this diplomacy season where the world's best players face off in a winner-take-all battle of strategy, trust, and betrayal. 7 players emerged from the grueling semifinals last weekend, but only one will claim the title of the DBN Diplomat of the Year and the Calhamer Cup.
One minute to the deadline. Seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Welcome to the 5th DBN Invitational. I am Brian Pravel, one of the founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. I'll be your host for tonight's broadcast. To celebrate this milestone, I've invited 3 analysts who joined me in broadcasting the very first DBN Invitational. I'd like to welcome fellow co-host and 2023 DBN Diplomat of the Year, Brandon Fogel. Welcome,
hey,
Brandon.
Hey, Brian.
I'd like to welcome DipCon champion Adam Silverman.
Great to be back.
And 2-time DipCon champion David Hood.
Hey, guys, looking forward to this game.
As are we all. Our broadcast would also not be complete without our sideline reporters. Today on the sideline, we've got Ed Sullivan, Ben Kelman, Christopher Ward, and Liam Stokes. Also like to shout out our game master, Dave Maletsky, and our producer, Kevin O'Kelly. It also would not be complete without our community. While we may all celebrate deception on the board, off the board, this community is one of the most welcoming places in gaming. If you're watching live, join us in conversation in Dip Chat, be part of the action. If you're watching this after the broadcast is concluded, say hello in the comments or check the show notes for a link on how to get connected with our many affiliated communities around the globe. So, Brandon, Adam, David, this is year number 5 for us. Over the past 5 years, we've covered over 1,000 games on DBN. I can tell you with absolute certainty that tonight's championship game is one that we're all excited to be a part of. DBN Invitational has delivered some of the best showcases of competitive diplomacy of all time. This competition was the most difficult yet. With this particular mix of players who made it in the Super 7, this game promises to deliver fireworks. We have returning veterans, a fierce rivalry, a rising rookie, and unpredictable wild cards. This game could go any direction. So before we proceed any further, let's take a moment to describe what the DBN Invitational is and the journey to our top 7 players took to reach it. We'll start out with Adam. Adam, if you can kind of introduce the format of the DBN Invitational to our audience, particularly for those who may be joining us for the first time.
Yeah, so this DBNI celebrates excellence in performance across the entire year. So there's a qualifying stage that takes place of the tournaments that are going on in the year prior, and players are ranked on their tournaments based on their performance and based on the number of players in each event, and this includes in-person events, virtual events, as well as extended deadline play. The top 28 players from the qualifying stage get to play in the semifinals, which happened last weekend. And those games are basically winner take all. You top your board, you advance. You don't top your board, you go home. So those 7 toppers from that semifinal stage are Super 7, are the 7 players that are going to be playing on this board today in attempting to win the DBNI championship, the Calhamer Cup.
Yeah, in order to get there, we went through qualifying. Qualifying is a year-long process. And over the 2024 calendar year, we had 25 total events. There were 403 games and 630 players. This is exponential growth, much larger than any other time in DBN history. So those we selected the top 28 players from that pool. They were all ranked based off of their success at those 25 events. The higher they placed, the higher their score. Then we invited the top 28 players to compete in the semifinals. Brandon, can you walk through the format of what that semifinals looked like?
Yeah, so we had 2 different stages. We called them the first chance stage and the last chance stage. In that first chance stage, all 28 players who were originally invited had a chance to play. We ended up having one this year who couldn't make the first chance, but was able to play the last chance, which meant that a 29th player was invited, the first alternate. So we had 7 games in that first chance stage. Those were played over a Friday night and Saturday morning over 2 different rounds, and that is North American time. And the 4 toppers then advanced. Then we had the last chance games where the top 21 of the remaining seeds played again. And the way that the seedings are determined on the championship game are that the winners of the toppers from the first chance stage are ranked by their DBNI seed. So how many centers, how they perform on that first round board doesn't matter, with one exception, and I'll get to that. How much they win by, I should say, doesn't matter. All that matters is that they win. The winners of the last chance stage come in, and they are automatically placed below the first chance stage winners, with one exception. If anyone solos a game, they are automatically placed ahead of all of the regular board toppers. First, the first chance stage soloists, then the last chance stage soloists, and then the first chance toppers, second chance toppers. What happened? We had never had this in the 3 years of running this format. We never had anyone in the last chance stage solo a game, but we did this year, and that was Katie Gray. And so she jumped all the way up from, instead of being the number 5 seed or number 6 seed, I'm not sure which, up to the number 1 seed for today.
And that brought us to our top 7, the Super 7, who we will be covering tonight. Katie Gray, Max Wanjiro-Banks, Bradley Grace, Michalis Camaridis, Doug Malott, Jordan Connors, and Riaz Varani. To make it into the DBNI top 28, you would have had to have been in the top 4% of players this season. To make it into the Super 7, the top 1%. So tonight we are fortunate to be covering the very best players of this season going head to head in one final game for a championship. I just cannot wait. Before we get there though, David, we're going to transition over to one of my absolute favorite portions of this DBNI coverage. It's a tradition. We're going to go to Hood's Hints. Tell us about our players, help us get to know them, help us understand how they can succeed or how they will fail in this upcoming game.
All right, thanks, Brian. In past episodes of Hood Hints right here on DBN, we have looked at the players as superheroes, as mythological figures. This year, I decided to look at our 7 players as if we were casting the Super 7 movie. So which characters would we want to cast in this movie based on who these players are? We're going to start from the lowest DBNI seed to the highest with Doug Malott, the international man, I'm going to argue, international man of no mystery. So let me talk about why I'm saying this. Last year, Doug appeared in the DBNI final as a relative unknown. Though he had played some virtual games, his primary success had been in extended deadline play, and thus he was not as well known to the board as some of his opponents. Now, this year, by now, as the only repeat participant in this year's Super 7, he is no longer that international man of mystery, an American Austin Powers dialing in last year from Mexico, this year from Thailand. Instead, Doug Malott is now the international man of no mystery. He should be on everyone's radar. They've watched his games. They know he can develop strong relationships with his solid moves and persuasive negotiations. Just like Austin Powers' middle name is Danger, that might as well be Doug's middle name also, given his known prowess in the DBNI specifically. If he can catch an early ally and avoid trouble out of the gate, he clearly has a shagadelic chance of winning this game tonight. Yeah, baby, yeah! Doug Malott, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's talk about the 16th seed coming into this year's DBNI, Riaz Virani. You know, this guy's not really threatening at first blush. He's not overly aggressive. He's not an overbearing bully. He's not a threatening psychopath like perhaps some people might perceive some of the other players. He's actually rather harmless. He's funny. He's charming. He's endearing in many ways. Of course, I am talking about Riaz Virani here, but we might as well be talking about Jack Sparrow. The fact that these two are more likely to make a deal with you than to stick you in the front with a sword makes them no less a couple of pirates. Riaz will test the rest of this field with his flawless tactics and friendly persona. If he can avoid waving builds or some other miscue on the top board, he could be claiming the Calhamer Cup and saying the same thing that Jack Sparrow did when he humbly accepted his own magnificent treasure, that it's a reward for his life of villainy, larceny, skullduggery, and persnickety. Riaz Virani, ladies and gentlemen, our 16th seed. Let's move on to our 10th seed coming into the DB9, Michalis Kamarites, student by day, powers by night. I mean, the guy's just a college student during the day. That's what Michalis is. That does not sound scary. But Michalis Kamarites at night is the guy who solos VDL games, who wins face-to-face events, and provides insightful commentary during tournament and league coverage right here on DBN. His diplomacy powers clearly are impressive, but just as with Peter Parker, for Michalis, his great power comes with great responsibility. All of his fellow players will know how Michalis plays this game. They will have seen him on numerous broadcasts, either playing on a board or giving his diplomacy perspectives of others playing the game. Will that deep knowledge of his play on the part of the others constrain Michalis' choices? For example, if he's playing either Italy or Turkey on this board, will folk assume that he leans towards the IT Kraken alliance, given his known penchant for that coupling? Or will Michalis use that spidey sense he has about his opponents from being the friendly neighborhood commentator that he is to spin a web of deceit about his plans and moves? I'll bet we are about to find out. Let's talk about the 8th seed in the DBNI, Bradley Grace. Hello, he's Bradley Grace. You didn't kill his father, but you stand between him and his goal. Prepare to die. Just like Inigo Montoya, Bradley is driven. He's relentless. He is unlikely to let anyone stand in the way of what he wants. And make no mistake, he wants the DBNI crown. This guy has already won extended deadline events, face-to-face tournaments, and virtual leagues. The one thing he is missing is a major world championship level title, and he's gunning for it. Will his determination to succeed in this format cause him to come on too strong? Unlike some opponents he will have faced in his quest for past diplomacy achievement, none of these Super 7 will be easily persuaded just to let Bradley be Bradley, to give him the kind of openings he's used to taking advantage of. But now this resourceful Brit will also be hard to sideline during this game. And for that reason, I think we are in for some serious swordplay from this determined daredevil. And if anyone tells him no, I very much suspect he will say, You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means. Bradley Grace. All right. The 5th seed, Max Wanji-Robanks. He is not Abe Froman, the Sausage King of Chicago, but Max Wanji-Robanks is clearly an energetic and talented enough to be just about anybody else he wants to be in this game. He is perfectly capable of playing high-level diplomacy of both the conventional and unconventional varieties, just like Ferris Bueller. Regardless of which game-style path he chooses, Max knows that life on this top board will come at him fast, and he will not want to miss it. Based on past performance, I expect him to take chances during this game. To shake it up, baby. Shake it up, baby, now. Shake it up, baby. Twist and shout his way into fruitful board opportunities. Now, Max has not played as much with the other members of this Super 7 as they've played with each other. So if he can parlay that fresh perspective into diplomatic capital for use later in the game, he'll be singing Donkashane into the microphone as he hoists high his Calhamer Cup. Max Wanji-Robanks. All right, the 4th seed coming into the DBNI this year was Katie Gray. She's the reigning North American Diplomacy Champion. Katie Gray won the inaugural Diplomacy Masters event in Vegas this year. Katie won the 2022 Virtual World Diplomacy Championship Summer Classic. This current president of the North American Diplomacy Federation is truly the brightest diplomacy magician of her age. It's just a fact. Up to now, her remarkable string of successes has not made her a particular target on boards in high-level competitions. But will this hold true for this 2025 DBNI final? Will that dominating performance in her last chance board, Brandon mentioned that she actually soloed the board, will that spook the other players enough to get her killed, or worse, expelled? Or will she instead be able to wave her practiced magic wand as usual, pointing her neighbors towards each other instead? Katie has proven over and again that she knows her stuff, including that to do her best, she needs to play her alliance-style game instead of the more opportunistic game that others may be trying on this top board. If she can find a partner willing to join with her in that style of play, and not just as a last resort, Katie should be a heavy favorite to win this board. And finally, the 3rd seed coming into this tournament, Jordan Connors. Now, just like Peter Quill as Star-Lord, Jordan really just wants to be called Diplomacy Lord, I submit to you. He's clearly on a quest to ravage the entire known diplomacy world, having already excelled in online extended deadline play for years. He's now branched out into being a gunboat lord, a virtual diplomacy league lord, and he hopes Lord of the DBN Invitational. By the way, did I mention the words extended deadline already? Frankly, I don't think one could say the words extended deadline enough times. So, extended deadline. At any rate, Jordan Connors is an extremely likable guy who will be your best friend in the world while also sneaking a hand around your back to pick your pocket. And often that hand is not seen until it's too late. This highest seed still standing in this tournament will always be in the running on any board. And in this one, he will try to use his considerable charm to appear non-threatening in the early stages of this game. He likes to make his move towards the end. And at that point, if he does end up facing an enemy across the line, he will likely issue a charisma dance-off challenge to distract that opponent into losing, once again, to this son of ego, this 70s funkster, this guardian of the extended deadline galaxy, this Jordan Diplomacy Lord Connors. And Brian Pravel, those are our 7 cast members of this year's Super 7 meeting.
Well done, David. Well done. That is one of the highlights of every DBN Invitational. We're really grateful.
I just call him as I see him, man.
I have to say, if you had asked me who I thought would be the first person to use AI imagery generation effectively on DBN, David Hood would not have been my first choice. And
it is still not the correct choice because Brian Pravel did the graphics. So.
All right, well, let's move on now. It is time for us to move into our power selection. We are getting closer to the game start, and power selection in diplomacy is as strategic as the game itself. In this format, each player will pick in order of their seed. They'll determine their selection order first, and then based off of their selection order, they'll select which power they'll play. So each player will pick balancing comfort, playstyle, and past tournament trends. So before we get in and see these, there was something that I found a little bit interesting in our semifinal games. Every single power that qualified for the championship game in the semifinals came from the Western Theater. This seemed very unusual, so I asked the DBN stats team to do some research, and here's what we found. So here we can see that in all games, over 1,100 of them, it's pretty balanced. The East has won 51%, West has won 49%. In all winner-take-all format games, like top boards, championships, the type that we're going to watch tonight, the East wins 56% of games, while the West 44%. 2025 DBNI, 0 for the East and 100 for the West.
And Brian, are we considering Italy in the East for those?
Italy's considered East, yeah.
I wonder, Italy does have a tendency to do really well on top board types of games, and I wonder how skewed that is. It'd be really, really interesting to see if it breaks off.
Yeah, I think it definitely warrants some further analysis. Might be a good diplomacy briefing article or something. But for now, though, I just want to ask each of you: do you think that's going to play a role in tonight's power selection?
I do. All of these players, I think, are students of the game to one degree or another, and they all would have noticed that this happened, and also that it's a counter trend. And I think this may be something that puts sort of a bit of a target in the West as a whole, and it may prompt the Eastern powers to try to figure something out more quickly, or it may make the Western powers a little more reticent to jump on a quick alliance and try to scare the East and prompt a reaction. Because this game is long. It's going to go to 1916 at the latest. And that's enough time for things to go back and forth across this board.
Peter's making a decent point here on the chat where he says that what he's saying is almost won as Austria. He's right, but that still wouldn't have changed the stats very much. It would have been 6-1. It was an astounding event, and I'm with Brandon on this. I don't know that it's going to change the power selection as much as it's just going to change the way the game gets played in the early stages, particularly in the East.
I'll take the counterpoint. I think it's going to have very little influence. I think Mike Tyson was the one who said everybody has a plan till they get punched in the mouth. And I think once the chips are on the table, everyone's going to do their thing. And they're not going to be thinking about what happened a week ago in a game. They're going to be thinking about right now.
One other thing I want us to consider before we head into the power selection, there's a couple key relationships on this board. First, I want to talk about a rivalry. It's a long-time rivalry between two frenemies, two players from the same geographic region who have a long history of playing against each other, Jordan Connors and Riaz Varani. If you watched our interview show, you will have heard both of those players kind of talk about that relationship a little bit, about that rivalry. They were both very friendly and polite. So couldn't let a good rivalry go to waste. Did some digging around and found that on the Diplomat's YouTube channel, there was a fun little interview where Riaz Varani was interviewed by Ed Sullivan, and he was being asked about the Olympus season 2 tournament, and it was a much stronger worded event or response than what we heard in those interviews, and I think that it may provide some context that's important for this game. So I'm going to go ahead and play that now, just a little clip from that interview. If you want to hear the whole thing, head to the Diplomat's YouTube channel.
That really infuriated me, Ed, was when he posted that thing online about how it was like me trying to trick him into stabbing him. Once that happened, like the respect between the two of us, it just dropped off, because I considered that him just trying to troll me after he stabbed me.
I kind of took that as a humorous way, but you didn't take it that way.
No, because you didn't get the context behind a lot of that, right? Like there was some talks and some intense talks in and around that time that didn't help. That actually really set him back diplomatically from reconciling with me.
So some strong feelings there. I think we've all been there. David, you've definitely seen this kind of scenario happen before. Do you think that's going to have any influence on this game?
Even really, really good players, and both of these guys are spectacular players, I would argue, in the very top of the game. Even really good players have a hard time forgetting the past entirely. We are not, do not have that kind of amnesia. You need to put that aside when you're evaluating the game in some ways, but you can't put it aside entirely that you've got this history with this person. Now, perhaps they both realize that kind of history is an impediment to the kind of flexibility that one will need to nimbly play in a game like the DBNI final, and they'll try not to let it affect their in fact, I'm sure they will try for it not to affect their game. And yet, will they be able to succeed in that? Probably not entirely.
The other storyline that I want to call out is the relationship between Katie Gray and Michalis Kamaridis. Both of them are longtime players from WebDip many years ago. Came out with a group called the WebDip Mafia, and along with Karthik Konath and a couple other active players in the hobby today. And they've had kind of a up and down relationship as well, most recently in the semifinals. Brandon, what happened there?
Well, so Katie and Michalis were both in the West in their first game. Katie was France, I believe Michalis was Germany. And they did what Katie in particular likes to do, which is to find a willing partner and form a very strong relationship that you don't really break unless you have a particularly good reason to. That is at least the way that Katie professes to like to play. And that happened, and Katie swung around to the south. Michalis took care of the north, and then he did something very interesting, is that he moved something that Germany's do very effectively in this sort of situation, is he moved his fleets back into position to stab Katie if he wanted to. And Katie did not turn around and react to that. And what happened was that Michalis ended up taking a few dots as the East tried to mount a response and find a champion there. And he was in position to take much more, and Katie was apparently very fine with that. An interesting contrast with Katie's second last chance game, in which she had something very similar but reverse, where she played the role of Michalis and had a very willing partner in Stephen Hogue, who was playing Germany. Katie was England in this case. And Stephen got out of position, and Katie did what she didn't do against Michalis. She moved her units back, protected herself in a way that enabled her to project forward and take Stephen's dots if she needed to, and he was fine with that. And the East this time did mount a response and got Keith Wurstel very close to overcoming Katie, and she ended up taking not just some of Stephen's dots, but all of them. And so, we talk about the notion of the alliance player, and Katie is somebody who likes to advertise herself as such. In that case, she did break the alliance in a way that benefited her and not her alliance partner.
All right. Well, those are the key stories. One analyst Take your pick. Any predictions for what we're going to see? Who's going to have first pick, and what will the first country chosen be?
Katie's going to pick first, and she's going to choose Russia.
All right.
Russia. Wow.
She's
I
gonna
think she might choose France again, just honestly. I understand what we've been saying about the Western powers in the DBNI so far, but I wouldn't be surprised if she takes France.
I wouldn't be surprised either, but I think she's going to take Russia. I think she's more comfortable there.
All right. Well, let's.
I'll make one prediction.
Go for it, Brandon.
That one of the Western powers will fall to Jordan Connors in 6th, and he will take it.
Okay. Well, let's watch this power selection. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations for qualifying as this year's Super 7. We had over 600 players in this year's DBNI. Top 28 represent 4% of that player base. So even qualifying for the DBNI is a big deal. It means you're the top 7 players out of over 600 this season. Just being here alone is a tremendous accomplishment. You should be very proud in that. With that being said, we've got one more game to play. One last chance to be the winner of what will probably be the most competitive diplomacy competition in history. So with that, we're going to get right to our power selection. All right, first up, Riaz Varani is on the board as our 7th seed. Jordan, would you like to pick before or after Riaz?
Thanks, I'll pick before Riaz.
Doug, where would you
I
like
will
to pick?
go ahead and pick before Jordan.
Before Jordan. McCallus?
I will pick before Doug.
Bradley?
I'd like to pick first, please.
Max?
Can I go after Doug?
So between Doug and Jordan, correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
All right. And Katie?
I would like to pick first, please.
Excellent. Next up, you will get to select your power that you'll play in this championship game. Katie?
I'll pick Russia.
Picks Russia. Bradley?
Could I have Italy, please?
McCallus?
I'll take England.
Doug?
I will play France.
Max?
Can I be Turkey?
Jordan?
Sorry, this is just completely surprising. Let me think. I guess I'll take Germany.
Riaz, that leaves you with Austria. Good luck, everyone. Wish you continued success. And this is going to be one heck of a game. Have a good one.
Good luck, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to all.
We clearly have a veteran crew who's been through a few of these before. Well done on your predictions. Any surprises?
France getting picked 4th. Wow.
Can you put it up so we can see?
Yes, give me just a second. I'll pull that up.
I have to say, I was just a little bit hoping that Jordan and Riaz would end up in Austria and Turkey, just for the the cage match aspect of it.
It's funny you say that because in the chatter after the selection was complete, Jordan said he had prepared a letter to Riaz, assuming that they would have that AT. He never sent it, probably because that never happened, but he was prepared.
It's such a press mentality to have something, to have like text prepared for the beginning of a game. That's great. I remember Ed in the second DBNI final, he was Turkey, and he, at the very beginning, he had a message to the West asking for a Western triple that he sent to all of us. Very, very funny.
So here's a look at your players and which power they are in. Before we get to our game, though, we need to do our predictions. So I think we'll start with analyst predictions. So I'm going to ask each of you to kind of give a prediction. Which player do you think is going to win this and why you think that is? Ideally, it will be someone different, but if we all agree, that's completely okay as well.
Sure. Well, since Katie went with my prediction and took Russia, I'm going to pick Katie in Russia. I think it's exactly where she wants to be. She can get her fingers in every pie, but keep everyone away from her and be the friendly person that she is until she's ready to move along. She plays great in that position. I've seen her do so well as Russia in so many games. I think she's going to take it.
I think, looking at that board, I feel like the West is going to be difficult. I think all three of those players are strong-willed and are not interested in being somebody else's stepping stone. And I think that's going to be a problem. I have a feeling the winner is going to come from either Austria, Italy, or Russia. And my eye is drawn to Bradley Grace right now in that position. He's got a strong partner potentially in Riaz, and Max in Turkey may be a little bit overwhelmed. I think my very early guess at this point will be Bradley Grace in Italy.
I think both of those are legitimate guesses, and Bradley was going to be my pick. So let me give you a second pick. Yes, I think the West is going to be a tough sledding, or is going to be tough sledding. However, I think that Michalis Kamaridis playing England in this position may be able to do it. It's probably going to involve going after Jordan early, but he might get some willing participation in that from both of his neighbors. So I'm going to say that Michalis has a decent chance of winning this game as England.
I like both of your picks as well, Adam and David.
How do you bet against anyone on this board? The talent is just through the roof. It's just incredible.
Well, I was going to say, if the least experienced player on this board is clearly Max, which he's still awesome. He is a great player to play. So if anybody's watched his APAC championship, watched his interviews, the fella has absolute diplomacy skill. And it's possible that those Eastern powers will not consider him the threat that sometimes Turkey is, and that he might actually be able to make some hay in this game. I certainly hope so. I think it'll be a lot. I think it would be a lot of fun to see him do that.
Yeah. I really like that point. Sorry, Brian. Really quick. Max is probably the player that most of the people on this board looked at and said, I would like him to be my ally to start out the game, knowing little else. And Turkey is a country where you just need somebody to want to be your ally. So I think that's a savvy choice on his part, and it could play out the way that David just said.
You were saying it's difficult to choose between this talented group, and our audience agrees. We launched a poll asking which players were most likely to win this championship game. So we can see them on screen here. If they submitted childhood photos, we included those. And if they did not, as with tradition, Eddie Brisson filled the space. So these numbers won't match exactly because they're two separate polls. They weren't combined. But starting on the left, you can see that Max 20%, Bradley 20%, Michalis 27%, Jordan 33%. So slight favorite above Michalis out of the newcomers to the Super 7. This players who have been in a Super 7 before, Katie, Doug, and Riaz, 42% picked Katie as the favorite. Only 11% picking Doug Malat, and only 13% picking Riaz Varani. And then a third of the respondents to that poll saying they thought it would be one of the other group. So based on that, do you have any feedback to our audience?
Well, I do have one thing to say before we talk about that, and that is that when the group, the top board group, saw McCollis's picture that you just posted, the universal reaction was, "You killed my father, prepare to die," which is Inigo Montoya's famous line from The Princess Bride. And we learned tonight that actually the Inigo Montoya on this board is not McCollis Camaritas, it is Bradley Grace. So thank you, David,
Really?
for correcting the
You're
record.
welcome. I've set people straight all the time, and that's my job.
You're good at it.
So I think the one thing I would call out is Doug Malat, only getting 11%. The man was in last year's Super 7, made it there pretty spectacularly, made it pretty far in that game. He was very competitive in that game. I believe, if my stats are right, and I'm doing this off memory, I think he had something like an 80% top share in the Virtual Diplomacy League this year. It's ridiculous. When he plays England in particular, he is deadly in this kind of format. So definitely not one to sleep on. The other one not to sleep on, I think, is Max. Max defeated to get to the number 5 seed overall and to be the Rookie of the Year this season. He had to defeat world champion Andrew Goff and world champion Jamal Blakarli multiple times. He bested Jamal. He was number 1 to Jamal's number 2 at the Asia Pacific Championship. Then in the DBNI, he bested him again, head to head, to make it into this championship game. He won on a tiebreaker. It was extremely close. So he knows how to play this game. He has proven that he does belong in this competition. All the other players are fabulous. I think you know them well, but I just wanted to give a shout out to both of them who may be a little less known because they are talented players and they're not ones to sleep on. All right. Well, let's transition now over to our broadcast. Just as a quick reminder, if you are enjoying the broadcast, if you could like and subscribe, it does a lot to help us. Liking the video and putting in a comment, things like that will help the YouTube algorithm share this content with more viewers. That will help further our mission, the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, of growing this hobby and building community. So we appreciate your engagement and hope that it will result in more games. All right, let's get to our game. So first up, let's take a look at our players. David, would you introduce our players?
Katie Gray, playing Russia from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Max Ranjiro Banks from Australia. I believe he plays in the Canberra Club. Bradley Grace in Warrington in the UK. McCollis Camarides also in the UK. Doug Malat, this year, I think, playing from Thailand instead of from Cabo San Lucas, but by nationality, right. He's an American. Yep. Jordan Connors playing from Seattle. And, of course, our friend Riaz Varani from Vancouver. 1 Canadian, 3 Americans, 1 Australian, 2 Brits.
And before we get into the game, one other point that I think is important for everyone to remember. This is an international game being played around the globe simultaneously. So for several of our players, it is not going to be an ideal time for them. Max Wanjiro Banks woke up and started playing at 2 a.m. this morning. Doug Malat started playing at 10 p.m. These games will likely go 10 to 11 hours in total. So he will be playing through the night. Most of our other players are either in Europe or the United States, where the times are a little more friendly. But the European players we've seen historically, as the games go on, it can be a case of exhaustion for some. And the American players, well, not anything close to what Australia had. A couple of them had to get up, the North American players, they had to get up on the early side for them as well, because they are on the Pacific coast. So we've got a great group. We've set up our storylines. Any final predictions before we start our game?
I'll just add that the factor of the time of day is an interesting one to have watched over the previous games, and we've had a sense that this actually advantaged the players who were getting up early and disadvantaged the players who were having to stay up late, just because while it's harder to get up early, you do sort of grow into it. So if you can, not get off to a terrible start, then you can sort of gain strength as you go on. But I think that's going to be less of a factor this year, because the game did start earlier European time. So, they're not going to get to 1910 at midnight. They'll get to that, maybe at 8 or 10 o'clock local time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the conclusion to the most competitive season in DBN history begins right now. Spring 1901. Brandon, I'll have you take the lead.
Hey, sorry, can you hear me? Okay, great. Sorry, I had a little technical problem there. All right, let's get this thing started and see what happens in spring of 1901. My eye is drawn to the east. We'll start there. We have the bounce in the Black Sea. We have Max Wanji-Rowe Banks going to Syria. This is, I think, an opening that's kind of been popularized by Andrew Goff and then Jamal Blakarli. This is I'm not going to let the Lepanto happen sort of opening. We have a bounce in Galicia. We have Katie opening south. That's Moscow to Ukraine. We have a bounce in Tyrolia, almost certainly arranged between Bradley and Jordan. We have Burgundy not being DMZ'd. So that's very interesting to watch. We have English Channel successfully DMZ'd, and McCallus has gone with a Northern opening.
Yeah, the Tyrolia thing is interesting, and I wouldn't be so sure that it's arranged. Like, these things can happen when Germany finds out that there's a potential Italian going up to Tyrolia and doesn't want it there. So it is possible. Maybe we'll learn something in the commentary, but these things sometimes are Germany making that move with the anticipation of getting bounced back.
If you're watching this broadcast and haven't watched a lot of high-level diplomacy before now, you may be wondering about the Syria move. What are you doing going down there? There's nothing you can do from Syria. The argument here is that Turkish army doesn't really have a lot to do in 1901 the way most people play Turkey. And so the idea is to just put it down there as a sort of marker, throwing a marker down saying, all right, AI, do something else. Don't be coming at me. I don't know if it really works, but it does. It is an unconventional type of opening that Goffey did popularize, and Max can be an unconventional player, as I mentioned in the Hood's Hints. This might just be an example.
Yeah. The other thing to highlight is that the French went to Burgundy, not Picardy. So that's going to be interesting, and see how that impacts the early relationship between Doug and Jordan.
Yeah, and what happens in Belgium? That's always an interesting thing to look at in these games. And Jordan has taken himself out of that discussion. And so that, I'm sure, is a deliberate move on his part. Does not want to have to be part of that decision between McCallus and Doug. We'll see if it is a problem for getting Holland, though, because that is a downside now.
Do you think Doug moving to Burgundy is a sign that he's like a diplomatic overture
to McCallus?
My guess would be that it's just that's the strongest place for the army to be when you're not exactly sure what's happening. That would be my guess.
But I think we do have a potential for an FG. Yep, and there it is. Or I'm sorry, EF is what I was saying. And there it is. This is exactly what I was about to propose, that McCallus might bounce Jordan out of Holland, and Doug gets Belgium. So Doug gets 3, and we'll have an interesting build decision to make. I'll let the other analysts talk about that. In the south, we have Bradley Grace convoying to Tunis. We do have another bounce in Tyrolia, that feels arranged to me. We do have Riaz and Katie successfully DMZing Galicia here. So that is, I think, an important early marker for at least what could potentially be happening behind the scenes in the east. We have another bounce in Black Sea, and we have Bulgaria supporting Ukraine into Romania.
Goodness gracious, if I am Jordan or Bradley and the other is the one calling for this bounce, that's the last thing I want to be doing at any point. So goodness, I mean, it's certainly possible this is arranged. I'm really going to be fascinated to hear the commentary because I can't see any reason why either of them would want that. The other thing that really, really stands out to me is how confident Katie is playing here. Right? Katie goes to bounce the Black Sea and goes into Romania with no support. She really believed that she was going to get Romania, right? Warsaw follows into Ukraine, which is such a strong move because it gives you so much flexibility in the south. So I would also be curious to know whether the Black Sea was an agreed upon bounce again in the fall with the expectation that Turkey would support her. But Katie looks like she's got nothing but friends in the south.
You know, the one thing I will add to all of this is Bradley Grace basically not taking a major role in the alliance structure at this point. You know, sometimes you do see either Italy slamming into Austria or Italy doing the Aegean thing with Austria. And here Bradley's sort of not doing either one. And you can tell that it's not some kind of AI thing with Trieste. I mean, with Vienna going down to Trieste like that. So it's not the way we have seen a lot of AIs played in the last season or two.
Yeah, I think that the DMZ in Galicia could speak loudly about Austria's intentions. You know, Max has a decision to make here, you know, and that could help determine whether we're looking at an ART, which I think is still a possibility coming off of this board.
So on the comment about the bounce in Tyrolia, do you think this is a case where the board is just spooked by Jordan Connors?
They're right to be spooked by Jordan Connors. He had, not only was he the top seed coming into this game, he has possibly had the most dominating last couple of seasons of anybody that's been out there playing in all the formats that he's been playing in.
Yeah, I'll disagree slightly with Adam here. I think that neither Bradley nor Jordan might have thought they had anything else particularly useful to do with it, and so with those armies, and so might as well just bounce again. It may be a miscalculation on Jordan's part. He may not have read the room here and have seen that he does need to take some sort of action very quickly.
Does Jordan build a fleet here is the question.
Yeah.
You normally want to build a second German fleet, but in this situation, do you really do that when it can just go to Baltimore? I mean, maybe.
I mean, Jordan needs a friend more than anything else right now, and it's possible that Katie Gray is his only real opportunity for a friend at the moment.
Well, the French could still build against England and go that way. Who knows?
Sure.
Let's check in with our sideline, and then we'll come back and do some predictions for our builds.
All right, welcome to the sideline reporting for the most important virtual game of the year. We've got Ben, we've got Liam. Ben is in the West. Get to it, my friend.
All right, so very fun 1901. So Doug and McAllis talk first, and Doug is very worried about Katie. They're talking about the East. They're talking about a strong alliance coming out of the East. And Doug wants to work with McAllis, but McAllis is a little tentative. They're both trying to figure it out. They talk about how taking out Jordan is the best thing to do first, but it doesn't seem fully locked in yet. Later, Jordan and Doug talk, and Jordan is fully pitching an alliance. He is more gung-ho about it than I heard in any of the other conversations. He offers an entire plan, not going to Burgundy, offers Belgium, talks about building fleets. Doug is not quite there yet. He's feeling it out. Jordan is not as committal with McAllis and is letting McAllis lead the conversation, which McAllis kind of did in most of his conversations. And that
All
was
right,
the
Liam.
things were left in the spring.
Liam.
In the East, it really is for the spring a make peace, not war season. There's lots of laughter, lots of jokes between all powers in this corner. I think that it's going to be not going to last for everybody, but so far it's lots of jokes in the conversations with the tidbit of the occasional tactical move mixed into all of that. But so far, it's smiles and laughter.
All right, so the big thing is the bounce in Tyrolia. Bradley told Jordan that was going to happen with 30 seconds to go, forcing that bounce. Jordan wanted to move to Roer and secure Holland because he's very concerned about McAllis. The negotiations in the West took between E and F the first 8 minutes of the season, and Jordan is rallying and trying to work, so that bounce really upset him. As we move on to the fall, folks, if I can do it, tell us what happened.
So Doug and McAllis talk right away. Doug asks for a Holland bounce. McAllis does kind of an evil movie villain laugh, thinks about it for a second, and says, let's do it. I like aggression. So they seem very locked in, have great negotiations. They agree on builds the rest of the time. They actually talk so well that they end up not talking and sitting in their own rooms for a time because they don't have anything more to talk about. Doug and Jordan talk, but it's less locked in. They talk a lot about building fleets. And then at the end, McAllis talks to Katie and says that he's going to bounce Holland as long as Katie is interested in attacking Jordan going forward. If Katie's not in, McAllis is worried that Doug will get too many of the games. Katie says yes, and then McAllis commits to it.
Liam.
Over in the East, we're starting to get a little bit more cooperation. Riaz and Katie starting to talk about DMZ, what they can do to work together. One of the interesting notes was Max offered Bradley support into Greece, but Bradley clearly declines and is not interested in that. Meanwhile, Max is feeling fairly comfortable, but he's wanting to make sure that the three of them don't just decide his dots or what's for breakfast this morning.
All right, so the big thing that I saw was the Tyrolia move. It was by far one of the most tense negotiations you've ever seen. Jordan called the move to Bradley aggressive and obnoxious and said, this is inefficient. And Bradley said, don't bounce me because I want to be there. Jordan says, you're giving me no choice and I don't like it. I'm not in my best diplomatic state because I'm frustrated. So, as we see in the fall, he got bounced in Holland. And the other issue is Bradley, what's going to happen? Is there going to be an IT or not? Max seems to really like Bradley, but he also likes Max and he also likes Katie. So we don't know what's going on here. Let's see if the builds went through. And they have not gone through on my map. So we're going to go back to the game and wish you guys the best. Thank you.
We didn't tell Ed not to show the builds on the sideline reports. That's fun.
I think it's really the whole Tyrolia thing. Like there's a lot of light shed on that by those negotiations, and I think that Jordan really made a miscalculation here. Number one, in the spring, by not going to Roer is really a big part of what allowed McAllis to go and make that convoy into Holland. Even if it looks like a situation where Germany might cover Munich, England's going to be less likely to make that move if they think there's a possibility that Germany will still support themselves in. And some Germans will do that and just leave Munich open, right? I think Jordan made a miscalculation there. And I think he's also just lost a lot of good negotiation capital, is what it sounds like, with Bradley for not a lot of good reason. Bradley, Italy being in Tyrolia is not that big a threat to Germany, right, early in the game. So I'm curious to see how that relationship evolves and seeing whether they can fix it or not.
Yeah, the last thing Germany should worry about, they should worry about various things, but the last one on the list is Italy taking Munich. You just say big deal is what you say, or you try to work something out with them where they go to Burgundy or something. You don't base your whole moves on the fact that the Italians might take a shot at Munich. That is not a very Jordan play there, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I'll stay on this train. I was surprised to hear Jordan losing his cool. That's not a good sign for his ability to turn this around. And after hearing about the tense negotiations between him and McAllis, I actually think we will see a Fleet Berlin here, and I think Jordan will view it as a diplomatic play or strategic play to try to get Doug on side. Say, hey, Doug, I want to be your friend this bad. I'm really interested to see what Doug builds and what Katie builds. Katie told McAllis that she's in on going after Doug. Does that mean Fleet South Coast St. Petersburg, or does she build two armies here and then be a little wishy-washy.
Have we ever seen a 3-build France in a DBNI final? I mean, that's really something.
This is where we need a stats person behind the scenes. Just
Well,
on top
I mean,
of all
I
this
guess
stuff.
I'm making the larger point of, England and Germany want to bash each other because maybe they're not worried about Doug, our international man of mystery. Come on, guys.
Do you think Doug waves? Do you think Doug builds two?
Please, Doug, please don't wave. Waving. I am tired of everybody thinking waving is a great idea. It is a limited option in a game like this.
I actually think he will wave because people think it's smart to do so.
Come on, man. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'll just say, I think if you're learning this game, one thing that has helped me quite a bit is to start understanding the correlation between success between the different powers. The game of diplomacy is very much about balance, how different actions on one side of the board will impact the other side of the board. Two powers that have some of the strongest success correlation are Germany and Italy. The two of them having immediate early conflict, wasting tempo like this at this stage of the game is not doing either of them any favors. I want to see, I'm going to be keeping an eye to see whether that makes a difference or not. All right, predictions on builds. We'll just focus. You said Russia and France were the two you were most interested in, Bran. And so,
Yep.
David, I'll let you predict France. Adam, I'll let you predict Russia.
Well, come on, Doug, Fleet Brest. And I would argue Fleet Marseille and Army Paris, and don't wave. Now, if he ends up waving, he's probably going to wave the Marseille fleet. But this is your excuse as France to build another fleet. So take it.
Love that. I think Katie's going to build two armies. One's going to be in Warsaw, and the other's going to be probably St. Pete, but possibly Moscow.
All right,
Come on, St. Pete, South Coast. Come on, St. Pete.
Real quick before you show it, I just went and checked the previous four DBNI finals, and actually in the first one, France, played by Russ Dennis, did get 3 builds, built 2 fleets and an army.
Nice.
And did not win that game.
Gosh.
All right, so we get the wave.
Fleet Marseille.
Fleet Marseille.
Yeah, that would have been my thought actually if he was going to wave, and he wants an EF. So it's a Leviathan. It's Leviathan.
He wants an EF, and so does McAuliffe, clearly.
Yep.
They really want it.
Okay, I'm fine. I am fine with EF. Build the fleet in Brest anyway, and this isn't that much faster. But anyway, let's go. Let's go.
We did get the fleet from Jordan, so that's nice. And Adam called Katie's builds perfectly. St. Petersburg's interesting though, right? Like it's not that helpful going after Jordan. So I think there's a real question here.
That is not going after Jordan.
Well, it's no more going after Jordan or less than Moscow and Warsaw, right? Because it can go to Livonia and then drop down, right? So
yes, but if you're going to go after Jordan, then build a fleet South Coast. That's what if I were McAuliffe, I would have said, if you're with me on this, I want to see a South Coast fleet.
Katie's not going to build a South Coast.
Yeah, no way.
No.
But I'm with you, David. That would be the ask.
That would be the ask.
I can't remember the last time I've seen a 1901 South Coast Russia fleet build. It has been years and years.
It's when you have early warfare, like there's a bounce or somebody's gone to Silesia or something.
I also want to really highlight, because we didn't talk about this, the Turkish build in Fleet Con, which I think is really interesting also. So let's keep an eye on that as we do the East in 1902.
That's a good catch. That's a good catch. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really nice. Really quickly, sorry, Brian, I know we want to keep it moving here, but I think Katie, it's a major decision for this board right now, whether Katie piles on Germany or not. She may worry, and she's probably right to worry, that piling on Germany will benefit McAuliffe more than
I don't see her doing it. I actually see, if anything, maybe she works with Jordan in the north, or at least keeps neutrality. I don't see her working against Jordan. She's going to be dealing with the south, especially with that Fleet Con build.
If you're going to work with Jordan, then build the fleet North Coast. I know I'm Mr. Aggressive early builder, but build the fleet then. If you're going to fight with an army, means you're not working with anybody. Is what that actually means.
Keeps your options
not
open.
effectively. Means you're not effectively working with anybody. Is what it means.
On the fleet con, I did want to highlight that. That was a good call out because this has become more typical, but it was not always typical. We've seen within the past few years an attempt to try and free up con for that fleet build due to its flexibility. So if Turkey happens to get 2, then you can put 2 fleets in Con and Smyrna. If you get 1, it can go to Aegean or Black Sea. So it just gives you a lot more options. So that's become so typical. I just kind of breezed through it, but I think that's a good call out for those that may not have seen this meta in the DBNI games recently.
This is really sorry, David. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, doesn't Fleet Con signal? I think I'm going to take the Black Sea as opposed to building Fleet Smyrna and then moving then you got an empty spot to move Ankara to, which is Con.
Not always. It can, but it can just as easily go to Aegean. It gives you all of that flexibility so that if Russia is aggressive towards you, you've got that option. And if they're not, hey, I've got diplomatic leverage.
I think Max is about to get AIR'd, unfortunately for him, because this is really going to set up a situation where Katie's looking at this board and saying, what is he going to do other than go up to Armenia and support himself to the Black Sea? And she's going to be pushing really hard for AI, who are more or less set up to do that if that's what they want to do.
I'm ready to find out.
Yep. Okay.
David, this one's
that does look AIR-ish. We've got the bounce in the Black Sea. We've got the supported move into the Aegean. We have now the fact that Russia. Wait a minute. No, that's not right because Russia supported Bulgaria. And I misread that.
No, Russia held.
No, Bulgaria supported Romania.
Oh, I see. Well, it doesn't matter. Russia holding is not an AIR move because you should support the Austrian move into Bulgaria. Even if it's not supporting Bulgaria, the fact that it's not supporting an attack on Bulgaria means this is not an AIR, and there's the bounce in Galicia. So now Katie in the north goes to Norway twice, so I will argue to you that she is doing nothing, ain't doing nothing with nobody, which is what I said. All right. The English fleet going into Holland and North Sea. Germany was expecting the move to Helgoland, which is why Denmark went to Helgoland. So that's an interesting move. France does not go into the Mediterranean with their fleets. They just go into holding pattern mode in the mid-Atlantic and Spain. So that is good news for Bradley. And of course, the supported move into Bulgaria, which I think all of us were expecting to see.
Yeah, it's interesting that Galicia was probably an agreed upon bounce. And the reason we know that is because Romania didn't support Warsaw into Galicia. So this is looking AIRE to me, but that could change very rapidly because a whole lot of nothing happened there.
I think so Katie is a savvy enough player to have found out that Greece was going to be supporting Ionian into the Aegean. So I don't know if Katie is committed to an AIR. There's certainly nothing here to suggest that, but it would not surprise me if Katie now with Romania supports Serbia into Bulgaria. I think there are some tea leaves scattered here that's what's happening. The fascinating question for me is, does Katie take Norway here? This is kind of the moment, right? If you're going to help Germany stay viable, this is kind of the moment.
Well, let me push back on Katie joining the AIR in the fall. Why? I mean, the Turks have moved to Smyrna. They're no longer. I think if you wanted to, dare I say it, balance the power on the board, you would help the Turks survive the AI onslaught and just hope that one can get something going in the north, like taking Norway and throwing their lot in with Jordan.
You got to get a unit in the Black Sea to do that, and so one of them has to let the other one in, right? Because otherwise, there's not really any way to protect Romania, Bulgaria in the long run.
Yeah, and it would be Turkey that gets the Black Sea in that scenario.
Presumably.
There's all kinds of deliciousness on that last turn.
There we go.
There. Okay, Doug Malott. This is awesome. This is awesome. And English, where English fleets go to die, Holland. Which is what has happened here. So Jordan. Jordan has turned this around completely. He's got the Russians making sure that he leaves Baltic into Denmark. I'm sure that McCallus was hoping that Katie was going to support him. The only thing that surprises me here is St. Pete doesn't take a shot at Norway. I don't see why you wouldn't do that if you're going to support the Germans in like that. I know she's trying to keep her diplomatic options open. You know, I just supported that fleet into Denmark, get it out of my waters, kind of thing. But just go ahead and if you're gonna go in the shallow end, why don't you just jump in the deep end also? But Malat has taken Holland. He's gotten his armies in position. He's got his fleets in position. Who knew that a 3-build France, who hasn't even built the 3rd unit yet, who knew that could be a strong position in a game of diplomacy? All right, let's look at the East. We do have Russia not supporting Bulgaria here. And worse than that, we have the Turks taking a shot at the Black Sea in the fall and not moving. I guess Smyrna was hoping, he was hoping that Aegean would go after Smyrna, but I think in that situation, you've got to go Smyrna to Khan just in case. So anyway, that is a really bad news for Max. We do have Katie, I'm sorry, I missed this, going to Silesia. So maybe that's why she doesn't take Norway, is that she really hasn't committed here to being pro-German. She's done sort of some combination moves. Of course, if you're going to be anti-German, then you support the English into Denmark. So Katie's really doing some playing both sides against the middle here, and it's kind of fun to watch, isn't it?
Well, she's doing it in both spheres, which is fascinating. And this game is not going to be decided in 1903, and so I would not count Katie out at all. But she is definitely behind to start out with here, and her units. Silesia is not really where you want to be, given what happened here. Bradley Gray. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
I was on the Katie. I was going to turn to Bradley. So if you have another comment on Katie, now is the time.
Well, you can play both sides against the middle a little bit too much. I mean, I'm not sure why you want to have the Turks in the Black Sea mad at the world because you didn't help. You didn't support Bulgaria. I'm not sure that's what you want. If the Turks are going to do that, you want to talk them out of it by having supported their guy to Bulgaria. But we don't know how we're going to find out in the sideline reports how the negotiations went. So maybe Katie didn't think she had much choice here. I don't know.
So Bradley Grace, we got to talk about him. He's just picked up 2 dots. I think the nice thing about this position is that France is going to look like the bigger problem. And so Bradley can fly under the radar here a little bit. He will get some pressure, I think, to be building units that now go against France to try to contain that menace. But
he shouldn't listen. He should not listen to that. His gains are in the East. Who cares about France? You deal with that later.
And he's got Turkey now. Turkey's down to 2 now, so the odds of Turkey coming back are pretty low. So if he can consolidate those Eastern gains, it's a really nice position for Bradley Grace.
I love the convoy back home. What an important move that is easy to overlook. Getting that army back into the boot, hugely tactically and strategically important for Bradley, and he did it really early with no risk.
If he knew that this was going to happen, he would have rather convoyed to Constantinople, but he had no idea that he was going to get into Con. So I agree with you. This is right. Yeah, if I'm Bradley Grace, the turkey is almost finished being eaten, and now Austria should be on the menu with Katie's help.
Yeah, if you're Katie, you do have to ask where your dots are coming from at this point. Because you're probably not going to take Norway now that McCallus is in danger, and you're not getting anything out of Germany unless it's Doug Malat who's helping you, and then you probably don't want to help Doug Malat at this point because he has the early lead. So it's Austria, right?
I think so.
Goodness gracious! I mean, just to get back to this thing that happened in Constantinople, Max just really made a big mistake because every time that's how AT is going to take Bulgaria. Yeah. Italy's going to tap Constantinople to cut the support. Max should have known that.
Yep.
And which is why you just order Smyrna there. That would have been fine. Take the Black Sea, but order Smyrna there.
But bottom line is that it's a bad diplomatic situation for Max if he can't get Katie to be helping him in that situation.
Yep.
Correct.
So I'd like to highlight a couple of comments from our dip chat. First up, 2-time DBN Invitational Diplomat of the Year, Peter McNamara. Not the one I wanted to highlight. Sorry, Max. This one. I want to hear about Warsaw to Silesia in the sideline. I agree, Peter. I think many of us do. And then from Trevor Coleman, I thought this was a good point. Katie needs McCallus to slow Doug down. So maybe it's not a bad thing she didn't end up with Norway, because like somebody's got to slow Doug down.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a little prediction here that Jordan actually invited Warsaw to Silesia, thinking that he was going to be in trouble and would need the help. I don't mind Katie's position right now. It's a slow play, but she does need to figure out the path forward because she can't stay stagnant for too long.
You know who can't really afford to play really slowly? Russia.
Yep.
I disagree, David. For once, you and I disagree. I watched Nicolas Taillet in my first World Diplomacy Championship play a incredibly patient Russia, and he ended up topping that board, winning that game. And I think that showed me there are two ways to play. I think the traditional way is a tempo power. But you can play slow, you can play defensive, and then there will be opportunities, usually 1905, 1906, somewhere in that range, whenever one side of the board reacts to something else. As long as you are careful and you don't get yourself out of position, Russia's got the potential to just pounce. They can move those units really quickly on either side of the board and take advantage. In a lot of ways, it's like playing Italy, just on the opposite theater. I don't hate this position either.
Well, we'll see if you guys are right. It is certainly true that if you are Russia, you tend to do better when there is a strong Italy and a strong France. Yeah. Those are powers that can help you against mutual neighbors.
Yep,
so maybe that's a good sign for her, but I don't know. You know what I'm going to say about Russia with 6 centers? It's like everyone else with 4 centers. and so that's, you can play slow, but man, you can't stay at essentially 4 centers forever.
Yeah, I'll back up Brian here real quick. Katie, the nice thing is that she's not getting attacked by anybody right now, except for Turkey, who's now down to 2, right? So there is latent power in Katie's position. It's just not going to last.
I would like Katie's position a little better if she were in Galicia, so that she could go ahead and start, I don't know, making a tempo play and getting centers out of Austria. But
I just would have liked the St. Pete to Norway. I mean,
I would have liked both.
Wouldn't you rather the fleets in the north be Russian than be English?
Let's find out what happened on our sideline.
All right, welcome your sideline reporters plus Wardy in the background, going over the events of 1902 in the DBNI Championship. Ben, you've got the West. We've got Jordan on the back foot. What's going on?
Right. So first, Doug and Katie have a really quick conversation where they agree they're long-term partners. We'll see if that comes into play later. Then the rest of the conversation this season is really all about Holland. Jordan and McAllis agree that if McAllis takes it, that doesn't close the door. But if he moves to Helgoland or Skagerrak, it does. That's the start of the negotiation. Jordan just offers Holland to Doug. He's really scrambling. They're discussing because Doug wants Jordan to take it. McAllis comes in and hears them discussing it and then thinks they know he's there, but they don't. And it gets really, really awkward. There's a lot of tension in the West, a lot more than there was before. They don't really come to a definitive conclusion. They each want someone else to take it.
Okay,
over in the East, actually, the story is still Jordan Connors over in the East. Everybody's got some concerns about what Jordan's position is looking like and how that's going to impact the West resolving and moving over into the East quickly. It's actually a little bit less chaotic. Riaz is the one who's calm, cool, and collected. He's counseling patience and especially with Katie and asking her to potentially look at what benefiting Jordan could look like here.
And I would say the main thing is Jordan is scrambling in the West, but in the East, Max, so happy, working out deals with Katie, telling Bradley he can go to Aegean to attack Greece, makes deals with both Bradley and Katie. His demeanor is calm. It's great. It's happy. Even Jordan is not very upset. But we see these orders come out, and then tell us what led up to these events in the fall. Ben, we've got the big stab by Doug.
Yeah, so McAllis and Doug have a conversation about the move to Mid-Atlantic and the move with the fleet to Holland, but they seem to be okay. Jordan comes in and announces himself very loudly, like clearly pointing out the awkwardness from the last turn, and pulls Doug away and offers an entire move set to Doug that Doug seems to be convinced by. It takes about 3 minutes, but Jordan talks about basically what ended up happening here, and they're deciding what Gascony should do by the end, not even talking about the overall strategy. Jordan is overjoyed by the end of this, and I think sort of displayed a lot of happiness to try to lock in the thing. But also, I mean, his game flips on this. After that, Doug comes to me when I'm sitting by myself and tells me he totally believes everything McAllis told him, which is kind of crazy given what ended up happening. Finally, Doug goes to Bradley and confirms that they're all good. They agree that Bradley will never build in Rome as long as France never built in Marseille. Fleets.
I'll note that Jordan gave this entire order set to Doug, lobbied him hard, lobbied him friendly, but Gascony was supposed to hold. It was not supposed to go to Burgundy. I assume that was for the convoy that Jordan wanted to see. So we'll see what happens there in this 1903. Liam, in the East, wow, big things going on. Bulgaria being taken, Khan being taken. What's happening?
Lots going on in the East, as you can see. Again, still lots of pitches from multiple parties for Katie to prop up Jordan. Even from the East, Bradley, Riaz, they're all talking to Katie about potentially throwing her support to Jordan. She's hesitant, does agree, but does not quite want to go all the way in to take out McCullough. Katie is very concerned about Doug benefiting from all of this. Meanwhile, with where some of the dots are starting to exchange, everything was agreed upon about Riaz taking Bulgaria, Bradley taking Trieste. That was exchanged. I think Constantinople was a happy accident by Bradley. That was just cut support for Bull, but I think Bradley had in the back of his mind, well, if Khan ends up in the Black Sea, then I get an extra build. So I think a lot of that was some calculated thinking by Bradley.
I mean, Bradley straight up told Max, my heart says go with you. My head says go with Riaz. Riaz is going to take Bulgaria. They talked about a retreat to Khan from Bulgaria. So I don't know why Max entered this order set in there because, Bradley didn't say he was cutting Khan, but it was discussed. So look, we want to get back to the exciting things that happen. Thank you, guys.
And thank you to our sideline once again, bringing us fantastic coverage. David, I'll go to you. What stood out from those reports?
That Max really, really, really shouldn't have ordered Khan to black, even after the conversation with Bradley where he's talking about his head is with Riaz. Come on, man. You know he's going to go to Khan. Move Smyrna to Khan if you're going to do the move to the Black Sea. I hadn't really thought about the army in Gascony needing to stay put. I understand the argument there. I frankly wasn't surprised to see the follow-up to Burgundy just because I thought Doug was just solidifying his position. I understand the position there. It's not, of course, we got to remember that, the convoy from Gascony to Clyde is such a devastating move. I hadn't even really thought about the fact that Doug had given him. Now, in theory, he could build an army here and do it anyway, but you would think he's going to build a fleet in Brest instead of an army there. So that is an interesting point that I just hadn't thought about. Should you really have moved out of Gascony?
I think it hurts Doug, not Jordan, right? So yeah, he should not have moved out of there.
I'll take a counterpoint here. I don't mind it. I think that convoy was always going to be a guess with McAuliffe getting a rebuild, and better to just assert your position and don't give Jordan any sort of easy possible stab here. Doug has the upper hand here. If he can hold on to it, then he'll be in contention to win this at the end of the game. Jordan, however, is no slouch, and Jordan will make a play to get the upper hand at some point.
You think he's not going to let France keep Holland forever? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think France is going to keep Holland forever.
Maybe not even the next turn.
All right, we'll get into predictions. We talked about Fleet Brest as one. What do we think England's build is going to be?
Well, it's in Liverpool, right? Either Fleet or Army. I think Fleet probably.
So too.
Yeah.
Fleet London's possible too, right?
Yeah. Well, no, yeah, since he doesn't have to worry about Clyde.
Yeah, I think Fleet London is.
No, I think you have to build for Liverpool because otherwise it's too easy for Doug to take Liverpool. Yeah, you go then you have Clyde easy. Mid Atlantic goes to Irish and Brest goes English Channel.
Mm-hmm.
I think it builds for more flexibility.
And I'll agree with Michael. The turkey pool, I think that's going to tell us who he's more mad at, most likely. Any predictions on that?
You got to pull Black Sea here and
Got to be black.
Got
to be black.
I know there's not. No, that's not an easy pull. Black Sea's awesome for your defense, also, but
if you want to try to get back in the game and you think Katie will work with you, if you don't, then you kind of maybe give up and just try to punish Katie.
All right, let's see. Pulls Inc. You can kind of see that. And then we've got Paris, Brest, expected builds from Bradley, and the one none of us predicted, Fleet Eddie. What does that tell us?
it's flexible. You can go to Clyde from there. You can go to North Sea because North Sea can go to English. It's a flexibility play. It's not I don't think it's a bad play. I'm not sure McCallus is capable of bad builds. So I'm going to argue that he must have a theory, but I think it's flexibility.
It does the thing we were just talking about, which is it prevents an easy move to Clyde and like an easy way to get more fleets into play up there. And if maybe he thinks he can turn Doug around, and which would be implausible at this point, at this moment in the game, maybe not next phase.
He's way more likely to turn Jordan around.
Yeah.
All right, Adam, 1903.
Yeah, so let's start with the West. And so Doug supports himself up to the English Channel and indeed goes for Clyde, which is sniffed out by McCallus. In the Low Countries, there's just a lot of support going on. So McCallus went North Sea to Belgium. I'm wondering if he thought he had a deal with Jordan and was cutting that support for Jordan to take Holland. That's the only thing I can think of that would explain that. And then in the north, he covers Norway while Katie goes out to Finland. In the east, this is really, really interesting. Bradley's choice here to turn in the other direction and go basically what looks like it's whole hog against Doug now. That's fascinating. Whether that's a balance play or that's simply a I think I can take stuff down there kind of play. I'm not quite sure. And Riaz really doesn't do a whole lot, just goes out to the AG and C. So I think with Turkey basically having no fleets in the Med, Bradley feels like he can get away with this, but how far is he going to trust Riaz when push comes to shove? So that will be interesting.
I've said this already. I just don't like this move. I think you're better off going and eating Riaz. Now, maybe he couldn't get Katie to go along with him. And so I guess we'll find out during sidelines. But if you've got, Katie's just literally sitting there doing nothing. And if you can't get Katie to go and eat Austrian centers here, France's position is not that strong. And it's not like he's fighting, a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old. He's fighting McCallus and Jordan, for God's sake. I don't know. I just don't like this move. Maybe it turns out well somehow because he's, going to be able to overwhelm the French before they can get back and defend. Maybe that works out, but I wouldn't want to leave Riaz Barani behind me in this situation.
It seems very premature to be making this move. How frightened of Doug are you? Is it just because it's France and you feel like you need to slow them as a balance of power? Because that's not where you're going to be. I don't think you're going to be.
He may think he can actually get the better of Doug in this situation because of how far Doug's units are away. He may actually think this is an offensive play for him instead of a balance of power play. I'm just questioning whether the better offensive play is to get rid of Riaz Varani behind you, because at some point Riaz is going to have nowhere else to go.
What do you think of Katie's move of St. Petersburg to Finland? That seems like it's very pro McCallus because now she has no option to retake Norway or not retake, but take Norway in the fall. The only thing she can really do is potentially go Sweden to Baltic, Finland to Sweden, as an anti-Jordan move, but that's, you know, a strange fall move. But I don't know. I don't know if I really like it.
I'm assuming she is opening up for a build, but I'm not sure why you need to do that in the spring term. You know, the other thing, you can defend Sweden from there.
What build? She's not doing anything. What build is she getting?
She may have a deal for, you know,
maybe
Italy
Ankara.
to get Smyrna, and she gets Khan or something like that.
Maybe she gets.
She may have a build. She deserves a build out of this relationship because she's basically doing nothing. You know.
Yeah, I think I think this may have been a sort of gesture for McCallis, so that to let him know he didn't have to worry about Norway being taken, and she may actually, and it opens up that possibility, Adam, that you said, to drop down and move on Jordan if she needs to.
I mean, Finland touches Norway just like St. Pete touches Norway, just like Sweden touches Norway.
Well, no, with St. Petersburg open for a retreat, it's not useful to take Norway at this moment.
Well, she couldn't know that he was going to be in Norway.
Yeah, certainly not for sure. It wouldn't surprise me if McCallis told her this, and I bet a lot of that was discussed between the two of them. We'll come back to Doug and Bradley, I think, after this. It's very interesting. I think, David, it's your turn. Yeah.
It's me, I think. I'm just looking in the East first and trying to understand what is happening with Constantinople. It looks like nothing moves, if I understand this correctly, but is there just a whole lot of belaboring?
It's a brace.
There's just a brace going on there, where 2-on-2 against Khan in two different directions so it looks like the Turks are supporting Smyrna to Khan, and the Austrians are supporting Sev to Khan, and I don't know what is. Oh, and Khan is moving to Smyrna. Okay, so it's just 2-on-2 bracing on Khan and Smyrna, and so Sev isn't getting into why is Sev? Oh, and Sev, and it's a brace on Khan because of 2-on-2 from the Russian. That is a bizarre set of outcomes there. Holy moly! And I see there's a comment. Why doesn't Sev go? The reason Sev doesn't go is the Turks moved Smyrna to Khan, supported by Ankara. So it's 2 on Khan in that direction. Khan is going to Smyrna with support of Aegean. It's 2 on Smyrna in that direction, but that's those two bracing. And Sev goes to Khan with support of Bull, which is bracing the Smyrna to Khan with support of Ank.
It's a triple brace.
It's a triple brace. That is just a bizarre outcome. Great job, Max. And there you go. So Katie does not.
Row Banks has got chops.
That's very bizarre. Okay, so Katie does not get her build because she gets bounced out of Berlin. She takes a guess there. You can take the supports off there, Brian. It might be easier to see. But she does indeed do exactly what we said was a possibility, at least, in going down to Baltic and putting the army in Sweden. McCallis kicks Jordan out of the North Sea, and Doug is going back south hard so that he can defend himself. As a consequence, Jordan gets Holland, which was sort of inevitably going to happen here, which I think Doug was well aware of that.
I just want to say that this 1903 is a testament to the diplomatic skill of McCallis Kamarides. This year could not have gone any better for McCallis. And I have little doubt that we will hear from the sideline reporters that McCallis's negotiation had something significant to do with that.
All right, let's go ahead and hear from them right now.
Okay, we are back with Sideline for 1903, this time joined by Wardy for the East. But first, we're going to go to the West. We've had a big move by Doug in fall 1902, and he's gone all in with the builds. What's going on, Ben?
So McCallis is not happy with his new board position. He's already telling Jordan that if Bradley doesn't come west and this continues, then McCallis won't defend against France. Jordan thinks this is unfair since McCallis was just attacking him, and says he can't turn on Katie right now like McCallis wants because Katie just helped him. So they don't agree to anything. Doug really wants to DMZ Tyrrhenian with Bradley, but Bradley says this is ridiculous. It's like asking England to leave the North Sea or France to leave the Mid-Atlantic. That's a place that Italy can be. So there's some breakdown between them. Then Doug really is trying to keep the freedom to go north. Doug talked to McAllis, and they kind of talk about flipping, but they only agree to bounce Clyde. They don't agree on anything else.
Wardy, what's going on in the East?
Very start of the
Major
turn,
Khan.
Bradley speaks to Riaz and only gets as far as expressing surprise that he got Constantinople. Then McAllis bursts into the room and says, Bradley, when you're going to come west to balance this? Put it this way, if you're not coming west, I won't defend against France. Katie also gets an earful from McAllis. McAllis says, oh, it's obvious this was going to happen. She says, I don't want to have a conversation like this if it's just going to be, I told you so. What do you want from me? Give me Sweden. Katie just laughs that off. She's stressed. She goes to Riaz, lamenting about what she sees as McAllis being unreasonable. She said, the only thing I've known since 2001 is that I want to work with you. This is to Riaz. They're then discussing, okay, how can we make this work? Can we contain Bradley somehow? Bradley, meanwhile, is trying to negotiate a move in into the Tyrrhenian Sea just to give a bit of a speed bump for Doug. Doug's not very happy about this. They're going back and forth on what is reasonable position for Italian fleets to be in and not.
Okay, so as we see the orders go through here in the spring, obviously Doug is super concerned now about this move by Bradley, and there's a lot of tension in the West about what Doug should do. Should he continue the attack on England? Should he pull back? Ben, what's going on for our fall negotiations?
Yeah, so Doug goes to McAllis and tells him he wanted to change his moves to move south, but he didn't get them in time. And now the moves are clear with Italy coming his way. He will move away. Unclear if McAllis believes him about the first part of that, but I think he believed him about the second part. Jordan comes to Doug and is very clear with Turkey dying, England must die for France and Germany to have the game that they want and not be at a disadvantage with regards to the East. But Doug wants to turn around. He doesn't trust Bradley anymore. He is not willing to commit very much against England. Then Bradley, but they talk about Holland and agree that Jordan can have Holland and that maybe that will make Bradley less scared of France. And Bradley asks Jordan if he's taking Holland, and he's relieved to hear he is. He wants them both to have a good game, and they agree to make up over the whole Tyrolia thing from before. And then McAllis and Doug talk about Holland. Doug makes sure McAllis will force the North Sea.
Yeah, and so Wardy in the East, I think that Bradley and Riaz have a lot of tension over Trieste and Caen and Smyrna and all of this. And just tell us quickly what's going on.
Well, apparently some sort of Eastern quadruple, but not with Turkey involved. This is Jordan trying to make himself a cultural part of this trying to get KT to take Ankara, take Norway, come against England with them. She's also getting a lot of pain from McAllis, still saying, well, Jordan doesn't give a shit about France. He's got Bradley dealing with France. He's okay. What are we going to do? Katie needs a build, she says. She's been offered Constantinople by Riaz. Elsewhere, Riaz arranges with Bradley to move Con into Smyrna, so they sort of daisy chain it. As we can see these moves, either Max has guessed the brace correctly or has been given the heads up.
Okay, so the big story, though, for fall 1903 is we have an alliance now. That alliance is Austria and Russia. They've agreed to take out Bradley and get him committed west. Riaz has exercised discretion over Trieste. And then they've also pitched maybe putting Doug in there as a FAR long-term. But that is the story for 1903. We're going to go back and catch the action. Thank you, gents.
My goodness. Great stuff. And if you heard those Discord noises in the background, that's from our sideline recordings. They are live on scene in and out of those rooms. So if you haven't played one of these virtual games before, that's kind of the feel of the pace. Every time you hear that sound, that's somebody moving between rooms so that they can go negotiate with someone else and make deals and gears and all that stuff. So Adam, going to you. Highlight from that sideline.
Riaz and Katie. Finally, we see two people on the board that actually seem to be meshing and seeing eye to eye in negotiations. Everything else we've heard has involved some tension in one way or another. It seems like there's absolutely none between them. There's been nothing going on in Galicia. There's been no funny business, no funny moves. So relationships matter a lot, and that's going to be what I'm watching, because if that one stays good through the next couple years of this game, that's going to dictate a lot of what happens in the East and possibly even what happens in the West.
You know, Bradley's move west here is the big key to where the game is right now, as opposed to where it would have been without that move. And maybe he did that because he didn't have confidence that Katie would go with him against Riaz. Maybe that's how this happened, is they just couldn't get Katie to commit to something like that.
Yeah, you see the weakness of how it was done, though. There was no need to send all 3 units west. At least one of those fleets should have gone east into Eastern Mediterranean, and then Smyrna would have been his, and he would have kept some momentum.
It's actually why none of the units should have gone west. You go and finish your business.
Yeah, I can.
Later.
Yeah, I can. So I have a little bit of different perspective on Italy theory, and it's what guided me in that the DBNI 2 years ago, where I narrowly came out on top. I think what you do is you spend a unit or two just slowing France down through a negotiated sort of bouncing and so forth, and keep your focus in the East. But having a unit or two to do that, I think, is especially in this case, Bradley. I think
I'm willing to grant you one unit goes to Piedmont to screw with the French, but go finish your business. Your business is in the East, man.
100%.
Just to go one step further, I don't think Bradley has a build coming, correct?
No.
He is 2 steps away from the Ionian Sea. Riaz can walk into the Ionian Sea now, walk into Trieste, walk into not Tyrolia, but there are some risky things that could happen now. Let's see, but
one last thing I want to say here about the possible AR here, which it's in both of these players' interests. They're both really good players. They like to form relationships and carry them for a while. There's no reason that won't happen, and that won't be a major factor for the next 5 game years, if not more. McCallus is a natural appendix to an AR in this board state. And temperamentally, I think he's also a good fit with Katie. So I would expect to see EAR develop from here.
Actually,
I would agree.
Well, I'm going to say what I say about ARs because it's undeniably true. It's a weak alliance. Unless you've got some kind of fleet business figured out in the Mediterranean, it is a weak alliance that has difficulty in projecting power into enough different avenues to win the game. So you better have English fleets or some other kind of answer for not having any fleet strength in the Med.
All right, winter 1903. We've got one adjustment. Any reason it's not Army Berlin?
It's Army.
It's an Army Berlin.
Yeah. Army Berlin. All right, spring of 1904. Brandon, back to you.
All right. Well, I take that back. My prediction of E jumping on board with at least Russia is not coming into play. What we have here, apparently, is a Katie, cover your ears, Western triple. We have Germany moving east. We have McCallus also taking Sweden here, moving that fleet toward the east. And we have Doug dropping down into the Med. I think we can debate whether this is the right way you want to do that. He has lost Spain and will likely lose one of those dots, but will gain position. And maybe he can balance Tunis against recovering Spain, but there's a retreat to Portugal. You guys can talk about that. In the very east, we have A and R, and with I sort of with them, at least for the moment, using their superior firepower collectively now in the right way to guarantee that they get some movement. And this will be the last year for Max Wanji-Robanks, unfortunately.
I am just not understanding what Katie is doing. Why is she self-bouncing Prussia?
I think because she's not seeing what's about to come her way. And
But, okay, but let me rephrase the question. Why is she self-bouncing Prussia?
To keep Jordan from going there. That's it.
It's not the best set of moves. And Katie may win this game. She's a spectacular player, but as you know, I just don't like stasis, and I feel like she's been running in place or probably slow walking in place this whole game, and this is what's going to happen in that situation. Now, I agree that we got a Western triple, which I don't know how many more seasons that's going to last. Because there's way too many, Fleet Holland sitting around that can hardly be utilized at this point. We'll just see how it all turns out. But I'm with you here, Brandon. That the move to North Africa was probably not the right move here. You go to Portugal and then you go to Mid-Atlantic.
It's not in the short term. It may end up benefiting in the long term. No, he can take Spain back. No, but he can guarantee Spain coming back. There's a brace with Spain possibly going to Piedmont, being supported back to Marseille with Piedmont.
Well, I mean, if he takes Spain back, though, he can potentially lose Mid-Atlantic.
I mean, this is the problem: is Mid-Atlantic. You don't want to be in a situation.
This is just a weird tangle. It's just a weird, awkward position for both of them, frankly.
Yeah, I would give up Portugal before I gave up Mid-Atlantic.
And what I wouldn't do is go to North Africa. I know what he's trying to do here. Okay, well, this is fine. But because Western Mid covers Tunis, that's why. And that's a reason to do North Africa is to put that pressure in.
Yeah.
That turns out okay. I'm sorry, I'm jumping on somebody's moves.
No, it's fine. But it's important to say there was a guess here, and he guessed right.
Correct.
It was over what happened with Marseille, and Doug guessed right. But it's also worth saying that he's in the position he probably should have been in the fall, at the beginning of the fall, was with a unit in Portugal and now a unit in Mid-Atlantic. But Doug is very viable, and this will enable him and Bradley to disentangle potentially in a way that may suit both of them. Or, Doug may just continue down. In the South, let's see, we have Max exiting the game as we expected here, to the benefit of, I think, Riaz and Katie, who both gain 1 here. And in the North, this is the lead that was buried by all of the other things that happened on the board, and that is that we have another shift of alliance between England and Germany. We have McAuliffe attacking Denmark, and that causes him to lose Sweden, which he was only going to hold if Jordan was supporting it. So maybe the sideline can tell us, shed some light on whether Jordan refused to do that or not.
I don't want to understate the importance of Spain getting destroyed and Bradley being able to rebuild that at home. Not only from the perspective that you brought up, Brandon, around, disentangling with Doug, but also being able to put a unit closer to home where he actually may ultimately need it in the next few years if the alliance structure changes, right? And if he is getting nervous about Riaz and Katie being so close on the same page, he's going to need that unit in the Ionian, in Naples, whatever.
100%. It's actually quite nice. He can build Fleet Naples here and reorient himself. Yep.
That Western triple lasted like half a season.
Yeah.
So
it's going to be interesting to see what Katie builds. I would not at all be surprised to see a North Coast fleet right now. But I don't know whether she, the way she's been playing very unaggressively, maybe an army in Moscow is more the pace of things.
This may be where she switches gears. I think a fleet's North Coast St. Petersburg is very possible here.
That's what we should see, I think.
Yeah, it's time to turn on the gas here. And if I were to pick any player on the board to be the most worried right now, it would be Riaz. He went from having a really solid ally with his target completely out of position and locked up against France. Now Bradley has turned back. He's probably upset. I don't know how upset, but probably a little upset at Riaz and Katie. And now we've got Katie in position to very easily work with Bradley if she wants. So probably picking up Khan.
It's not her style. I think Riaz puts down Army Vienna here, and AR rolls right now with France being pushed back. Yeah.
Yeah, it just underscores. I'm not saying I told you so kind of stuff. I'm just Bradley Grace had a great position, and I'm afraid he threw it away with that move to the west.
I agree. I also want to talk a little bit about McAuliffe, though, who, as good of a 1903 as he had, that was not a good 1904. He had a chance. He made a decision in the spring to try to take control of the north. Had Norway get Sweden and then go get St. Petersburg, which is a great thing for an England to do. Change tactic in the spring or in the fall, and has ended up with neither ally being as reliable or viewing him as reliable now going forward. So he's got some work to do.
All right, let's hear from our sideline team for 1904.
Sideline report for 1904. Lots of stuff. Ben, in the West.
Right. So the West jumps in together and agrees very quickly that all three of them should work together, but they'll do it mostly by DM rather than long conversations. Over the course of the turn, each Western combination talks to each other, extracts promises from each other, and then goes and tells the other person in the West, I think we're actually in a triple. So it seems that at least for this turn, that's what's going on. There was a lot of negotiation in there, but that was the result. Doug really wants Bradley to go back east, talks about how there's a path to him winning that way, to Bradley winning that way, but not if he stays in the West. Bradley agrees to back off slowly, but then after Doug leaves the room, Bradley says, fuck no, I can get shoot. Are we allowed to curse on here? Sorry. Anyway, so do we go on? Says, no, I can get Marseille, maybe Spain. So Doug doesn't seem to be in it with Bradley either, though. He goes to Riaz and starts telling him about all the real world places in the Trieste area that he's visited and how Riaz should go to Trieste. So that was Bradley and Doug don't really seem on the same page, even though they told each other they were.
All right. In the East, Liam, Riaz.
Meanwhile, in the East, I have affectionately renamed the Opera House to the Zen Den. Riaz is on the top of his game, keeping calm, keeping that silent dominance that Riaz has been known for in the past. We haven't talked about him much, but not a single arrow has gone his way this whole game, and he's controlling this diplomatically. This is Riaz right now. He told
Katie, if you ever panic, Katie, just come in and talk to me. He is being the master of the East.
Yeah, and Katie's feeling the pressure. She's dealing with multiple fronts, and anytime she comes to Riaz, she feels better, she feels more calm, and she gets closer to Riaz. So this AR is starting to form pretty solidly at the moment.
Okay, now before we get to the fall moves and see them go through, big development. Jordan and Katie work out things to where they can, disentangle from this situation, but that leaves McAuliffe sort of as an odd man out. And there was a very tense conversation, Ben, in the West between Jordan and McAuliffe. McAuliffe is happy that he's in the game. McAuliffe has been reading the board and threatening about Riaz and threatening about an heir. But what happens?
In the fall, you mean, Ed, yeah?
Yes.
Yes. So the negotiations in the West start off mostly tactical about Marseille and Spain and stuff. But very quickly, Doug and McAuliffe end up talking about Holland as well as the other moves and about whether they may be willing to take it. Jordan and McAuliffe have a long negotiation at the end of the turn. Jordan is frustrated because he doesn't feel like he's had any choices, and he's worried McAuliffe will come after him. McAuliffe is frustrated because Jordan promised to let McAuliffe have Sweden, and he wants a promise that he will be held in Sweden. And Jordan tries to negotiate around it, can't, eventually has to tell him, no, I'm not going to promise you there. He doesn't tell the lie, and you can see how that turns out.
Meanwhile, in order for this moveset to go through, Katie promised Jordan a fleet build, St. Petersburg North Coast. We'll see how that goes. Jordan really wants the air to break. That's the reason why he's done this set of moves. I don't know what will happen. Liam, what's going on from your perspective in the East other than the takedown of Max?
Yeah, that's the first thing. Thank you to Max for playing. This was a tough board to play Turkey. All credit to him for doing the best he can. again, this continues to be Riaz's game in the East. He's being calm. He's working with his partners. The classic Riaz line is, whatever makes you feel more comfortable, let's just do that. The moves with France and Italy, all of that was actually relatively prearranged with Bradley and Doug. Bradley said, I'm not going to tell you how I'm going to do it, but if you blow up Spain, I will rebuild it in the West. I want to disentangle. So a lot of that was sort of prearranged.
All right. Thanks for that, Liam. Thank you for the sideline report. We'll see you in 1905.
Brandon, I'll throw it to you.
Two things kind of stuck out to me. I think one is how between McCallus, Jordan, and Katie, the three of them are having a hard time getting two of them on the same page for sort of any stretch of time, even though it's just in their interest to figure that out. So that's kind of the little whirlpool that I think we have to keep a focus on. It may work out now. Katie has a build here that could actually commit her and send that moving. The other is this little interaction between Bradley and Doug, where Bradley I think is a really smart negotiation on his part, because it's believable and it's a good strategic direction for both of them. He's basically saying, look, I want to disengage. I'm not going to tell you how to do it. He wins either way. If he gets Marseille, then he does the build that he's going to build now. And he says, just, take Marseille back. I can't stop you. But this is cleaner because now Doug can send his units wherever he wants. He doesn't have to bring more firepower towards Italy.
So winter of 1904, this is traditionally when the early game ends and we start to transition to mid game. For those of us believers in the patient Russia theory, this is the time where Russia will need to start turning on the gas a little bit if they want to stay in the game. Let's play Who Do You Like here? You get to pick one power. You're going to take their position to give you the best chance to win this game. Starting with you, Adam. Who do you pick?
I'm going to stick with Katie, but I really need to see some more aggressive play. But the reason that I'm picking Katie is because she's one of the two powers on this board that's communicating well and has somebody who they're actually has established some trust with. And I think the relationships in a game like this go a long way. So if it wasn't Katie, I would be picking Riaz. But I just like her position in Russia a little bit more, and I think that she's going to have more game in the north that's going to maybe be able to put her over the edge.
David?
I'm going Doug Malott. I really think that Katie's position is deceptively, it looks deceptively good. I don't think it's good. Unless you're going to attack Austria, good luck with any kind of significant progress anytime soon. Unless you're going to attack, yes, you build a fleet north coast, which I think she should do, and go after London and be a northern power. But in the south, what does she do? Sit around? I just don't see it. I think if Doug and Bradley can now truly disengage, which I am also hoping for both of them that they're doing, that helps both of them's chances. Then France goes and kills McCallus. McCallus has got, looks like, poor relationships now with both of the other powers, and I think France can benefit from this. So I'm going to go Doug Malott.
Brandon, you are the only player on this broadcast that has experience in this game, in the championship game. Are you picking one of those two and be the tiebreaker, or are you picking someone else?
Given the diplomatic situation on the board, I actually, for me, it's between Doug and Riaz, and some of the reasons that David said are why Doug is favorable to me. The other one actually is Riaz, and I like Riaz's position a lot, both sort of tactically and strategically, as well as diplomatically. The relationship he's formed with Katie. The problem he has, though, is that with Doug and Bradley disengaging, it's going to be just that a little bit harder for him to take down Italy fast enough to arrest Doug's progress, presuming Doug joins in with Germany and Russia. So to me, it's sort of between the two of them, and I think Riaz's success may help Doug more than it ultimately helps him.
Well, we say farewell to our Rookie of the Year, Max Wanjiro Banks. Max impressed this season. Unknown to all of us as a rookie coming in, has had just an amazing demeanor and is joy and passion for this game. He's been active. He's been helping to build community in Australia, and we're really lucky to have him as part of this competition, and he should be proud to be part of that 1% this season. Well played, Max.
I have a feeling this is not the last DBNI final that we will be seeing Max in.
I was just getting ready to say this is not the last we will see of Max Wanjiru-Banks.
Yeah, I'll third that and just say that this was he had a very sort of small window of opportunity in this game, and it was easy to miss, and so he definitely shouldn't feel bad about how this game is played out.
It might be the last time we see Max at 2 a.m. in the morning, though.
Maybe.
All right, moving in to our 1904 adjustments. We do get that North Coast build. We get the Army and the fleet. Nothing unexpected there. So moving on. Let's, if y'all could talk about the board state here, I'm going to check my Dipcast. Looks like I got a little.
Does the Italian do anything except support himself to that Ionian here? I mean, I'm assuming that's why he built the second fleet. He's got enough armies to cover Venice and all that. Or is this all a big fate? He goes back west. I hope.
I can't see that happening here, right? He doesn't have the firepower to do it. Doug is still in position, even if Doug starts shifting his fleets north, right? He's still going to be in a position to hold himself. He's not going to completely disentangle, I think, in one turn. I think it's going to take some time for him to move around. It's not worth it. The med fight, it was silly to begin with. It would be silly to continue.
Yeah, I think the question for me really is, what does Riaz do from here as we struggle to try to get the I'm also trying to get the map up as well, Brian, so that we can have a backup here. Yeah, the question, what does Riaz do from here? Is it clear that he just moves in on Bradley, goes with the AR against Italy now?
I don't remember precisely now without looking at the map, but I wonder if there's a way for Riaz to do something other than that. I don't know that he has a choice. He's either got to move in on Bradley or perhaps move because Bradley's going to attack him. I mean, he sort of may be forced into the AI war as opposed to choosing it. One of the comments, I think it was my buddy Patrick on the Dipcast that said, is it crazy to think about Jordan benefiting from all this in Germany? And the answer is no, that's not crazy. Mm-hmm. First of all, Jordan, unless you eliminate the fella, is going to be in contention on any board he's on. And if you do have France and Russia both now being anti-English, it's possible that Jordan joins in on that, turns on one of them when their position is weak. It's possible that Jordan comes back from here. What I don't know if it's possible at this point is whether McCallus has a path forward. It sounds like his relationships are not where they need to be. And which is surprising because he's such a good diplomat, and maybe he can turn this around. But just from the sideline reporting, it sure didn't sound like his position was in very good straits.
It's hard to see a world, but not impossible, where Doug slow plays his fleets and works with McCallus against Jordan. I just don't think it's going to happen. No. But it is, it's not out of the realm of possibilities. I didn't really see Bradley going west to be amongst the things I was expecting on this board, so I don't want to rule anything out.
To paraphrase Madeleine Albright for a minute, I've got this big fleet, says France. I got to do something with it. If I've got a big military, I'm going to use it somewhere. And I think the fleets, if they're not going to go to Italy, they got to go to England.
I think you go to the English Channel here, don't you? And sort of wait to see what happens next.
Or North Atlantic?
I would, Mr. Offensive action jackrabbit. No, I would go to North Atlantic.
North Atlantic, I think.
So I could get Portugal out is the main reason. So I could make sure that I get Portugal out into somewhere that actually matters instead of being in Portugal, which no disrespect to Andre Yannico and the rest of the Portuguese, not an important spot right now on the diplomacy board.
Brian, we can move forward on mine if you want while we
Yeah, let's go ahead and proceed. It's coming through, but
okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
And here we are.
We need to do our. Yep, there we go. Good.
Okay. So spring of 05, and this is David, right? All right.
Great. All right. So there is the attack on Norway up by the Russians, but the English counterattack is to go after Sweden. Germans go to North Sea. The French do go to the English Channel, as Brandon had suggested, which is not blocked, so the Portuguese fleet gets out anyway. So complete disentangle there from the French, as expected. The Italians, interestingly, sniffed out that attack on Tyrolia from Riaz and supported. That's quite a sniff. Maybe if I'd looked at it long enough, I would have thought about it. I didn't realize it at first. That's clearly the right move there. Does support Ionian. And the AR takes Smyrna. Again, not surprising that Riaz has pulled the trigger here, because what else was he supposed to do, honestly, unless you're going to go fight the Russians? The Russian move to Ukraine and sitting in Warsaw is because Katie doesn't have much to do in this scenario. If you're not going to fight the Austrians and you're not going to fight the Germans, you don't have much to do unless you're going to backstop somewhere, and probably neither of those powers wanted her to backstop anywhere. So now she's just going to, play backgammon or something in Ukraine and Warsaw.
The French moves are fascinating, right? And this was sort of one thing I was wondering about, right? Like, is he attacking McCallus? Is he attacking Jordan? Is he attacking both?
I just saw Ruhr. You're right, Adam. I'm sorry.
I mean, I asked if there's a world where this happens, and I don't know that I necessarily envision the world where he attacks everyone, but
what makes you think it? I would think McCallus would be thrilled with this moveset just because he goes to English Channel. You mean?
I think McCallus is fine with this. Absolutely.
Yeah.
This is definitely more anti-Germany than it is anti-English, but it's also setting himself up to do something with his fleets in the long run as well, which is pretty exciting if you're Doug.
At best, this is a temporary setback for Germany, and it's still a major threat to England. Yeah. I'm telling you, there's a large French Navy. Where in Hades is it going?
I have to say, though, I think with McCallus attacking Russia here, attacking Sweden, this doesn't feel like McCallus is really thinking far ahead at this point. There's no way in which getting your fleet further into the Baltic Basin is good for
Now, what do you care if Russia takes Norway with an army?
Yep.
What do you care?
Yep.
At this point,
why is she taking it with an army? Oh, because
she was trying to make a deal with McCallus. I will stop there with an army. I think. Now, I'm not sure she was going to stick to it, but she was trying to say, I think, I'm going to put an army in here. That shouldn't threaten you, right? Maybe McCallus just completely reacted to North Coast Fleet and said, well, forget this. You're never going to work with me. That's always going to be a threat. I'm going to die in Scandinavia, hopefully with German help.
I think that's right.
I'm going to become a government in exile. Maybe he didn't even care if Doug attacked him at this point. I don't know.
Yeah, and I have to say that I actually do kind of like Doug's move to Ruhr here. It's just looking further ahead. I think he does have to worry about Jordan becoming too strong, and he's if he goes and just takes McCallus out, then he's going to be fighting Jordan and Katie for the dots there, and maybe he doesn't think he can trust that relationship with Katie.
I think it's premature. I'm not sure what he gets out of it. He's not going to get anything out of it with all those German armies sitting there, and all he's done now is antagonize his friend if he's going to go after England. This is clearly throwing his lot in somehow with McCallus, and I just don't see it when you've got three fleets like that.
It's easily reversible, though, I think, as you were saying.
It's conceivable that it's some kind of feint.
Maybe the Ruhr is also defensive if he thinks that Jordan's about to support himself down there. Is that possible?
Maybe.
Wouldn't be a great read of the board if that were the case. Yeah.
But not impossible.
Real quick note, Bradley. I don't think supporting your. Actually, I wouldn't have supported myself to the Ionian here. I would have moved to Apulia and Ionian. It's just a little bit too slow in getting into position to defend yourself.
I'll also say that you were right, Brandon. That Katie did not move on Riaz. Tremendous restraint shown there. Cooperation between the two of them.
Yeah. They value their relationship with each other much more than any marginal gains.
I don't like it. take the stuff, make a deal with the Italians. That'll allow the Italians to turn around. Come on. Friendship is for playing a game of Care Bears.
I don't know. I mean, Katie is putting herself. I don't know. This position is not bad. Riaz is going to be the one who's the front line here against the Italians, and she's taking dots behind that line. She's got Smyrna whenever she wants it. I don't know. I don't dislike it. If it helps you build, fortify.
You got two pedals, man. You got two pedals on the floor. You got an accelerator. You got a brake. She's putting the brakes on when she's been putting the gas on.
All right, I know Brian's going to tell us to move on in a second, but I just have to come down, I think, on Adam's side here. For me, this is a game of relationships, and that relationship capital is worth quite a lot at this moment.
10 years. We got 10 years left in this game, man.
Not if you put the gas on. If everybody keeps putting the brakes on, we'll be here until 1930. You got to put the gas on at some point, guys. Come on.
Brian, you want me to move us forward?
Yes, please. Yep.
All right. So here we are in fall of 2005.
All right. So Russia does do something with his army. She moves them to Prussia and Warsaw, which is, I guess, possible that she wants to convoy with them. Let's see here. England does take, with Russian support, Denmark. So that actually is perhaps Katie, but perhaps Katie's, is that right? Did she support Skagerrak to Denmark? It looks like it.
It works, so it must be, right?
Yeah, that must be. Support Skagerrak to Denmark. Yeah, so they must have made a deal. We're gonna trade Sweden and Norway. I'm gonna help you into Denmark. The French ordering the North Sea was just hoping that he might be able to somehow get into Holland there. That was quite a hope that he was going to not see Holland back to Holland. Not see North Sea back to Holland with Kiel. But you're right. You guys are right. Doug has clearly thrown in on the anti-Jordan train, moves his fleet back to Marseille, for goodness sake. I mean, that is a thing you could do with your fleet, is make sure the Italians don't slip in. Let me look at the East for a minute. The Italians have moved their fleets back. Why would you need? Oh, you in theory, you needed to support your fleet back to Onion, so maybe I can see that.
Trieste.
Riaz leaves Trieste. Yeah,
Riaz leaves
Trieste.
Come on.
Well, let's see. Why could Riaz be leaving Trieste? It's got to be a love letter to Bradley somehow, right? That's got to be
and because having an Italian fleet in Adriatic is so helpful to Riaz's cause.
Well, he couldn't have known that, but I'm just wondering under what
else
scenario
is Bradley going to do than go to Adriatic? Come on.
Well, maybe he thought he had him convinced to go back west. But Riaz is not losing a center because he took Smyrna, so it's a trade basically. If he keeps Italy's still down, right? Italy's still down.
Italy is going to be even.
Italy's down one because they lost Smyrna.
He's down for Smyrna.
So it could have been, if you're going to knock him down one, knock him down two. I'm sure we need to find out from the sideline reporters what's going on here, but that is frankly quite puzzling, particularly in a fall turn. If you're in a spring turn, you might wonder, I got to go back because I'm worried about Katie or something, but in the fall turn, interesting.
Yeah, it's got to be negotiated, and it's got to be part of a larger strategic consideration on Riaz's part. You have a chance to get Trieste back. Don't you keep Trieste and let Smyrna, go to Syria?
We are in desperate need of a sideline report on this one. I just cannot puzzle this one out just by looking at
Let's not make anyone wait any longer. Let's get to those who know.
Very exciting 1905 sideline report. Everybody's stressed out. Katie's stressed out. Bradley's stressed out. Jordan is stressed out. Max is happy at the bar. All right. Ben, the West, what's going on in the spring before we get these moves?
Yeah, a lot of negotiation. Jordan wants an FGR instead of the triple that's happening now. They're all negotiating around this stuff. Eventually, Doug asked McAllis if he can put a fleet in the English Channel because he's scared of Jordan, which McAllis actually agrees to as long as Doug goes to Ruhr as well, and says that he really prefers that that Portugal stay where it is, not move out. But it's not a promise that that won't happen. They both want Bradley to keep Riaz and Katie from rolling the game. So Doug goes and talks to Bradley. The negotiating specifics, Bradley really seems like he wants to make a moveset that is going to make Riaz happy if Riaz does what he says, but is also going to be able to limit Riaz if he doesn't do what he says. So it's really in between there. And then Katie and McAllis have a tense negotiation about Norway and about attacking Jordan. And Katie in the end agrees to take Norway with the army.
Okay. Meanwhile, we have big happenings in the East.
Yeah,
Riaz tells Doug it's go time, and look what happened.
Yeah, Bradley's lamenting Katie's strategic decision not to put McAllis into Denmark. Bradley is saying, "Look, I'm willing to give you space to go and deal with Katie." Riaz says, "Yeah, Romania's got to go." Bradley also pictured when Jordan walked into the room a central triple. Katie talks with Jordan. She's stressed that the game is too fluid for her liking, and
okay, that's good enough.
oh
Now
God,
as we go on, now as we go on.
Jordan saying we need to work together for a few turns for anything to happen. Riaz speaks to Katie. Now, he's actually on side with AR still. Whatever he said to Bradley just isn't true. He says, "I'm fully committed to you, Katie."
All right. In the fall, the big story, I'm going to start with you, Wardy, is the walkout of Trieste to Vienna. What was the deal that was made?
Yeah, Bradley said, "Look, if you walk out of Trieste, we don't have to have an endless fight. Otherwise, we might as well just say to Katie and Doug, come on, guys, come and get our dots because we're just locking horns." As a sweetener, he then said, "Look, I will pull Ionian if you do this as well." Katie is super stressed. Jordan saying, "I'm your answer." There is only one person who can calm Katie down on this board. It's Riaz. Everything feels just a little bit better for her whenever she talks to Riaz. Lots of people coming into the room. He said, "Look, we've got this. You go and talk to whoever you like. We're good."
Jordan is super stressed out. He's really trying to sweet talk Katie. Time is running short. McAllis says he's done with the Jordan, but Jordan's still trying. Ben, quickly, what's going on in the West?
Jordan's making pitches to everyone. They all are reasonable pitches, but I think people are getting a little fed up. McAllis especially tells Katie he's done with Jordan. McAllis and Katie are having these long negotiations that are very tense. If Katie's comfortable with Riaz, she is tense with McAllis, but she still is getting talked into the decisions that he's proposing in the end. And it's that's how he ends up in Sweden and Denmark here. He has promised to give Sweden back to Katie next year. And there's a lot of negotiation. It's unsure how it's going to go to me from the negotiation, but it looks like on the map, you can see how it turned out.
And Wardy, okay, briefly, the conversation of the tournament so far, Katie is super stressed. She doesn't know who to pick between McAllis and Jordan. She doesn't even tells him in the room she doesn't know what she's doing, but she goes to Riaz and says, "I don't know what to do." What does Riaz say back to her?
Work with McAllis.
And he said, "We'll work it out together." And so the two of them are tight. I can't tell you what's going on with anybody else. That's it for the sideline 1905. We'll see how it keeps shaking out.
Good stuff there. Probably one of the most important of all of the sidelines we've heard so far. David, I think this one goes to you.
All right. So the deal was from Bradley, Riaz, move out and then we'll be okay. Riaz shouldn't have believed that. What else has Bradley got to do at this point? Go back west? And if I'm Katie and Riaz is moving away from our target, what is that supposed to mean to Katie? Riaz is a better diplomacy player than I am, and I will say that every time somebody asks me the question. But I don't know about this move. I just don't know why you would believe Bradley, why you would think that there's any advantage to moving back here. And I really think Riaz has stubbed his toe by moving out. What do you guys think?
I completely agree. I don't like it at all. There's just not a if you're in with Katie, then you're fighting Bradley. If you're not in with Katie, then you're fighting Katie. Why you're in a dot? Why at this point, right? If you're going to move out, why aren't you doing something against Katie?
Well, let's go through predictions for these adjustments. Adam, I'm going to throw this one to you. What are the two most important ones on the board?
Jordan's pull is going to be really important, though it's probably going to be the North Sea, I guess. I don't know, but it's probably the North Sea. So maybe that's a little more predictable.
I'll make a counter guess there.
It's not North Sea if he thinks he can convince Doug to turn again.
Yeah, maybe he pulls Helgoland.
No, Munich.
You want him to pull Munich?
If he wants to make a play for Doug, let him have Munich.
That's interesting. That's interesting. I mean, I think there's not a lot of intrigue here, right? I mean, Bradley's got to pull. Well, he could pull Tunis, or he could pull one of the armies, I guess. But he really doesn't need the third fleet, but it gives him more flexibility. Maybe he pulls Tunis.
I think he pulls Piedmont.
You don't think he wants to keep the armies, given that it depends what message he wants to send to Riaz.
I mean, he's got Adriatic.
Yeah.
The fleets at this point are his big weapon, because guess what? The AR is never going to have a big fleet.
Yeah, he makes himself pretty useless to the others, to his potential allies if he pulls Tunis. So I think you're right. Piedmont is it. So and
Plus,
Katie's probably builds Moscow.
I'm sorry, he wants to incentivize France to leave. So he doesn't even want to be next to Marseille.
Yeah.
Well, let's find out what happens with our adjustments.
Oh, yes.
Yep. Munich. Good
Fleet Ionian. Wow.
Fleet Ionian.
Okay. That's his. Hey, Riaz, see, we made a deal. That's what that is.
Nice call on Munich. Whoever said that. That's really interesting.
It wasn't me.
I feel like I've gotten in Jordan's flow at this point. So we'll see. I don't like Jordan's prospects from here, though. I do have to say.
I guess it's going to be fascinating to see what Riaz and Bradley do from this position. I just don't. I don't know what to make of the Ionian pull. I don't know what to make of Riaz moving out of Trieste. So we got to just see the orders.
I mean, Riaz has two directions to go, right? Towards the green or towards the pink, and
Bradley, what are you doing here, man? You're not really going to turn around again, are you? Don't do this to me, Bradley Grace. Don't do this to me. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, I think it's me, right, Brian?
Yes.
So it looks like the fleet power in the south is going to be the Russian fleet and the Austrian fleet. So Katie goes out to Constantinople. And Riaz now decides, okay, maybe I will take Trieste. So he forces it. Katie is moving over into Silesia, so she's now in Baltic Prussia, Silesia, in a good position to probably be able to take something off of Jordan in the fall, and still just holding in the north and holding in Moscow, which is, I don't know that I see why you do that rather than following into Warsaw, unless she thinks St. Petersburg is going to be threatened. In the west, Michalis is playing nice with Doug. He goes up to Clyde instead of out to the North Atlantic Ocean, and he's retaking the North Sea.
Yeah, this is that AER that I was suspecting earlier. It's just taken an extra year to come about, and it's moving, and for that reason, it's moving more slowly than it would otherwise. And that could be a really big deal. France is, very viable now, and ANR are going to have a hard time getting fleets out through Italy fast enough to have an effect on France.
Well, I do think Bradley's bailed Riaz out here with what I still think was a weird move for Riaz leaving Trieste last time. Bradley's bailed him out by removing that fleet Ionian. That just didn't make any sense to me. And what else was Riaz going to do here? Bradley really thought Riaz was going to go east. And so if you know Riaz is coming with 3, you convoy to Albania, put your Piedmont guy in Venice. You got 4 units. You can do some stuff with that set of moves. You can't do anything with this.
Yeah.
So Riaz has gotten himself out of what I think was a bad situation. So good for him.
Now Bradley's got some tough choices because now he's got 2 enemy fleets on the Ionian. He's got can lose Trieste here. Yeah, it's not a good situation for Bradley.
Let's find out what happens in the fall.
Okay, so this is what we call the Germany going from 4 to 0, I think.
Oh goodness, yeah.
And everybody gets a piece. So thank you very much, Jordan Connors. Wow, that is a rough turn for Jordan. So just to kind of walk through what actually happened is the Italians are put into Munich by Riaz because apparently there's still an AIR on this board. Katie takes Berlin. Michalis takes Kiel. And at some point, it's not going to be 5 against 1, which is about now, but we'll see, I guess.
Katie, I thought you were going to get Sweden back in this year. I'm sorry, but I think Katie has
Katie's too busy supporting McCallus into other people's centers.
She's been outplayed here by now McCallus's position is really good.
I don't get it. Why are you supporting McCallus into centers that you're supposed to have? And now she's got to defend Norway for real because McCallus is up in Norwegian Sea doing nothing useful to her. I mean, this is just like she really has just gotten duped by McCallus, and he's in just the more dominant position in the north now.
I wonder if that French fleet to west was invited by Italy.
Yeah.
If I were Italy, I might have actually invited it. Now, I would have said also move your Marseille fleet away.
Move it to Spain or something, yeah.
But I might have invited that if I were Italy.
So any predictions on who the mastermind behind Jordan's sudden shocking demise?
It looks exactly like McCallus. I mean, how else does he manage to hold on to Sweden there that he's taken from Katie? Get Katie to continue to say like, hey, that's fine. I'll help you grow. You've taken my dots, but that's okay. I'll keep putting you in more. I mean, that all being said, Katie's 2 dots ahead of everyone else. So
yeah, it shouldn't be discounted that I'm criticizing some of her play, and she's at 10.
So far be it for me to be criticizing that, I guess.
But let me just say, I've never said this before. A Russian on 9 is like anybody else on 7, and you can see why I say that sort of thing. That is a precarious set of centers.
Yeah.
And when you've got that many fronts to deal with, it is precarious. Let me also say, RIP Jordan Connors, a great diplomat. All kidding aside, I know I kid with him all the time. He is a great diplomacy player. This must have been very frustrating to him after getting to the DBNI the way he did in really sort of dominating fashion, and then sort of gets taken out of this game. It looks like it was a issue, frankly, with diplomatic relationships more than any particular moves on the board. Not surprising in a game of high-level diplomacy, but his inability to make any kind of deal that would stick with any of his neighbors appears to be the problem.
I've seen some shocking things in my 5 years of covering diplomacy games. That fast of a demise for a player of Jordan Connors' quality is among the most surprising. That was incredible to watch. Let's go to the sideline and find out how that went down.
All right, we're back for 1906 sideline report. Ben, go to the west. I know there's a lot of Jordan scrambling here, but not a lot of people are biting on him.
No, Jordan's pitching things, but no one really agrees to anything with him. McCallus and Doug both agree that they're fed up with Jordan. They agree to go for North Sea and Holland, and that one of those will work. Katie is talking to McCallus and agrees that she'll go back to Silesia to attack Jordan. McCallus really wants the fleets off the board, Jordan's fleets off the board. He tells someone else, Doug, I think, that as soon as Jordan's fleets are off the board, he's going to be fully against Katie. But in Katie and McCallus's negotiation, they agree that McCallus will move out of Sweden. They agree that Katie move forward. And then Katie's still a little bit nervous about McCallus. She tells him, don't fuck with me before leaving. And McCallus says, oh, no, I won't.
All right, in the
thing-
East.
All right, fine, go ahead.
In the East, Liam, as we move to the spring, what were the negotiations like? We had that backup of Trieste, but not this time.
Nope, not this time. Zen Master Riaz is still silently controlling this game, although maybe this turn not so silently. Katie and Riaz are rolling together. Riaz is keeping Katie on side, keeping her calm, keeping her focused on the goal, giving her as much space as needed, letting her really focus on a lot of confusing negotiations that are going on in the north, but really keeping her focused there. Of course, Bradley is very, very upset by this about face by Riaz, but and starting to offer some, threats about inviting France into his space if Riaz doesn't give him any room.
Well, that's exactly what happened as we entered the fall 1906 negotiations. This deal in the Med was worked out between Bradley and Doug, to where Doug put Bradley into Munich, and they agreed that one fleet could move down and Marseille would hold. Meanwhile, in the West, Ben, it's really the end of Jordan. Jordan scrambled as best he could.
Yeah, for sure. He's pretty much out of the serious conversations at this point. McCallus wants Doug to put anyone other than Jordan into Munich. And Doug goes and talks to Italy and Bradley agrees to go. From Tyrolia, there is an agreement that later on at some point France will get Munich. Bradley's a little bit scrambling and is willing to offer things in the future to make this deal. McCallus and Katie are having long negotiations at the end of each turn. I assume she's talking to Riaz at the beginning of each turn. And she agrees to support Denmark to Kiel and does agree not to give Sweden back. She brings it up that McCallus had promised to walk out of it, but he says, the German fleets are still there. I can't do it. And she goes along with that. McCallus is going to have a real choice coming up because he's promised both Katie and Doug that he'll go against them as soon as the German fleets are off the board.
That's exactly right. He's made that promise to both of them, but he seems to be leaning Doug. What's going on in the East now with Riaz supporting Bradley into Munich as well? Liam, take it over.
So Bradley cleverly negotiated separately with Doug and Riaz, both for that support. I think neither one of them knew that was negotiated there on either side. So Bradley cleverly using both sides of the board, being in that middle position. Riaz and Katie, meanwhile, Riaz is really pitching hard to Katie that AR's on. Let's keep rolling. We've been good. We've been calm this whole time. Let's keep it on. And he's asked for a fleet build in Sevastopol. If and when Katie gets a build here, and which Katie's nervous about, but seems to realize that if they are going to keep going, they need that extra presence.
McCallus told Katie he thought Fleet Sev would be a good build, and I also think that was a good move for McCallus if he's going to attack Katie. So we will see what happens in 1907.
Katie, I picked you in this game. Please don't build Fleet Sev. Please don't build.
If this is AR versus EF, do you know how many times EF wins that battle out of 10?
Please don't build.
9.5.
Don't build Fleet Sev.
They win that battle 9.5 times out of 10.
My prediction is Fleet Sevastopol. 100%. Yep, 100%.
That's also what I think is going to happen because she's going to think that she needs to deal with McCallus diplomatically, and she's going to need the fleet to win in the Mediterranean, whether that's against Riaz or against the Italians or both.
All right.
It is hard to see a world where McCallus does not try to just take over the north here, isn't it?
Come on, Doug. You know what to do, Doug. Come on.
All right, I've got this coming right back up, and then Brian, how are you? You making any progress over there?
Yeah, I've just about got it. If you could do the spring, I can take over in the fall.
Got it. Here we go. All right. There we go. Back on track here. Yeah, my prediction is Fleet Sevastopol.
Army Warsaw.
And then do we have a prediction on McCallus's builds, either of you?
He has a build.
A build, yeah.
Army Eddie.
He's probably going to build Army Edinburgh. I probably wouldn't, but that's what he's going to build.
Yeah, I'm with you, Adam. His fleets are all in position to go after Katie here. I don't see why he wouldn't. All right, here are the builds for Winter 1906.
Sure.
That's a pro Katie build of that army in Liverpool. That's his love letter to Katie there, and to France saying, "Don't come, don't come."
Is it a love letter to Katie so much as it's just saying I'm going to keep an army on the continent, so I'm putting it in Liverpool? So
I don't think he means it. I don't think he means it. I think he's going to convoy London. I'm just saying. I think that's his intent. His intent is to make it look to Katie like, "See, I'm not coming."
Katie does have some leverage here. I mean, she does have units in position to hurt him in Kiel, but she doesn't have units to save the North.
The real question here is not what McCallus is going to do. It is what Doug Malott is going to do.
Let's find out in spring of 1907.
You know, I was just thinking about Riaz. We'll talk more about him in that move out. He may have been a little sly like a fox to not get big as quickly, but he is moving right along. So this AR allows Katie to take Munich and Riaz to get into Tyrolia. That fleet takes a step towards getting out. Meanwhile, they don't support either fleet into Ionian, which allows, maybe that helps Riaz by getting Adriatic out of there.
It's out of Adriatic.
Yeah, that's clever. Elsewhere, we do have Doug getting further into the German centers, but I guess, maybe again, I've buried the lead here. The moves to really focus on here are McCallus's with those fleets. They are not moving towards Katie. They are moving away from Katie and towards Doug Malott.
I'm surprised, but
I'm also shocked.
I'm really, really, really surprised by that.
I don't actually think that's his best move, but what do I know?
It just feels like you win the North. If you're England or Germany or Russia as well, you have a chance to win the North. You take it.
You take it. You can always turn on France later. I mean, what's France going to take?
Munich, big deal.
Well,
he's not even going to do that,
and he's probably not going to do that, right?
I will call this now. If Katie Gray wins this game, I think this might be the year that it happens.
This is big for Katie. This is big for Katie. I agree.
And I guess she's gained some goodwill with McCallus, but I don't know how far goodwill with McCallus gets you if he smells blood in the water, right?
Well, there was blood in the water right here, and he didn't. He didn't do.
I mean, he left himself wide open. He didn't support Kiel. He went down to Helgoland. I mean, he went whole hog the other way.
I will say this, though, that if you're looking at the grand strategic situation on the board, the problem with attacking Katie is Riaz Varani, that there becomes no possible counterweight to Riaz Varani. On the other hand, not attacking Katie possibly doesn't create a counterweight to Riaz Varani either, because Katie just may not be interested in doing that.
It also doesn't create a counterweight against Katie.
I would argue Riaz Varani, Riaz Bashmani at this point. Because if England is going and taking out the Russian stuff, that leaves the French to either attack the Italians and take them over, and that also contains Riaz, or help the Italians to defeat Riaz. There are ways to deal with Riaz other than not attacking Katie here. I mean, what's Katie doing but enabling Riaz?
Oh,
could do this, and Katie could do that. And
that's agreed. That's agreed.
Yeah, this is all just.
This is all agreed. This is all agreed.
Alliance hygiene is what I like to call this. Just creates better borders. But the question will be, as this goes forward, is who has the advantage in the AR? And positionally, Austria has a certain advantage in that all of their centers that they care about are more densely packed. And Russia's are more spread out. And so, can Riaz get the upper hand? Riaz is the kind of player who will take the opening if it's there when the time is right.
Maybe this is just web dip mafia stuff here. This is just, we know we can work together, says Katie and McCallus, because we've done it before. Let's just go kill these other people. But I think this is great for Katie and not great for McCallus, but we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, so just to call the play-by-play out here a little bit, the net result here is that McCallus has taken Holland, and so McCallus is going +1 at the with the good graces of Katie Gray, who does not take Kiel. Katie picks up Munich, so she's growing 1, and Austria is even, up 1, down 1. Meanwhile, France gets
Austria is
into
losing. They killed their army on purpose so that they can rebuild it back in Vienna.
Right, but not as a fleet. But another big note here is that France is in the Ionian for reasons. I mean, I can hear Siobhan Nolan's voice in my head saying, because reasons. Why you would want to go into the East if you're France and you have just had England move towards you? I don't know.
He may think he's got some kind of arrangement with McAuliffe. I don't know why he would think that at this point, but he may think that.
May have thought that.
I mean, I'm talking about before he realized he was losing Holland. He may have thought he had some kind of deal.
Well, let's head to our sideline and find out more.
All right, we have what appears to be a momentous 1907 here with McAuliffe moving against Doug, not going against Katie. Liam, Wardy, jump in. Who's got information on what's going on?
Yeah, I heard McAuliffe tell Katie that. He says that he's going against Doug, quote, and it will torpedo our relations. Although it seems like he believed English Channel was going to go to Picardy. Is that right, Liam?
Yeah, I
He
think
did. There were a lot of negotiations over the English Channel. Doug says he would move it to Picardy. Then he came to McAuliffe at the end before the orders process said he's not moving. McAuliffe, of course, says this is, sort of a stab. And so that's what's going on between the two of them. The West can't get it together, hasn't got it together all game. Liam?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Meanwhile, in the East for the spring, Riaz and Katie still figuring a way to work together, still trying to plot their moves. That French move into Tyrrhenian Sea was completely invited. Bradley's asked Doug for as much support as he can give, both tactical support, but as well as a strategic and diplomatic support of being able to say, look, I'll just throw to Doug. He can have my dots if you guys don't give me some space. So that's how the tone of the spring is starting to move.
All right. So at the end of the spring, the issue here is McAuliffe giving the game to Katie? Is Riaz giving the game to Katie? Everyone is saying Riaz's play is inexplicable. They don't know, but there's been an arrangement over rum. Who knows about that?
Yeah, Riaz has asked for Romania in this place. He's, they're going to be trading. If Katie's going to be getting Munich, they'd rather Riaz get a build. Interestingly enough, there's not been a single conversation about what Riaz may build if he gets a build, about freeing up Trieste for a fleet. I think Riaz has been strategically silent on what that will be.
So
yeah, it's
there was a
pointing
long
out
discussion. Go ahead, Wardy.
So it's worth pointing out that the EF, despite this move by McAuliffe, managed to get things back on track pretty quickly. Not least because of what they perceive Riaz to be doing. I think McAuliffe called the play insane, giving Munich to Russia here.
So as we enter the fall, the real question is what's McAuliffe going to do? Doug, when they're talking, McAuliffe and Doug are talking, it seems like they're really getting along and plotting on moves. But on the other hand, Katie and McAuliffe talk for a super long time, and they seem to work it out as we see these moves, because McAuliffe has gone after Holland, and Katie's stabbed Riaz, even though she knew the Romania move would be supported here. But this is going to send shockwaves through this AR that's been working together. Fellas, what do we have?
Leave the analysis to you folks back in the studio, but about whether these are the right moves to make. But given the situation, the moves in the center by Katie were all asked by McAuliffe. Everything she did in the middle of the board was exactly as McAuliffe asked her to do. In the East, she knew Riaz was taking Romania. Riaz did not know Katie was planning to take Smyrna. So that Smyrna dot, if you can take a look at that, that is the stab that Katie had made on Riaz.
Wardy, I don't think Doug is going to take this well. It's been very clear from the conversations. He told McAuliffe he had to go against Katie. I don't think he's going to take this well. I don't know what he can do about it, but what did you hear?
I think we've covered everything here. I mean, what he had said to McAuliffe in the spring was like, show me something anti-Katie. This is clear a pivot to an ER. So whether that means he has to work with Austria now against the Italian dots, we'll see how he reacts.
All right. Thank you, fellas. We'll be back for 1908. The game is halfway done. Who knows? Okay.
Halfway there, we have this game heating up diplomatically. And before we get to our analysis, this broadcast is also heating up. We've got 98 viewers right now, which is a record for us. So call your neighbors, call your friends, call your school teachers, get them to watch this channel, see if we can get it up over 100. Give the stream a thumbs up if you are enjoying the content. Say thanks to all the people who put in this hard work and to all of these fabulous players putting on one hell of a showcase game. With that, David, I'm throwing it to you for the response to that spicy sideline.
I know we're all surprised that Smyrna is a stab.
Yes.
Frankly, it's a totally sensible way to divide up the centers. So I understand that maybe Riaz thought he was going to go up to 8 here. I get that. But that being a stab, that's not I don't even know why that is a good stab. If Katie is going to do that, go to Ukraine and then build in Sev, and you got 2 armies on Romania. That just doesn't even make sense to me as a stab. So I wonder if the sideline's right here. I guess they have to be right, but it doesn't seem like they should be right here.
If it wasn't agreed, maybe Katie feels like she can talk her way through this with Riaz. Like it seems like something that she could talk her way through without like this escalating too badly. But just because for this reason that it looks so sensible. But man, if Riaz is offside, she's going to have some big problems right now with only one build. Those centers in the middle being tenuous. This could go south very quickly.
Well, I mean, this Katie is in such a good position now. I take back everything I've ever said about her slowing down, but it's only because of what McCallus has done. It's just such a switch around here. And yes, he's got an advantage on France, but it's not that big of an advantage. I don't know.
It's a shocking move for Katie Gray. I don't think it would be a shocking move for some other players in that position. It's a shocker. It sounds like Riaz is not going to take well to it. Katie is poised to go back into black, into the Aegean, get anchor on Khan. Italy would probably go along with her and get something out of Austria at this point, just for growth, and then worry about holding back later. The question I have is with you guys specifically, if you're going to make this move, Munich is not a center that you end up caring about. You're not going to win this game, by holding on to Munich. You're going to win it by going and getting Vienna, Budapest, Romania, Bulgaria. So bring one of those armies back. Go to Ukraine, bring another army back to Silesia, and build in Sev. And then as long as Bradley's on your side, that is a heck of a way to go. McCallus is not going to turn around, in my opinion.
A one-dot stab where Austria's rebuilding. That doesn't even make sense. I wonder if this is really true.
I'm looking and saying, what about Sweden and Denmark here? What about Kiel?
If McCallus is going to use those units to go fight France and leave those dots to you whenever you want them, let him do it.
Yeah.
If you get the upper hand on Austria here,
he shouldn't have done that. Which is why he shouldn't have done that.
That's another story, right?
Well, if it's a stab, what is Katie putting down for her adjustment, and how is Riaz responding?
I guess it's Warsaw if it's a stab, right? What else would it be, right?
All right, let's find out. Yeah, there we go. Warsaw, Bulgaria,
Fleet Liverpool, of course.
She just needs more units in the south.
Oh my God!
Maybe McCallus thinks he can outrace her here somehow.
This could just be like we called at the start of the game. A couple of key relationships. One was the history that McCallus and Katie have together. Who knows? They've played so many games together. Maybe they've been in this situation before and they've got a plan. Like the top of the world can work.
It can work.
I'll tell you what I think the logic is. That if McCallus probably figures if he fights Katie now, he doesn't get enough out of it to make it worth it, and he makes it easier for Riaz to stab her and be unassailable. if he goes this direction, he's got a chance to get more out of Doug than he would out of Katie, and he may be banking that Katie will not be able to get the upper hand on Riaz. That may be the overall grand strategy.
Which means that she will take it, because she's not winning against Riaz. She'll take Sweden and Denmark and Kiel, so she has more sinners. I don't know.
That's playing the player. Oh,
True.
Then we get the convoy into Denmark. I'm sorry, this is David. This is on you.
Is it on me? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, convoy into Denmark, which I guess is insurance. Making sure that Katie doesn't do anything screwy, maybe, is the theory behind that. On the theory that you don't need two armies sitting in England. If you're fighting France, you just need one to be a defensive unit. But anyway, that's what's going on there. Austria really does move back. So this was a stab. Moves to Silesia, moves to Bohemia, tries to disengage from the Italian campaign. Now the French expeditionary force in Ionian is no longer really necessary, and so he decides he's going to try to take something. He's not going to win that because the Italians can take it back. But that's what's going on now, is that Bradley Grace has now been freed to do something. The question is, freed to do what other than take Tunis back?
Yeah, it looks to me like he's gearing up to work with Austria against Russia. Otherwise, he would have gone to Adriatic. And
well, he may have sniffed this out and just wanted to make sure he had two fleets on Tunis. Also.
I think that was probably coordinated between the three of them.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, and this fleet will either get blown up or just move out. Probably blown up and rebuilt in Brest is what you want. But
or maybe even he's loaning Tunis to help slow down McCallus or something. Although I don't know.
That doesn't sound like Bradley. At this point in the game, he needs his own units. Yeah.
Well, he's about to lose Mao, and there it is.
Yep. David, I think we're on you.
Yeah, I was just looking to see what was happening here. Yeah, he's going to rebuild there. England moves the army down to Kiel. I think again that's just trying to do some border security possibly there. Russia self-bounces in Prussia because she's done that before, and it seems like the right move when there's an Austrian person in Silesia. Not sure why Silesia. I guess Silesia thought that Warsaw was going to vacate. I mean, why not just go to Galicia here?
No, Berlin.
No, go to Berlin.
Yeah.
Go to Berlin.
Yeah.
What do you mean? You mean to support? Oh, I see. Yes.
To guarantee Munich.
I see what you guys are saying. You're totally right.
That is a shocking mistake.
That is a what we call the technical term is a boo-boo. Technical term. That's nothing really much else to say there. I don't think.
When you are keeping track of your key moments scorecard, yet another one coming this year. That's a potentially big move.
I am just so shocked by the breakdown in Katie and Riaz's relationship. I just wonder what went wrong that year that Katie felt like she needed to one-dot him when she knew she was also basically trading a center, like that she couldn't negotiate that or figure out a way to make it work. I just really wonder, because this is so unproductive for her. It's actually not great right now for Riaz. I mean, I think ultimately has somewhat of a better position, but he's also going to be ending up anything he gets. You can see Venice to Tiroli. I mean, he's going to end up giving to Bradley behind him. So this is just not good for either of them.
I actually think there's a path forward here for Katie. It's taken her, a whole extra year to get the units into position. Like, she should have been in Ukraine. If she'd been in Silesia in the spring, before the spring, she could have gotten into Galicia and then guaranteed Romania, basically trading Munich for Romania, which would be a net win. But Riaz has not advanced, right? He's not in Galicia here. Katie managed to hold on to Munich for another year. So she's still at the same number of dots. She'll be in Ukraine. She's in Aegean. Her position is actually quite good. And as long as McCallus doesn't sort of race through France and get units back up against her. Now, I'm sorry. The question is what Bradley Grace does. If Bradley Grace goes to the Eastern Med here and works against Katie, which actually kind of makes sense for him finally at this position, that's going to slow her down. I still kind of like her path forward here, but it's about tactics right now for her in the East.
And I want to call out Michael True diplomacy player right here. Is she trying to be unproductive to make herself less of a threat? So game within the game. Let's find out if that's true as we go to our sideline for 1908.
All right. Welcome to 1908 Sideline Report. And basically the story of the board is who is going to make up with whom? Can Doug and McAllis make up with each other? Seems unlikely. Can Bradley and Riaz make up with each other? Seems unlikely. Everybody's fighting everybody. Everyone's worried about Katie. They're worried about Riaz. They're worried about Doug. That's what's going on. Katie went to Riaz at the beginning of the spring, and it was like when I go into the confessional in Catholic Church. It's like, I got some bad news. I'm sorry I did this. Riaz was very calm about the whole thing. Said he wants to have a reaction, but not an overreaction. And everyone's scrambling. Wardy, what did you see?
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to know why, which I think we wanted to as well, right? And she was saying, one, it was the only way she could think of getting the E and F to fight, although they kind of were already, right? Two, she didn't think they were going to break through Italy anytime soon. She did feel, because Riaz has been a shoulder to cry on through much of this game, that it feels extra bad. And he was just like calm as ever, just, don't feel that way. You did what you felt had to be done. He's leaving that door open. But yeah, we'll see.
Okay, so Ben, as we move into the fall, I'm not going to put the orders up, but there was a big debate. Bradley essentially demanded Trieste from Riaz, or he said he would fight her the whole game. What's going on in the East? Is anyone going to make up?
Yeah, Bradley tells Katie. So, yes, Bradley really wants Trieste, and he seems to have negotiated so that everyone's okay with it. But he tells Katie he'll build an army if he gets it, and he tells Riaz he'll build a fleet and not in Venice if he gets it. Also, Katie and Riaz go in to talk, but they can't talk. They can't even think of what to say to each other. They're not angry. It's like they're both disappointed. It's kind of seems like the end of their relationship for this phase of the game.
McAllis really wanted in fall Barents to go to St. Petersburg, but said he could live with Norway. Katie, oddly enough, is still upset with McAllis over Sweden. McAllis is like, I'm doing the Lord's work for you, attacking Doug. Why, we are friends. We are not enemies. Why is this? He wants an alliance with Bradley to carve up France, to carve up Riaz, but he's working it. He sees Katie's threat too. So anything to add, Wardy or Ben, on the fall?
Just diplomatically, McAllis and Katie are still talking at the end of every turn, and it seems like they are in it, even if not that they'll stay in it, but they seem like they are the ones who are in it together more than anyone else. Oh, but everyone wants Bradley to grow. It sort of seems like everyone wants to be his friend.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to point out. Oh, sorry. One thing I wanted to point out is Riaz. Riaz promised Munich to Doug, but he didn't cut Berlin.
Yeah. A genuine mistake?
Well, yeah, and he promised Trieste to Bradley, but he made a move that wasn't sure to open it. So interesting.
And Tunis apparently was supposed to be a walkthrough, according to Bradley and I think McAllis as well. And then Doug said that he quite fancied to stay there now instead. Bradley had a different opinion on the matter.
Yeah, he did. Okay. All right. That's it for 1908. Back to you in the studio.
All right, before we react, tinfoil hat time. Jamal, conspiracy theory. This is fake fighting. Let you read that, but the gist of it is that Riaz is in on all of this. So with that little nugget of misinformation perhaps in mind, Adam, I'm going to go to you for this one.
There was so many fun things. First of all, I don't think Jamal is right. It's fun to read it and think about it, but this just doesn't make sense in terms of board position. But there were so many good nuggets there. One of my favorites was everybody wants Bradley to grow. Of course, everybody wants Bradley to grow. He's the fourth center power as long as he's growing at somebody else's expense, right? That was so interesting, and it sounds like Katie and Riaz are still talking, but they're clearly not seeing eye to eye. I think this game is getting to a point where we're going to see some set types of movement for a couple of turns. I don't think I'd be surprised if we saw a dramatic change in the next year or two as people are trying to position to get themselves in that space where in the last couple years of the game they're able to pull ahead. But I don't know that anyone's going to want to give up what little trust capital they have yet. But we'll see. I mean, I could be wrong on that. I don't know.
It's just not clear that there's any reason for any big strategic realignment at this moment. You know, Katie is clearly committed to trying to make progress in the Balkans, and Riaz has little choice but to defend against that and hope that something will break. Namely, he just needs Bradley, because McCallus is just not going to turn around at this point.
The winner of 1908 sees Bradley Grace's Italy with 4 centers, Doug Malot's France with 6 centers, Riaz Varani and McCallus Camaridis with 7 centers, and Katie Gray with 10 centers. So what that means is we have a 3-way tie for 7. As we all know, according to David Hood, that Russia is always 3 centers short. So with that, that obviously joke, we are going to play Who Do You Like? So from this position, this is a delicious board state. You can see this going in a variety of ways. So we're going to go in reverse order from last time. Brandon, we'll start with you.
Oh, damn.
Who do you like to win this game?
I didn't. I really didn't want to go first on this one. Right now, to me, this feels like it is between Katie and McCallus. And the question is whether Katie can get the advantage and drive it home fast enough before McCallus can get advantage and then turn back on her. I hate to say it, but I think McCallus is actually going to. I think Katie may not be able to turn it fast enough. I think McCallus is going to get an edge here.
David.
I agree that it is between those two, and I have been critical of Katie's decision-making, not because I don't think she's a great player. She is a spectacular diplomacy player. I was not expecting McCallus to give her this as what he's doing, which is really helping her. Maybe he turns it around, but the minute he makes significant progress against the French, Katie just takes his stuff. He's got to be able to make significant progress against the French while leaving enough units in position to keep Katie from taking his stuff, which means he's not likely to make significant progress against the French. I'm with Katie here.
Adam.
I'm not going to change my horse at this point in the race. I'm sticking with Katie. I think her position in the north is still going to allow her to come out on top, even if she can't make any further gains in the south. I don't think she's in a position to lose anything, even if the fight with Riaz continues. So I still see her topping this board for many of the reasons that David just spoke about.
All right, so some quick housekeeping. Looks like the game just wrapped up. We've got a couple of the players joining in stream. We're going to ask for this game. Normally for Diplomacy Broadcast Network games, we enjoy the players kind of commenting as we go along. No spoilers, but they can react to stuff and comment on stuff after it's happened. In this game, though, we'd like the players to remain silent until after the end of the game, just in the abundance of caution. Second, we had a question about what the 2 timers mean. Those mean that we're running really late. These are timers for our broadcast teams, so we know what our target time is to get through each set of orders. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on. So we're not here all night. Fleet Brest for Doug Malott, as predicted. Spring 1909. I think this one goes to you, Adam.
Yep. Okay, let's start with the West, where Doug chooses to focus on dislodging the Mid-Atlantic fleet, which he does successfully. Interestingly, that fleet goes to the Western Med, so chooses to advance rather than covering North Atlantic. Elsewhere, Doug is making a play for Holland, but that fails, and instead Roar gets dislodged thanks to Katie supporting McAuliffe forward, which I think is a great play for Katie because it's just getting that army further away from her. But she does lose Galicia to Riaz, and just things start to move around down in the south. The really, I think, important part is Riaz and Bradley working together, kicking her out of Aegean, and Bradley pushing his army into Trieste behind Riaz. So Bradley showing that he still has some play left in this game, and that fight in the south becoming a little bit tactically confusing.
I will say one thing Katie is doing really well here is leaving units in position to sort of prevent McAuliffe from getting a jump on her if she wants to. She just needs to be able to keep them there. If she has to disband at some point, it will be McAuliffe will notice if she doesn't disband one of those.
I really think the question here is going to be: does Bradley really go through with this, or does he just take Riaz's stuff?
Take Greece.
Yeah, take Greece. Yeah, take Greece. Follow into Trieste and go down to Albania or something. Who knows?
You go? But I think you go for those Turkish centers first. I think Riaz is still so useful to sort of tie Katie up in the meantime.
I mean, it's going to take him. It's going to take him a while, isn't it? He has to win a guess, I guess. I suppose. Yeah,
Smyrna right here.
Possibly.
It's a guess, though.
What he has to do is to navigate McAuliffe being in the Western Med. McAuliffe is a good enough player that you should be able to cover Tunis diplomatically and not have to waste a unit with it. The question is whether Bradley has the guts to do that.
I'm just saying, I think there's an argument for Bradley to do either one. A question that everybody has in this situation is if you're a 4-center Italy, do I really have a path forward? And if I do, what is that path? And if I don't, what do I do here?
I'm sorry, David, go ahead.
No. I was just going to say, I'm not sure there's an easy answer to any of those questions for Bradley.
I think the problem is the diplomatic problem. And I think if Bradley does something like take Greece or cut Serbia or whatever here, I think Riaz is going to just say, well, that's fine. And Katie can do whatever she wants.
Yep.
I think it's a diplomatic problem.
Yeah.
I agree with you that Bradley needs to get a move on. There's 6 game years left, but I think he kills the chance of anyone other than Katie winning this game if he does that.
Possibly 8 games.
My point is, I'm not sure that somebody in Bradley's position thinks that he can slow play into a winning position anyway. Yep. And if he can't do that, then who is he going to take centers from based on the previous diplomatic relationships in the game? That's what I'm saying.
I think that Riaz can force Warsaw here, can't he? No, he can't.
There's a guess.
It's a guess. It's a guess. Yeah, it's a guess.
And the last 2 DBN Diplomats of the year to win with Italy both slow played their Italians to the top at the last minute.
They didn't have 4 centers here with Russia at 10 either.
No, it's not the same board state, not the same players. However, slow play for Italy in this format does tend to play well.
I completely agree with you, but not in fall 1909 in this position. I don't know how he slow plays his way into a board.
There's no slow playing. It's just going and getting the Turkish centers, which
I'm saying that's slower. I'm saying that's probably slower is what I'm saying. But
he gets the guess, but he wastes the unit on Tunis.
Yeah, he makes the guess. Makes the guess.
So who's turn?
He does cover Tunis. He does cover Tunis.
Yeah, I think it's a waste, but but see, now taking Khan is slower. Yeah, I don't like that.
Adam, what do we see here?
Yeah, so in the south, Bradley walks into Smyrna. That could have been agreed by Katie, or it could have been a guess. Riaz retakes Bulgaria, destroying the Russian unit. So I think the consequence of that is that that Katie will be even because she doesn't make any moves in the north. Basically, just cuts Silesia and Galicia to make sure she can't lose Warsaw.
She's down. She's down one. She lost Smyrna. Hasn't picked up anything.
But she got a PIF in Bulgaria.
Right. So she can't disband one of the fleets. That's the only advantage.
Correct. She's going to stay even. Meanwhile, Bradley's going to be +2. And up in the north, Michalis covers Denmark, gets booted back out of Romania, but that's because but that's because he takes Belgium. So net positive for Michalis, net negative for Doug.
This is good. This is a really good year for Michalis.
Really good year for Michalis. Now it's 8-9.
Yep.
Who would have thought that at this point in the game, back in 1902, maybe 1903, we'd be saying, good job, Michalis, and we'd be looking at him in second place, 8 centers, and according to David, is actually in the lead in this game right now.
Well, he's been alternating good years and bad years since then. I mean, it's, sort of treading water uphill. So well done.
Right,
even those of us that picked Katie would have said Michalis had the second best chance. I mean and he does.
I think the challenge is, even though Riaz had that good turn, he's still down 1. And it's probably going to be Silesia, I guess, but could be Greece.
I think it will be Vienna.
It could be Vienna. Yeah.
Well, we'll make those predictions after we do the sidelines. This game is on the edge. Like, it can tip so easily. Let's see if our sideline reporters can help give us any insight about what the negotiations are like in this stage of the game.
All right, we are back for sideline 1909. Katie starts out this season saying to Michalis she thinks she's in a prisoner's dilemma. She's, she knows she has to go against Riaz. She's just worried about being on 10 the whole time. Liam, Katie trying to work Bradley, Katie trying to work Michalis. What's going on?
As far as the East goes, Bradley is certainly back in this game the way that he's negotiated. He seems to be the pivot point that both sides seem to look at right now of which direction he's wanting to go. Michalis' game, apparently, according to him saying to Doug and both to Riaz, is if Doug goes down a dot through Bradley, then Michalis will fight Katie. Until that happens, he's full against Doug.
Wardy, on this move from Venice to Trieste, this was Bradley being mad for what happened in fall 1908. He starts out telling Riaz, do you think I was born yesterday? You didn't give me Trieste. I'm not working with you. And Riaz is like, fine, you got to go to Aegean. But what's going on? Tell us what you see with Michalis or anybody.
Yeah, they managed to work that out. They also have a strategic agreement here. They both agree that Doug has had enough. That he should be left alone for a bit. Michalis is trouble enough for him to deal with. But Bradley says to Doug, he says that the only path I can see to me winning is to work with Riaz, but take Riaz's dots at the same time. He's taken one here by agreement. We'll see how he intends to get the others. He's going east, but he tells Katie that he's eyeing up Greece, and that's the excuse he uses for not going west to help Michalis.
It's exactly right. It's sort of a battle for Bradley. Bradley has promised Katie that he will take Greece, keep her in Bulgaria, and take Trieste, get Riaz out of the game, and then go get dots from Doug. But Bradley's also promised Katie that he wasn't going to stab her. He was making great promises to both people, and he sounded, when he was talking it, totally believable to both. So Bradley's pivot here against Katie in 1909. Liam, what do you know?
Yeah, we were on the edge of our seats for most of those conversations. I think it was a coin toss for us of which way Bradley was going to go, and yeah, it looks like he's picked Riaz for now. I do think Bradley was a little put off by that retreat into Western Med. It was very much unwelcome, but that's certainly not stopped him from trying to get himself back into this game.
Wardy, McAllis had promised Riaz that if he gets a dot off of Doug, he's going after Doug. Who knows if that's true or not, but we got a dot from McAllis over Doug. The two of them just can't work it out, can they?
Yeah, Belgium has fallen. The only conversation I got between the two of them was about 2 seconds long. McAllis says to him just straight up, "I'm taking Belgium this year. I've got to go and talk to Katie." That was the length of that conversation. There was a interesting conversation between Doug and Katie. He starts by saying, "I'm not a told you so guy, but every move that I've given you is better than what's then happened." He points out, look, he said, you might feel like the whole board has turned against you, but not really. Said Bradley's still pissed at Riaz. I'm still pissed at McAllis. You know, you can still go there. But he says, you're violating my prime rule of gaming, which is take the free shit. She's concerned that that her German dots will fall if she stabs McAllis. She does describe McAllis as vindictive, and she thinks he would find a way to at any cost to stop her from winning the game if she screws him in Scandinavia.
It's fun listening to Doug negotiate because Doug is a hammer to every player, and he thinks every other player is a nail. And I think that explains Doug's issues in this game. God love him. I'm glad he's in the game for the second year in a row. Best of luck to everybody as we move into 1910.
Last few seconds of the turn. Doug was talking to Riaz, and he told him straight up. He said, "This might be random, but if it's a choice, I would much sooner you win than McAllis. Maybe not that much of a shot."
Fair enough. All right. Thanks from the sidelines.
Thank you to the sidelines as well. That's another great response. One thing I wanted to do before I hand this over to Brandon for his response to that sideline report. Saw several players saying, or members of Dip Chat saying they joined our stream after watching the coverage that Captain Meme on Diplostrats did. Marcus was in the very first DBN Invitational, and his channel just covered kind of a 5-year anniversary of that game. So want to give their channel a shout out. Marcus is a great friend of us. He is a member of the DBN team, has helped us many, many times with this championship game. Puts out excellent content. So want to give Diplostrats a shout out. With that, Brandon.
Yeah, I think two things stuck out to me during that sideline report. One is Bradley's assertiveness with Riaz, which I think is the right moment for it. You know, Bradley wants to fight Katie, but he wants to make sure that it's to his advantage to do so. And simply fighting Katie without getting Trieste out of it is not good enough, and he recognizes that, and he's being assertive about demanding it. The other is Katie vocally worrying about the German centers, and I think this is a real significant strategic mistake on her part. Like I said, when she first stabbed, she needed to throw all of her firepower, as much firepower as she could, directly at the target of the stab. And she just hasn't done that, and so those units in the center of the board are not doing anything for her.
Yeah, it feels like the window to dominating Scandinavia has now closed. And I think that's going to really be problematic. And it's very much in McAllis' favor.
So in the semifinals, in the first chance game, McAllis and Katie were neighbors. And I think they were England and France. McAllis positioned his fleets in such a way that made it extremely difficult for Katie to ever make a move on her or on him. So are we seeing a situation like that again? We'll have to see if that turns out, because last time McAllis got the upper hand at that.
He has gotten the upper hand here, and I just got finished picking Katie a year ago, but he has gotten the upper hand here because Katie has not been aggressive enough.
Yeah.
I just think that's right.
It feels a lot like Katie's been spending it feels a lot like Katie's been spending her northern units to help Michalis not help herself, you know, and that doesn't necessarily mean that she should have been plowing into Michalis' center, but she was not setting up a position where she had that continued option for long-term gain.
But on the flip side, maintains a positive relationship, one that she really needs after having burned one in the South. So if in many times when we get towards the end game in a top board format, a winner take all format, the jury becomes all the other players who you've upset throughout the game. And sometimes it's the player who's built the strongest relationships that will end up on top. So it could be the kind of game where a couple centers difference could be all that it takes to win. And that relationship could be the difference maker.
Oh yeah, did we mention there's 6 more game years left?
Yeah, 6 game goes until 1906. I mean, I'm sorry, 1916.
Yeah, so 7 game years. Yep.
All right, spring 1910,
7.
Brandon.
Yeah, you know, it's tactics in the South. Tactics are not Katie's strong suit. So let's see how she does. She convoys over into Ankara.
Oh, this looks like a deal.
She's made a deal.
Yeah, that's why my voice was halting, because Ukraine. So Romania is the key place to focus on here and see that nobody supports themselves into Romania, despite there being lots and lots of units around it. So that is, and we have Galicia going back to Vienna. We have Silesia coming down. I wonder if that army build from Bradley Grace, which we didn't focus on, I wonder if that spooked Riaz a little bit. And it's fascinating here. This looks like a potential sort of stalemate situation in which the alliance structure in the East does reconfigure, and maybe Bradley is the odd person out again. All right, in the West, we have Michalis taking English Channel as expected, keeping in North. I think he's not going to leave North unless it's for Holland to come in and replace it. This is just getting a position. Question for me now actually is, have Michalis and Bradley made a deal to take out Doug together? Is that move to Western Med and Lyon coordinated? We'll see. And we've got Venice going to Piedmont as well, which suggests it might be.
Gosh, Bradley's going west again. I would argue possibly the wrong time to do it again, but maybe we'll see. I mean, maybe he thinks that he's got a path, and his path involves getting really fast centers from France. Maybe that's what he thinks.
I agreed with you that it was a mistake before, and I'm going to agree again now. Be
careful about agreeing with me twice in the same evening. That seems weird.
The opportunity was there to go win the Turkish centers, and Bradley has passed it up now, both with covering Tunis last year and now with continuing west.
Even if you had passed up the Turkish centers, and even though you did sort of waste your unit last year, this year he could have gone, into maybe trying to make sure he gets Greece or something. Doesn't matter now because he's going to lose Smyrna and he's kind of screwed. He's going to lose
Trieste, sure, likely.
Lose Smyrna, lose Trieste, and does Katie have to give Riaz Smyrna as a sign of goodwill here, though?
Maybe it'd be worth it for 1 year.
It'd be worth it.
Take it the right next year.
Yeah. Now maybe Piedmont's going to take Marseille with support. That might be what's happening here, or Spain.
Yeah, and there's a guess over Vienna here as well. This is a very fluid moment in the East. Surprising, very surprising.
Is there a guess over Vienna?
Vienna versus Trieste. Yep.
No.
Depends on what the Russians do about Galicia.
Assuming Katie is with Riaz again, isn't Trieste?
You know what? I'm sorry. Actually, there is no guest. Vienna to Trieste with Serbia support, and Galicia to Vienna. Sorry, I thought there. Yeah, no, you're exactly right.
There's a couple ways to do it, actually.
Yeah, that would be a good way to do it right there.
That would be one way, but also there's only Italy only has one unit on Trieste, so
right. So
that's what he means. So Vienna to Trieste with support, and then Budapest
Galicia supports Vienna, and Budapest to Trieste with support of Serbia can go too.
Either one.
Yeah, and so the well, no, you don't want Galicia to support Vienna because you don't know what Katie's going to do, and you don't want to lose. You don't want to lose Vienna.
Yeah,
And
right. Well, it depends if you trust Katie or not.
Right.
We may be lingering on that point too long.
Yes, let's go.
Okay.
Well,
or you can do that.
Wow,
or that's the thing you could do.
Wow.
You take Trieste and you so okay. So Riaz covers Romania, which was vulnerable in this scenario. But you have to go to Trieste if you're gonna take Smyrna here, unless Riaz wants to sell this to Bradley as he was still attacking Katie. I don't know why Bradley would buy it.
Well, he is attacking Katie. He just cut Silesia, which allowed Bradley to take Munich.
Oh,
so it's basically a trade of Smyrna for Munich.
Yeah, this is an AI deal of some kind.
Yeah, no, you're right. Katie,
Bradley's just gone up. Bradley's gone up one.
It's meant to put Katie out of position, I think.
Yeah, you're right. Katie's the one who's been snookered here. Yeah. Okay, so Bradley, let's go around the rest of the board. Bradley takes Marseille here with McAuliffe support. McAuliffe gets into Burgundy. Katie takes Sweden. Goodness, this is a lot of dipsy doodle. And Katie is down one, but has had a unit piffed. Italy is even. No, up one. Because lost Smyrna, took Marseille and Munich. And I don't know about you guys, but it feels a little bit like advantage McAuliffe to me. France being harmed, I think, helps McAuliffe more in the end. I don't know. But McAuliffe is losing one from Sweden, so.
Yeah. Goodness,
come on, Doug. You weren't going to keep Marseille. At least kick the English out of English Channel with Mid-Atlantic. You weren't going to keep Marseille. There was no way to do it.
Well, you said Katie was the one that was snookered, but I certainly was right there with her. I did not see this coming. There is so much happening this turn. Got to get to the sidelines and hear more about this.
What was Baltic to Berlin about? Why you cover Berlin here?
I think that was probably agreement
for taking Sweden, right?
Yeah, I think they are cleaning up their borders or trying to. But McAuliffe is going down. Boy, what a turn for Bradley Grace.
Wow, that's just nuts. And I was the one saying, Bradley Grace, he got 4 guys. What's he going to do? And, of course, he's a great diplomacy player. Now, it's still very precarious. There's still lots of things that can happen. But, man, he's certainly put a marker down here a little bit. I mean,
yes,
it's precarious, though.
He's really overextended. Marseille is not something that necessarily is holdable long term. Munich, maybe not. I mean, Trieste, maybe so. We'll see. Yeah.
Traditional theory is that Italy cannot really hold on to Munich very effectively, but that's usually when you're assuming that Kiel and Berlin have armies.
Yeah.
So 2 fleets in this position, that Munich looks a lot stronger than typical. It's
precarious because Riaz could still flip.
A 7-center Italy with dots of Austria, Germany, and France. That's cool.
Holy moly, this game is so good. Let's get to that sideline.
All right, 1910 in the books. It starts with the very first thing is Katie wants to disentangle from Riaz. She comes in. They've just had a break and said, I spent all break thinking about what to do. Tells her that she wants the convoy to Ankara, kick Bradley out. Wants him to move away from Silesia, go back to Vienna. And Riaz says, okay, but where do you go from there? And Riaz is like, Katie was like, I don't know. I was just thinking about Bradley, and I wasn't thinking about McAuliffe, and I got to go talk to McAuliffe. Katie, I played with her a dozen times. I've never heard her as stressed or anxious as she is right now, seeking advice from people, getting frustrated, feeling like she's playing passive, but trying to think moves ahead. Crazy. Okay, fellas, what do you got for spring 1910?
So Bradley and McAuliffe are talking right at the beginning, and Bradley wants Marseille, and McAuliffe is fine with it. So they agree to this move to Lyon and Tunis up. McAuliffe is then open with Katie about the fact that he's going to give Bradley dots. And that causes a negotiation subsequently between Katie and Riaz, where they really bond over this fear of Bradley growing and make a whole plan for the year together that includes, again, that convoy. So Bradley's growth is sort of the story of this turn, and it's promise going forward for McAuliffe.
Yeah, and Bradley's trust in Riaz of pushing towards the line, making himself useful for Riaz, being a viable AI partnership. I think that's the story of this turn. Riaz has been sort of sounding out Katie, sounding out Bradley, to try to figure out which one long term. I think this turn Riaz is still trying to in the spring, so he's trying to figure out exactly who he'd like to go with long term. But he's very much in the driver's seat in some of these negotiations.
Okay, as we enter the fall, which I put on the map, first of all, McAllis had offered Sweden to Katie in the spring. She did not take it. This was negotiated, as we see here, where the Norway fleet goes to Sweden. The other big thing, and I think the thing that drove most of the fall negotiations, is what's happening to Trieste. Bradley, very anxious about that, but decides to go completely on offense. I think he expected to lose Trieste, to be honest with you. And so that's a big story. Fellas, what do you got?
Yeah, Bradley tells McAllis that he's going to go from Munich and tells McAllis to cover Kiel. They're working very closely together. They're actually having very friendly, joking around negotiations more than anyone else at this point. Katie and McAllis have a tough negotiation over Sweden. Katie really wants to take it with Baltic, and McAllis convinces her to go the other way. There is an interesting disband that we'll see during the adjustments for McAllis. Katie has demanded that it was Denmark, that's I guess now in Kiel, and Bradley has demanded it's Lyon.
Yeah, and
there was an issue with Munich. There was an issue with Munich here because Katie knew she was losing it. She asked Ruhr to support Munich, and McAllis was like, no, because I have to tap Burgundy so Bradley can get Marseille. And she's like, well, tap it from Belgium. And Bradley and McAllis thinks for like a long time in these things and was like, no, I'm just going to force Burgundy because that's the only way I can get anything off of Doug. And so she's like, fine, I'm losing Munich, but she's getting Sweden. Liam?
In the East, actually, interesting enough, all of those moves in those Turkish centers were all agreed upon. I think everybody sort of knew, at least Riaz and Katie knew that was what was going to happen. Katie taking Smyrna, Riaz taking Bulgaria. Where Riaz has now picked a side is that order from Galicia, tapping Silesia here, letting Bradley take Munich, working there, not taking Trieste. Riaz has now picked where he'd like to go long term with the AI.
Maybe, but Bradley's building too, and we'll see how the board reacts because they're reacting turn by turn. This is a night fight. There's no alliance play on this board, except maybe McAllis and Katie, sort of, and that's tense every time. All right. Thanks for the sideline. 1910. We'll be back.
David.
That's interesting. If the McAllis-Katie relationship is tense every time, that is interesting.
Surprising.
And yes, and a little bit surprising. Yeah, I mean, Bradley's not building two here. He's building one because he lost Smyrna. So I think he's building one. But he's still sort of back in this game as a significant force, probably the most significant force in the last year and a half has been what was Bradley going to do and how it's going to turn out. I still would argue that this can turn around for him quickly. I was interested to see that training went back to Onion there. I didn't even really pay attention to that. He is making sure that he can play in that sector of the board, and he really, 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 really wants McAllis to lose that fleet, Leon. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think the question of Bradley's build is an interesting one here. An army doesn't do a whole lot, and it possibly creates a problem. You're not going to keep Trieste if Riaz doesn't want you to, so don't bother trying at this point. I would probably build a fleet and go command the Western Med. I think if you're going to go at the French centers in Spain, Portugal, it need to be yours. You can't have an English fleet on your side of the Atlantic.
Yeah, I want to talk up Bradley Grace a little bit. We haven't given him as much love as some of the other players just because the board position or the board state that he's had. He is definitely in it right now. Bradley has been one of those players that has won over and over and over again, but just hasn't quite managed to win a big one yet. No big title. So I mean, this has got to be really exciting for him to be in this spot in this game. I mean, we've got 6 years left. the tension has to be building for all of these players. This isn't just one game or even one tournament. This represents an entire year that these players have put in to first qualifying, then playing some of the most toughest competitive semifinals that we've ever seen to get on this board. Man, there's Michael's asking, is Katie so good she can convince observers she's stressed when she's totally under control? Even if that were true, I think Katie is stressed just because of the height and stakes of this moment of the game. This is a big deal. All of our players are under a ton of pressure as we move into 1910.
I thought she had to build Sev. There was just no way around it. It would be cool to be able to build somewhere else, but that she just couldn't.
Yeah, no, it had to be that.
It wasn't the time. It wasn't the time for Fleet St. Pete North Coast.
No, even I agree with that.
And North Sea goes away. That's great.
Yeah,
news.
but no
That's
Leon.
great.
That is wow.
That's really good news for her.
Yeah,
that is incredibly good news for her.
And Fleet Rome is a nice statement to Riaz by Bradley.
Yeah, I think McCallus probably miscalculated here by trying to hold on to Leon. It was not something that Bradley could countenance.
Maybe he's going to take Marseille. How about the English?
He could try.
Because why not?
1911. I think this one's you, David.
All right, so he doesn't do that. In fact, he is supported to Spain, so maybe they've worked something out. England refills North Sea from London. Let's see, what else is he doing? He's losing the English Channel. Lots of holding between the one alliance that's been mostly intact since 1901, the ER. They're mostly holding their fleets up there. All right, let's look at the Balkans for a minute. So the Russians do force Galicia. There is no move on Trieste. The Austrians take Smyrna. I mean, we know that Riaz has, because of that cut last turn, that the die was cast, so to speak. So he takes Smyrna with support of the Italians. So AI, up to this point, Serbia to Bulgaria, moving away, further away. So, as someone already pointed, I think it was you, Brian, pointed out, Munich looks really nice when there's fleets next to it and armies that got other stuff to do.
I'm not sure I understand McCallus's fleet movements in the north here. Losing English Channel when you don't have a fleet in London is not great, and the retreat to Picardy is fascinating. I suppose it's in order to be able to. I don't see what Picardy gets you.
Yeah, I agree. Why not just go to London? Why not just support English Channel instead of being in the North Sea?
You just removed the North Sea, so why are you moving? Why are you moving there? Right.
That's why so I started with. Well, it goes back to the North Sea after having been there. Just don't get it. But I haven't gotten several things McCallus has done, and he's still in decent position. So maybe I'm just missing something.
I think this goes back to his willingness to give up Sweden, and when it wasn't necessary, he could have supported, Katie to stay in Munich from Ruhr, and so that decision is percolating now through the rest of the game.
Yeah, prioritizing getting an army into Burgundy when you can't really follow up that easily with it is sort of like, I mean, when I heard that from the sideline, I just assumed he wanted Katie to lose Munich. That's what I was assuming. But
Katie's position in Turkey now is very precarious.
She can't. The problem is Khan can't move here. You can't allow a foreign fleet, to get into Black Sea.
Yeah, you can keep Khan, right? I mean, there's some guesses, but I mean, the reality is, there's not guesses that she should lose Khan here.
Well, the guess would be moving it to Smyrna. Like she could retake Smyrna, but letting an Austrian fleet into Khan would be disastrous here. If she's not in black. So
we'll also call out world champion Jamal Blakarli. Picardy gets you mid-Atlantic Ocean, forces English or mid-Atlantic to go over or to cover Brest, or you help Bradley into Gascony. So
you had mid-Atlantic from London. You just tap English Channel and Irish comes down.
I think he's saying it's also a threat to Brest, is what he's trying to say. But okay, but what happens in North Sea covers London? Okay,
yeah,
or that happens.
Yeah, he lost it to. This is just nice play from Bradley Grace. I'm not sure whose turn. I think it's David's turn.
Bradley knows how to push pieces around,
Yeah.
and he has, as all of these players do, but Bradley certainly does. Yeah. So Bradley Grace. All right. Otherwise, not really anything much to say about the West other than that. In the East, you've got Katie taking Romania.
Finally,
because
Right.
they knew that, because she knew she was going to lose Khan, so
Yeah.
that means that Bulgaria had to do something other than supporting Romania. So sort of had to take Romania as a consolation prize there. But you're right that that's a loss. That's a major loss.
I would have liked to have seen her disband the fleet from Smyrna rather than retreat it, so she could rebuild at home. This is
she's stuck with that fleet in Syria now, which is not great.
Not great. But she managed to at least stay even here for the moment. Riaz is a little bit tentative here. Doesn't take Galicia, which I think is what you would do if you wanted to make sure you could retake Romania next year. So,
it's an obvious point to make, but the resurgence of Bradley Grace is the story of the game here.
Yeah,
it's the story of the game.
It's fantastic.
All right, winner 1911. Those powers that did push forward are all a little overextended. I'm curious to see what the negotiations are like. Are they just taking a gamble with position? Is there diplomacy behind some of these? Let's find out from our sideline.
All right, welcome to Sideline Report for 1911. I think the spring is really dictated a lot by, you see McCallus and Katie in a room most of the time, and Bradley and Riaz in a room most of the time. And can they shake each other off? What's going to happen, fellas?
Well, Bradley and McCallus talked kind of towards the beginning and agreed for McCallus to get Spain, as we see here. But then Doug and Bradley talk, and Bradley offers that Spain back to Doug offers it back to Bradley, and they work out a way to pivot. And it's really unclear going forward who Bradley's going to go with. Katie does not want to fight on multiple fronts, and she tells Doug that she cannot trust Riaz at this point.
Riaz, meanwhile, is pitching an AIR to Katie, but she's having none of it. She doesn't trust Bradley and Riaz not to continue working together against her. She seems to be, very happy working with McCarless still, or at least, having that level of trust there with him and him alone, it seems. Doug's trying to get her at least to take Denmark, but she says you can't do that. And she says it's because she needs that southern English fleet to help her against the AI. And Doug says, well, it's not going to do that anyway. It's going to Spain.
Meanwhile, here, the tactics around Anatolia, McCallus had suggested double supporting Smyrna back to Khan for a brace, but Katie made a different decision, presumably so she could attack Rum. As we move into the fall, before I show the map, there's a healthy conversation between A and I, and it sounds great, and one between E and R, and it sounds great. And then they both spent time in the rooms with the other, with Bradley and McCallus talking for a long time, and Riaz and Katie, someone trying to get someone to turn. Again, Bradley sounding very calm to McCallus, told McCallus he'd support him into Spain, hold Spain. It was really questionable as to what Bradley was going to do, but he stuck with Riaz here. Fellas, what do you got?
Yeah, just to follow on that conversation, I was listening to that too. Bradley and McCallus talked for probably 7 minutes, and it was very friendly, and they really seemed to be on the same page, and then clearly they weren't. So I'm curious whether that's going to cause ripple effects in the relationship there, and also how Doug's relationship will factor into what goes forward from there with both of them.
The only cause of any tension in the AI, even if that's what it is, was Greece sitting there for Ionian to walk into if Bradley chose. Bradley said, I think that would be a potentially game-ending move if I did that. Riaz was pitching to Katie this exchange of dots, the Anatolian ones, for Romania. Katie was supposed to go in from Galicia and Riaz wasn't going to follow up, so they were supposed to keep that empty. Riaz did a self-bounce in Galicia. Katie's still there, though. She took it from Sev.
The only things I know is there's a lot of distrust between ER and AI, and Doug is siding with Bradley. We will see if anyone can turn anyone. What's going to happen? Thanks for the sideline report in 1911. We'll be back in 1912.
Adam, I'll go to you for your thoughts.
Fascinating by just how much sway Bradley has over this board, considering that he was sort of a pretty small power just a couple years ago. And, we talk a lot about relationships and having sort of that relationship capital. And it seems like he has quite a bit right now, maybe surprisingly so, given how much it seemed like he was a more minor player for a large portion of this game.
I know that my stuff in the beginning was sort of humorous and not really intended to be all that serious. But I will tell you that Bradley really is a determined guy. Yeah. He is absolutely laser focused when he's playing diplomacy on the long-term implications of his game. And this is really a good game to show that power that he has.
Yeah, and he's just moving into a nice position. There's a decision point now about how to effectively get dots from Riaz without having to stab him. And that, the natural way is for Riaz to get dots off of Katie, and then Bradley gets them from behind. That's his key to winning the game.
So any predictions on what we're going to see for our adjustments here?
I think Bradley probably would love to put an army down here. I think it's probably got to be a fleet. Riaz, his path to winning is through cooperation with Riaz, that he is able to sort of manage to his advantage.
I fully agree, and I think McCallus probably is going to put another Fleet London down.
Yeah.
All right.
McCallus should be an English Channel here. An army. Okay.
See the army. I like the army. I know Riaz won't. I don't know if their relationship is strong enough for this, but assuming that it is, that's the build that Bradley would need to maintain control of this game. Now he just has to put in the diplomatic work to make sure it doesn't bite him.
Yeah, he can make a good argument for it to go to Piedmont here, right? So
yeah, as long as Riaz is okay with it, it's fine.
All right, spring of 1912, Adam.
Yeah, let's also point out the disband in Portugal, which is really interesting. And I think thank you, Andrew Goff, for that. When you see that now McCallus is supporting the French into the Mid-Atlantic, which sort of makes sense. It gets them out of the English Channel, lets him shift his position as well. And so what else? But he's actually pulling out of Picardy and pulling down to Ruhr. So now McCallus is worried about Bradley. And that's really showing here. He's really worried to the point where he's actually pulling back a little bit. In the East, what is going on? Katie moves Ukraine to Moscow, Galicia to Ukraine, and there's really just a lot of supports, a whole lot of nothing there. So clearly something has changed diplomatically in the East as well, though from these orders it's hard to tell exactly what and why that Ukraine went to Moscow rather than something like Sev if she's pulling back. It's really quite interesting.
Hello, Riaz, this is Katie. I am going to pull away from you so that you can deal with Bradley. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah. Moscow can go to St. Petersburg, go up to Norway. That's about it. Bradley has missed a beat here. Piedmont can help him consolidate gains. He has got if he's going to fight for those Iberian centers, he has to get over there. Ionian staying still here does nothing for him except gives him purchase over Riaz. So now the question is he going to use it? Right. Otherwise, that fleet has to go west and fight on the Western Front. So.
I'm going to pull up one more comment by world champion Andrew Goff saying, "Oh, Bradley, not taking Portugal. No, no, no." We have seen several DBN games where Portugal was one of the key centers at the end of the game. Players choosing to pass up on it, I think in every single instance so far, have regretted that. So I do, not only do I agree with Andrew, because he's probably right, but we've got some firsthand experience with that situation in the DBNI.
He was not expecting what was happening here.
Right.
He was not expecting England to support that.
But did he actually expect to get to Mid-Atlantic? Because he went there with
no. He was expecting that to be a bounce, and then he takes Portugal in the fall.
That's right. Yeah, it has to be that. And the question is, was he snookered by McAuliffe or Doug Malott, or both? Probably both.
Probably both.
Yep.
And I thought that's what England was doing, moving down to the Ruhr. That's bye-bye Munich.
And that's bye-bye Munich. And McAuliffe continuing to move in such a way to be friendly to Doug, who now goes to Portugal. Okay, Bradley does not. Riaz finally does retake Trieste. And there's still a big love fest otherwise in the East. I can only imagine that the bounce in Norway is arranged.
This is balance of power play right now.
Yep.
It's as simple as that. And I know Katie claims to have a distaste for it, but I don't think anyone else on this board does. And Bradley was having it too easy. Other pairs of powers on the board saw that they were not gaining by simply attacking each other, and that Bradley was the one gaining.
I do wonder though if the balance in power, like who's going to benefit the most from this. And I think, well, I don't know. Certainly not Bradley, but I think, but who does this put into a better position in the long run?
Well, it certainly helps Riaz.
I think
McAuliffe.
Yeah, I think McAuliffe and Riaz to an extent. I think Riaz's problem is that it's just hard for him to grow on either side from here.
Well, welcome to Austria's situation with one fleet. I mean, that's just always the problem.
Yeah. No, I love this. I love this by McAuliffe. Love it.
So you were saying Katie says she does not like this balance of power style, but I would argue in this game she helped create this situation by pulling back to Moscow, and that's freeing up Riaz to move. And I don't think that McAuliffe is able to do what he does without that coordination. So very big part of it in this game.
Yeah, and McAuliffe deserves a lot of credit for getting back on side with Doug. That was the key to this year and this turnaround. And staying on side with Katie the whole time. Like, that's why he's in Munich right now, is for those two reasons.
Yeah, and these winner-take-all formats, only one player can win. So one of my favorite things about it is when you feel like you're probably not going to win, when it's winner of 1912 and you're on 3 centers, what becomes your motivation? Why do you keep playing? And the players who are most successful are the ones who are able to take those, quote, lesser powers and put them to work, convince them that give them a motivation, and that motivation is to help you. And that's what we're seeing McAuliffe do with Doug right here.
Really quick though, Bradley's not out of this at all. I mean, he should get Mid-Atlantic next year, unless McAuliffe keeps a fleet behind just to play. Eastern Med wasn't doing anything for him anyway, so he's going to disband that. Yeah, he's not out of this at all. But he does need someone else to not get big at this point.
And there's
once he gets that, the Russian fleet in Syria then becomes an important unit again.
Yeah, who knew?
All right, let's check in with our sideline. This was a big turn.
All right, we've got 1912 here, and I will tell you that you have 4 of the world's best diplomacy players fighting it out. No offense to Doug, who's kind of out of it right now, but everyone is thinking about the number they need to win. McAuliffe thinks 9 is what Riaz is looking for. McAuliffe is trying to get to 10 or 11. We see this pullback from Katie. What happened here, gents?
Yeah, Riaz had pretty much negotiated this pullback with Katie, saying he needs the space to be able to go after Bradley. He had hoped Galicia would be empty last turn. It clearly didn't happen, but he was able to convince Katie that he's the only one who can stop Bradley. Actually, I think Katie convinced herself of that. So that's the East.
Yeah, the other big the other big conversation in spring was between Michalis and Doug. Michalis says, "Look, the time for me taking your dots is gone." He needs Doug to do something about Bradley. He said, "Look, he's dragging his feet." He said, "Look, have I ever pitched you bullshit in this game?" Doug says, "Yeah, a bunch of times. Apart from when I stabbed you. Oh, so you either tell me the truth or stab me." Look, eventually, Doug reluctantly agrees to go to the Mid-Atlantic. That's a big help for this anti-Bradley coalition that's suddenly developed.
Okay, but he did not agree for Michalis to go to the Channel. And how Doug is going to react to that is a key point in negotiations. Michalis blew it off, and he said it was just a trust but verify move in case you stab me. So as we go into the fall moves, we see Michalis is disengaged, but big news with Munich being gone, Trieste being gone, Bradley's ears are pinned. What's happening?
Yeah, the anti-Bradley brigade has struck this turn. Bradley going down 2 here certainly sucks for him. A lot of this was sort of prearranged, with Riaz taking Trieste. I believe Riaz knew Michalis was getting Munich as well. Obviously, Katie supporting him in there, so most of the board seemed to know what was going down. Everything else was sort of as arranged. There wasn't too many shocks or surprises here.
I mean, there is still some bits of caginess, I suppose. Like you don't want to push too hard in one direction. Riaz and Michalis want to do stuff against Bradley, but not give the game to Katie. Riaz and Katie are talking about perhaps next year de-escalating in Anatolia a little bit. We'll see. I don't know if that's Riaz trying to position for an opening or not. Riaz does ask Katie, "Are we at that stage again where we were in the first few years of the game, where we knew each of our words were golden? Are we at that stage again yet?" Katie says, "I'm not sure."
Yeah, and so I think as we go into 1913, the build of Michalis, does he build an army or not? He said he was building an army. What does he do with that army? I will tell you, no one's given up. Maybe Doug a little bit, but no one's given up. But Katie, for the first time, she's not stressed, but she sounds a little more dejected, a little more accepting of the situation. We shall see if she fights back against Michalis or what she does, that she's enabled Riaz now. We don't know. Katie's a big pivot point, I think. Thank you for the sideline for 1912. We'll be back as we scramble.
All right, Brandon, what did we learn?
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yes.
Well, that last tidbit was interesting, that Katie is feeling dejected. I wonder how true that is. I think all of the 4 players sort of at 6 or above still have a chance here. But it is, they are at the point now where these 4 players, they can't really advance except through each other. And there are, chains of cause and effect with each move that they'll make at this point that will reverberate around the board. And I didn't get a clue from, other than Katie maybe being nervous and not looking for the clear path at this moment, and just sort of hoping. It's hard to tell who exactly has the advantage from a temperament standpoint.
Hope is not a strategy.
Yeah.
Katie needs a strategy here.
Yep.
And I'm not sure what it is with the current board state.
Well, that means it's a good time for us to play Who Do You Like? And David, get to go to you for the first pick this time. Doesn't
And
sound like
every time I pick somebody, they go down. Their stock goes down. So apparently, you should be a contrarian and go against whatever I'm going to say. So have I picked McCullough yet? I don't remember. But I do think his situation is okay. I agree with Brandon that all of them have a decent chance. I think McCarless at Comarides at this point probably has the best chance. And, I'd like to say that Riaz has a chance that's next, but I'm not sure that's true. In some ways, he and Katie almost cancel each other out here. And it's sort of McCarless's game to lose potentially. I mean, some of this depends on whether, if he builds an army, I assume it means he's convoying it to Holland. He's going to try to do some stuff in the interior. But I'm not sure exactly what that gets him other than maybe Berlin, or maybe in the long run gets into Paris or something. This is a fascinating, obviously awesome game. I think we can all agree on that. But I'm gonna go with McCarless.
Oh, you're muted, Brian.
That's all right. I was just reading Stephen Hogue, and it wouldn't be a DBN broadcast without me coming on mute at least. Adam, go to you.
It is really hard to pick against McCullough in this position. But I'm supposed to pick someone else, right? So
you don't have to.
You can.
Oh man. Yeah, I think the window for Katie is closed, unfortunately. I think Riaz. I don't know that I can see Riaz's growth pathway being as strong as England's. I can see McCullough getting into places like Paris and Brest, possibly even some of Scandinavia. It's hard not to pick McCullough at this point.
Yeah, I think the problem that both McCullough and Riaz have is that Katie is in position to make things more difficult and easier for each of them, and that if one of them triggers her doing that in the wrong direction, then that will advantage the other one. The big advantage that McCullough has is that over Riaz is that he doesn't have a Bradley Grace on his back, and Riaz does, and so Riaz is clearly going to be fighting Bradley Grace, but Bradley has no other option now but to fight Riaz, and he really can't afford to fight Katie and Riaz fight Katie and Bradley at the same time. That opens up an opportunity for Katie to go against Riaz, but she probably doesn't want to. She's probably having a lot of stress about that. All that's to say that McCullough has the cleaner path.
I guess the only counterpoint that I can make, and maybe in favor of Katie, is if she can pull this off without fighting anyone and getting everyone else fighting each other. She is still at the lead right now at 9. I don't know that 9 is going to be enough to win, especially because she loses the tiebreaker. But if she can get the rest of the board fighting each other, because she's no longer the big threat that she's been, as she's been larger the whole game, then maybe there's a path in the last year for her to pick up another dot or two and win. So I don't want to rule her out.
I don't want to rule anybody out. You asked who had the best chance. I said McCullough. Each of these 4 has a path, I think. Even Italy has a path here for sure. If somehow he can end up getting French dots, for example, which is possible.
I think he needs Austrian dots. He needs to get Katie to move on Riaz right now, and for Riaz,
I don't know why you can't walk and chew gum at the same time.
Oh yeah, sure. Well, because he's pulling. It's a matter of units. He's pulling one here.
Pulling a unit, I get that, but I'm just saying it just depends on the situation. I'm not saying it's an easy path. I'm just saying maybe he has a path. Riaz certainly has a path. It's just I think these paths are narrower than the wider path that McCullough says.
I agree.
So I am going to argue that Katie and Bradley both have the same path to victory, and that is working together against Riaz. I don't see another realistic path for either of them, in my opinion. But I do think, while I agree, McCullough has the upper hand here. If they're able to do that, I think they could potentially outrace because all of those juicy Balkan centers, they're tightly packed. If this comes down to 1916 in game, like there could just be that one extra little dot to get at the end, and one of them could take it. That's the pitch that I would be making if I were Bradley.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Brian Pravel. Are you saying that Katie and Bradley could have increased their chances long ago by doing a freaking wintergreen and killing Riaz when they had the chance? Is that what you are saying? And it's just delayed now to 1912? Come on, people. They should have killed Riaz 8 game years ago instead of Bradley going west. And then we wouldn't be talking about Riaz being so big. They would own all those centers, and one of them would have won. That's the issue I have with people always thinking that you have to balance this and balance it. No, you want imbalance on this game. You want it in your favor with your alliance partner.
Well, fortunately for us, that is not the game that we saw because we are so close. It is so close right now.
And also, get off my lawn.
All right,
a couple of people are
potentially big adjustments here. We've got +1 for Riaz Varani. It's going to be Army Budapest.
I'm guessing Budapest.
One would hope.
No, he's going to wave. Wouldn't you wave?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right.
Oh, Riaz has no history of bad waving. There's no history of bad waivers.
Ed predicted an Army from McCallus. Army Eddie. Is that?
Yep.
It's probably what he'll build. I would much rather have a fleet here.
I would build a fleet. I mean, I'm England. You need armies if you're going to do like a solo push in a different game than this. In this game, you need a fleet.
The army signals to Katie. I'm sorry, the fleet might signal to Katie that he's coming her way. That's the only downside.
That's why it's going to be an army. Yep.
Fine, build it in Liverpool.
Yeah.
And go. Those French centers are out there for somebody to take. And that does not involve attacking one of your co-conspirators in the balance of power.
Fleet Liverpool is very viable.
Yeah, I like
very
that.
viable here.
I like that.
And what does Bradley Grace pull?
Eastern Med.
That's the tough one.
Eastern Med.
That's what I would do, and I would prioritize. Honestly, I would prioritize going west here. But
oh wow,
it could be wrong.
The whole game railing against Italy going west. Now you want to say?
Yeah, there's a time and place for everything. There's a time for everything under the season. A time to be born and a time to die. A time to go east and a time to go west.
I'll say it depends on whatever diplomatic situation I've cultivated with Katie.
Obviously, all of these things depend on that, which we don't know. So we're making sort of educated guesses.
If you think you can get Katie on side, then you keep Eastern Med and pull Lyon.
I just don't think they're going to. I don't think Shay's going to do that. But that could be wrong.
Yep.
Oh, he goes going the other way. That's fine. Maybe she can do it. I mean, I agree with what the earlier comment. The coolest thing for them to do now would be to attack Riaz jointly. I mean, I agree with that. I just didn't think it was going to happen.
All right, spring of 1913, Brendan.
All right, McCallus does not go after Norway immediately. That's kind of like the big question at the moment. Does he, and if he does, when does he go for those northern centers? Irish Sea goes to North Atlantic, so potentially getting in position to do that. But that army goes onto the continent into Belgium, where it's I'll let Adam and David talk about what it might do there. We do have Riaz getting into Tyrolia, which will enable him to have a 2-on-2 for Venice. And we have Bradley Grace going to the Aegean to make a play for Greece. So this sets up actually the moment of decision for Katie Gray, because Bulgaria or Khan, one of those can be guaranteed here. Probably Bulgaria more safely. No, there's some guesses there actually. But Greece, it all depends on Bradley Grace taking Greece, which he's surely going to do here.
Well, if Katie cuts Bulgaria,
right, that's what he's playing for. And look at Doug Malott getting ready to get a build here, if McCallus will let him.
Why does McCallus have anything to do with it?
Oh, well, he could go to Burgundy here, so Doug could still get the build.
Burgundy could hit Marseille, and then Gascony and Paris would take Spain. I mean, Gascony and Portugal would take Spain.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a great position, and it's really good for McCallus if that's what France does, because, they're putting an army in freaking Spain.
Yeah.
But could happen.
I'd probably make Burgundy to Marseille the mover here.
Yeah, and support it from Gascony, you mean?
Irish to now is such a anti-Russian move. I'm really nervous by that.
Katie really needs to do some kind of deal where she gets some Riaz's centers.
She needs a build here. Yep.
I'm really nervous if I see that in Russia.
And Denmark, north to Denmark, London to North Atlantic to Norwegian. Yep.
Nope.
Okay.
Oh, but we have a bit of a surprise here.
This is Macarlis. Oh my gosh, Macarlis Cameroon.
Yeah. So Macarlis goes right back on Doug Malott, and Doug gets 2 builds here. Manages to get Spain and Marseille.
He didn't get. He didn't get
Marseille. Right?
He didn't get Marseille.
Oh, it's bounced. Thank you. It's bounced. Okay, so that's why he retreats to Paris, but he's going to build in Brest.
Too late.
So yeah, let's talk about what happens in the East. Katie Gray takes Caen, so gets the build. Gets into Galicia now, so is able to follow it up with with some real good position. Bradley Grace takes Greece, so we do have now this will be the Riaz's downfall. Riaz will not be able to come back from that, and it will now be a question of who's got the pace going forward. And Riaz is. I'm sorry. I'll leave the analysis for the other two, but we've got builds for Katie and Riaz. I'm sorry, and Bradley Grace. Disbands for Riaz, and good position for McCullis.
Very good position for McCarlis, and Bradley's going to have to help Doug now, I think, if he can, from Gascony. Try to keep McCarlis from taking both of those centers in the medium run, short run to medium run. This is a great turn for McCullis Camarides.
Yep.
A terrible turn for Riaz, but I think that's what we were expecting once the Italian fleet in the Eastern Med stayed.
It was all about whether Katie Gray, what she would do. But no, this is another potential game-winning move for Katie Gray, because if she can get the upper hand, this is what we've been saying the whole time since she made the stab. If she can get the upper hand in the Balkans, then she's very hard to stop. And McCullis has now sort of put himself out of position, maybe to actually hold her back. The next year may be his last chance to do it. We'll see.
When you got 2 guys on Paris and 2 guys on Brest, you're not in bad shape. Seems to me.
One other thing I want to highlight here, just take a second. During the semifinals, we talked a lot about hygiene of managing your janissaries. Saw several games where that was not managed well. That's something that we do see McCullis doing well here. Had Doug on side, but he did not want to see Doug building. That would have been too large of a wild card. Keeps it in control here, sets up some good position. Boy, it's tight though. It is really, really tight. Let's head to our sideline and see if we can learn any more juicy tidbits about what's happening in 1913.
All right, we've got 1913, which I'm going to label this in general, the battle for Katie. McCullis is really lobbying Katie. Riaz is really lobbying Katie. What's going on, fellas, as we go into the spring? Liam.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Ed. They're both making their pitches. They're both making reasonable arguments. They're both offering Katie things that she wants to hear, and so really that pivot points with Katie. In the West, I think McCullis is realizing Doug's done exactly what it needed to do to make sure McCullis doesn't have a Bradley problem, and McCullis rewards him with another army on the mainland.
Yeah, McCullis.
Meanwhile, go ahead, Ben.
I was just going to say, McCullis and Katie are talking, and there are actual plans being talked about with what Katie could do against Riaz. Riaz and Katie get in a room, and they talk about needing to trust each other, but they cannot figure out any plans, and they just agree to both play defensive and wait and see.
Okay, so as we move into the fall, there's a real question whether McCullis is going to push east or west. What's going to happen to Munich? Riaz offered Munich to Katie. She originally turned it down. Then he said, fine, I'll just go for it myself. But later on, as we can see from the orders, Maybe not, since I can't pull up the map, but the big story of 1913 is McAllis draws up a Riaz stab plan for Katie. Critical to that was Celicia moving to Gal. Pitched it as her best chance of winning, that her dots were there. He told her he was moving fully on Doug. Katie was very hesitant. Ben, talk about that.
Yeah, Katie was very hesitant. Before that conversation with McAllis, Bradley had told her that his only goal was for Riaz not to win. She had a hard time trusting him because he said that earlier and went back on it. But McAllis and Katie talked for a long time at the end of the turn. Katie is very reluctant, but at the end agrees. And then she says, okay, about 5 times, going from sounding unsure to sure of herself with about 10 seconds left in the turn.
Okay. Liam,
This was the decisive turn for McAllis. He's won the battle for Katie, and he's decided that even if she starts winning, that Riaz is more of a threat to stop Katie. Doug in his state is not much of a threat, and McAllis can just win those dots over in Iberia faster than Katie can take on Riaz.
After Katie does this, almost a trance to where she convinced herself to do this. She left the room, and McAllis whispered, "We got this." By we, he meant him. He's very confident going into the final 3 years. And we will be there if I don't die of cancer from all these cigars. See you guys.
It is moments like those that make the sidelines such an important part of these broadcasts. The psychology of this game, the mental strain, the physical fatigue. This is a long game. 10, 11 hours staring at a computer, probably doing Discord chat while simultaneously trying to negotiate between rooms, emotional highs, highest stakes in probably any game any of these players have played in before. It's exhausting, and understanding the mental state is something that we cannot capture from this broadcast booth analyzing the games. We're so lucky to have those sideline reports. David, I'm going to turn this one to you. What is your analysis of that sideline coverage?
That sideline coverage is spectacular. And it is so important to have those ears and those eyes watching what's going on here. I think McAllis is probably right. I think that he has turned the corner here. It's not definite, it's not guaranteed, but he is probably right that he has really been able to win the diplomatic battle over Katie, and he has probably won the tactical move in France. You know, there are still options for people if they don't want him to win. We all know this, that there's still a possibility that there could be some unpopularity here, but I doubt that McAllis has burned the bridges to earn that. Somebody throwing to somebody else to keep him from winning this game. But he is in good shape. Again, do other people still have a path? Yes. Other people still have a path. This is not a guarantee, but his position is way better than it was like a year and a half ago.
I do still want to point out that he is 2 centers behind Katie. And while he can certainly get Paris and Brest, the question is, what can Katie get in Austria? And can he get much beyond Paris and Brest? Can he take Scandinavia? I don't know. I think that's going to be where, can he take Scandinavia? Can he take Spain? Can he take Portugal, Marseille? Can Katie take anything off of Riaz? And that's what's going to make the difference in this game. And Bradley is going to be a huge player in terms of what he ends up where he ends up moving his units to determine.
Yeah. So a couple years ago, I guess it was just a year ago, we talked about Riaz and McAllis having a problem in that they both needed to get dots off of Katie to win this game, and that Katie had the potential to make it much easier for the other person. So whoever stabbed first, if they were going to move on Katie, would likely not have done well. What McAllis has done is, instead of waiting for Riaz to anger Katie and make his path clearer, is he helped create discord between Katie and Riaz. So this opens the path for him in Scandinavia, with one possible exception, and that's where the risk in the strategy comes in. And Adam and David have both, Adam especially just now, the risk is that Katie actually does well enough that she's no longer vulnerable in Scandinavia.
True.
And that is the path that he has decided to take in 1912. It's fascinating, or 1913. It's fascinating.
All right, winter of 1913. We've got some adjustments. Any predictions for the disbands for Riaz?
Oh, Fleet for sure, Aegean, probably Smyrna too.
Or maybe one of Tyrolia, Bohemia.
Oh yeah. It depends on who he blames more. He'll probably blame Katie more for this than Bradley because he moved on Bradley. So it could be Tyrolia and Trieste, for example.
Yeah. All right. Ooh, interesting.
Both those armies.
Bohemia. Yeah.
Oh, that's slowing. That's doing everything Riaz can to slow progress from Katie in Turkey, right?
It's making sure that England can hit Berlin, for example.
Yeah.
It's good for McCallus.
Berlin will fall. Then that puts St. Pete, Sweden, at risk.
I mean, who knows? We have been predicting an ER war for like the last decade.
He doesn't need to do it until next year or the year after.
Yeah, 15 or 16. That's right.
Yeah. All right. Well, spring of 1914. David, this one's you.
All right. You're right. There is no war over there yet. Somehow England takes both Paris and Brest. I don't know who has suggested this might happen. The Italians, let's see, they take Spain. I said they might need to help prop the French up. Maybe he doesn't care about that because he's made a deal. He's going to get centers from Spain. So from France. He's going to take Spain, goes to Marseille to back that up. Let's look at the Balkans. So Riaz is basically losing Bulgaria, probably not caring that he loses Trieste to the Italians. I think he's probably prioritized trying to defend against Katie, but he's not going to be able to defend very well. As we've been pointing out now for the last several game years, the real question is how much does Bradley get? What difference does that make for Katie's chances? But that's what I'm seeing so far, guys. Obviously, Armenia means something. That was the next move that could have mattered here, is going to Armenia, and that is what has happened. Needed to do something because Ankaras, out there by itself anyway, with an Austrian next to it. So some tactical fights in the Balkans. The real question is how does Bradley's moves affect how the end of this game goes? Because he's prioritized not trying to defend France, but trying to kill France.
Bradley's got a path to win. I mean, at the moment, he's picking up three.
Yeah. I mean, he's going for the dots.
He has McCallus in Western Med, so this is an issue. But if Bradley can get through here and put down 3 units, then he's got lots of play in the last 2 years.
Yes. Look at the English fleet to the Tyrrhenian. Hello. What are you doing, McCallus?
And Tyrolia. He's in Tyrolia.
Yeah, Tyrolia as well.
Tyrolia too. Yeah.
Oh, and Katie takes Bulgaria. So now Katie has turned on Bradley. So she saw the threat as well.
Yeah, because Bradley's actually supporting Budapest here.
Yeah. That's very good of McCallus and Katie to decide that Bradley needs to be contained here. That's very funny.
Well, yes, and even if he'd had 3 builds there, the centers that he's got would still be precarious.
Yep.
So that's one of those things that would be awesome if it was 1916 or 1915, but fall of 1914, it was still kind of precarious. But anyway, this is a fascinating game. Well, I think we can all agree on that.
It's going to come down to Scandinavia and Berlin, and I'm not sure McCallus gets anything else out of like Iberia. I think it's all, that move Belgium to Holland. That actually is a little interesting, and that unit can get up to Helgoland, or we can get Kiel to Baltic here with Holland.
Kiel Kiel to Baltic, Munich,
or Kiel to
Prince
Denmark or something. And
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see right now from McCallus. If he builds fleet Edinburgh, then we know what he's doing next, and that's the game-winning move. To be honest, there's no one to stop him. Katie is not going to have units in the north. She could even build St. Petersburg here, and I don't think it would be enough. No, McCallus goes.
France is losing too here. If they lose Mid-Atlantic, why doesn't that, and Gascon, why doesn't that open things up for McCallus a little bit?
What, to go get Spain, something like that? Yeah, he could.
Or at least prevent the Italians from taking it or something.
It's just that there's only 2 years left, and so to get units in place to take those centers, he's much better off going for Norway, Sweden, Berlin.
Again, do both.
All right, let's check in with our sideline in fall of 1914.
All right, we're racing. It's 1914. On the sideline, we got Liam, we got Wardy. I can tell you, we got the takedown here of Doug, which McCallus was always going to do. McCallus didn't like that move to Silesia. What do we got, gents, for 1914 spring?
At the start, there's a conversation about kingmaking between Doug and Bradley. Bradley doesn't care who wins between McCallus and Katie as long as Riaz doesn't win. Doug doesn't care who wins between Katie and Riaz as long as McCallus doesn't win. Doug then suggests to Bradley, well, why don't we work together and help Katie win? That pleases both. Bradley just flatly rejects that proposal. Bradley chats with McCallus. They come up with tactics on Spain and Brest here. Then Bradley reads out a text from Katie saying, "Are you not interested in Austrian dots?" And McCallus is like, "Oh, that's brilliant! Every dot that you take off Austria is one that Katie's not getting." He does say, McCallus, "I am banking on you, Bradley, not caring who out of me and Katie wins or even prefer me." Bradley says, "I don't care who, because neither of you have screwed me over, but I respect your play more."
Oh, go ahead, Ed.
Go ahead. No, you go, Liam.
All I can really say is this season is the bucket of crabs season. Everybody's pulling each other down. Nobody wants anybody to be too far ahead. If they get one, we got to take one back the other way. It's nobody's trying to let anybody get a big lead here. And Katie's very well aware she currently is the front runner and is a bit scared of that.
Both Katie and McCallus were incentivized to help Bradley, but I think everyone was surprised because they're really sort of just vibing with each other and not talking a lot of tactics. They are just, so I don't think that they all knew what was going on. And Bradley getting 3 was the big discussion as we go to the fall. I know that Bradley and McCallus had a talk, and it was very interesting. At one point, McCallus said, "I know you can't win, Bradley, but my concern is that you think you might be able to win." And Bradley was like, "Well, Riaz is giving me his dots," which really sort of surprised McCallus. And McCallus said he'd either go to Tyrrhenian or Tunis with the fleet, but he wouldn't touch Marseille, and he would allow Bradley to keep Spain. Meanwhile, almost no tactics were discussed other than McCallus pushing for Silesia go to Bohemia to put pressure on Riaz. Anything you guys got?
Yeah, I was listening to a conversation between McCallus and Katie at where Katie actually was after some advice from McCallus. What shall I do? Well, keep getting as many Austrian dots as you can so Bradley doesn't get them all. And then she just pauses and then says, "Wait, is Bradley going up 3?" And McCallus is like, "Yeah, that's why I'm saying you need to get these Austrian dots so Bradley doesn't get them all."
We're in a 3-way race, folks, here now, and the only thing I'll add in for the East is that the conversations that do happen between Katie and Riaz are quite. I think the word is solemn. That's the word we'd apply to those conversations. It's pretty depressing to be in that room and listening to those conversations at the moment. There's not a lot of love and not a lot of an ability to potentially fix something there.
In 1913, Bradley had one of the lines of the tournament. He said, "Riaz, my only regret in this game is that I was unable to get you to listen to common sense." As 1914 rolled around, Riaz is like, "I've done you bad. I shouldn't have stabbed you that third time. I hope you can take as many of my dots as we can do. I'm fighting Katie." So we'll see if that continues and what that bodes for the end of this game. Goodbye.
Oh man, that was my fear. Like when Katie took Bulgaria, I understand it, but at this stage of the game, you know you're going to need somebody to partner with. That was a dangerous choice, and I don't know. Like you're disagreeing with me, Brandon. Please.
At this stage of the game, what you need are dots. That's it. You certainly don't need help from a potential rival. What she needs most of all right now is for Riaz Virani to decide that he prefers her to win over anyone else. That is her only real way of winning this. The other way is if McCallus does not come after Scandinavian Berlin right now. If McCallus makes the mistake of not doing that, then she can also win. But she needs to be working on Riaz, just being like, "Hey, we did really well. I'm sorry it hasn't worked out, but I think I'm the better choice to win this game."
How important is that English pirate in the Turanian?
I don't know why it's there. I'll be honest. I mean, because Bradley's not
try to snake something from somewhere, or he's going to try to tie down Italian units with it or something.
Yeah, but Bradley's growth isn't the one to worry about at this point. I don't think Bradley is catching.
That's kind of my point. If I'm McCallus, I want that back so I can maybe take an Iberian center or something.
Yeah. Unless going after Scandinavia is going to make Katie want Bradley to win. That is, Katie could put Bradley in the winner seat.
All right. Well, interesting.
All right. Winner of 1914. Adam, I'm going to go to you for our predictions. What are we seeing Bradley put down, and what is Riaz disbanding?
Bradley is going to put down probably 2 fleets in Rome and Naples. And the disband.
He's got an English army in Tyrolia.
Army in Venice, I think, for sure here.
Oh, well, I don't know. Yeah, I guess maybe it's maybe I don't. You more concerned with the fleet or with the army? I don't know.
Both.
They're both pretty. They're both pretty problematic. I don't know. I guess I'm feeling like you're not going to hold Trieste if Riaz decides to take it anyway, so you can pull it back to Venice.
You just have to be able to. Oh, I see. But then you might get piffed or sent to Albania. Anyway, but Bradley's not the most interesting one here, right? It's McCallus.
Fleet Eddie,
Fleet London, or Liverpool,
Fleet Eddie, Fleet London,
or Liverpool. Either one doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You might worry about Mid-Atlantic.
Vikover asking if there will be a recording when this is done. Yes, Vikover, you'll be able to see a recording on our YouTube channel. Just search for Diplomacy Broadcast Network on YouTube, and it will be up basically immediately after this broadcast.
And is Katie going to build Army St. Petersburg or Fleet St. Petersburg, or is she going to just build down in Sev, which is I don't.
She has got to protect the North. She just can't lose all of it at once.
Yeah. Army St. Pete would be my build.
Me too.
I think it's
all right.
What's up?
No, it is not. All right.
No Edinburgh, but
London,
actually, London is just as good. London is just as good as Edinburgh. So
yeah. There's not much difference there. We should have known that. What else do we get? We got Army Venice and Fleet Naples. That makes sense. So we get Army Sebastopol. This is just inviting McCallus to go take Scandinavia and win this game. That's all.
Yep.
That's it. It's not anything important.
All right. Spring of 1915. 2 game years left, assuming the game does not draw before then. This board state, I'd find that unlikely. Let's, Adam, why don't you start us off here?
Yep.
Yeah. There it is. So I'm
Oh.
assuming Katie was expecting the bounce in Norway. And so instead of the bounce in Norway, she gets Norwegian, London, Baltic Sea, Kiel. So yeah, this is a setup for that. We got Portugal for Bradley. Western Med pulls back. Sorry, Tyrrhenian Sea pulls back, and then down in the southeast, Katie continues to try to make her play against Riaz. She gets Smyrna, and she gets an army into Romania. Does she get Vienna? I can't tell what's happening there.
No,
It
but
looks like she
will.
gets stood. It looks like she gets stood off, and they disband Tyrolia, which I don't think is really going to matter. Well, they can possibly.
It's up to Bradley.
Yeah, it's up to Bradley. It's up to Bradley. Yeah.
Oh, except Bradley supported Austrian fleet into Bulgaria,
and he moved out of Marseille, so they can't cut Burgundy, so they can't retake Munich now.
Yeah, Bradley may be going for Vienna. He may not have given up here, but there's not enough dots in the south for Katie to replace the dot she's going to lose in the north, and grow enough to stay ahead.
She's gonna lose 3 in the north, at least possibly 4. She's gonna take Smyrna, Budapest, maybe Vienna.
Yeah, but she needs to not just replace those dots she loses. She needs to replace them and grow.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Again, unless Bradley Grace wants her to do it, that's the only option here. Okay.
So I think it's worth mentioning, I did a little bit of research, and the average center count for our all winner-take-all games that DBN has covered over the past 5 years, the average winner has 11. That is true for England. That is true for Russia. With Italy, the average is 9.6. So I think that lends itself towards what we're seeing here. Bradley needs to balance this game out and try to win on a tiebreaker, with McCallus and Katie needing to get the larger score. And then looking at those tiebreakers, I think that's important. You can see those on screen here. So as we come into our final turn, you can see who beats who. So Riaz Virani chose his power last and beat everyone in the tiebreaker if he were in it. And Katie Gray needs to have a larger score than everyone else because she picked first. So that 11 centers, she may need to be at 12 in order to beat McCallus.
Yeah, I don't think Bradley has the means to do what you're saying, because if he feeds dots to Katie to balance it, he's still behind, right? So the only way he can balance this is by taking dots himself, and I don't know that he's in position to get anywhere near where he needs to get.
Yeah, no, but Bradley has no chance here.
He could even lose Spain. Okay.
All right, McCallus did slightly surprising tactics here. There was a little surprising. I would have Baltic to Sweden, and I would have sent the Munich up to Berlin with Burgundy coming in. That would just keep that fleet from getting in there, but it doesn't matter.
I think he's worried about Katie and Bradley making a supported attack on Munich.
He also doesn't really want to leave Burgundy when there's going to be, these stuff in the West still matters here.
Yeah. In any case, we have a net of 2 for McCallus, so he goes up to 12, and we have Katie, I think, being +1 in the south, picks up Bulgaria and Smyrna. Picks up Budapest and Smyrna, loses Bulgaria. So she is down 3 on the year. I'm sorry, down 1 on the year.
Down 1 net.
Thank you.
Down 1 net. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Did she have a piff?
Yeah, she must have had a piff. She did have a piff.
Yep.
All right, winner of 1915. Let's head to our sideline. We're heading into the home stretch, folks.
All right, 1915. We are getting to the nitty gritty here. And the big question before the moves go down is whether or not McCallus is going to go after Katie. He's talking to Katie like he's not going to do that. He was supposed to support Katie into Vienna, however. Fellas, talk about what's going on in this game.
Well, yeah, to what you're saying, Riaz goes to McCallus and says, if you want Katie held back, you have to do it. I'll defend if you help, but I'm not going to just do it by myself. And McCallus says he will do it. And then Katie and McCallus actually negotiate for a long time, longer than I would expect, given that they're sort of at odds here. And they agree on some things, but I'm not really sure if they actually intended to hold them up. Katie wants McCallus in Trieste and says she'll get Vienna.
What I picked up was quite a dejected Katie chatting with McCallus. It's so random that they're still chatting at this point anyway. But she says, I know it's Riaz's prerogative to not want me to win, but it's my prerogative to not want Bradley to win. Bradley, meanwhile, gets in touch with McCallus, and he's pitching a path that he can help McCallus win if he comes second behind McCallus. McCallus does confirm that he will be going after the Northern Centres now.
Okay, so as we move into fall 1915, I think this is sort of key. Bradley's been upbeat the whole time with McCallus joking, two British gentlemen just having a good laugh. And there you go. And McCallus is like, well, you can't win. You can't win at all, but we can get you into second here. And Bradley's like, yeah, that sounds good. Yeah. And acting defeated, but he's purely acting defeated because Katie has changed her mind from the spring because of the moves that McCallus made. And she's pitching Bradley to win. She's saying, I want to help you win. I don't want McCallus to win. And this sounds like a great pitch to Bradley. He is his normal self with her, but he is acting defeated around McCallus.
So then at the very end, so Bradley then goes back after that and continues pitching McCallus that he's going for second place. But then at the last 2 minutes of the turn, McCallus and Katie start talking. And by the way that Katie reacts when McCallus says, oh, one of us is going to win unless, somebody throws it to Bradley. He says it's an offhand thing, but he catches on based on her reaction that she's actually planning to do that. And then they get into a whole debate about it. And McCallus is actually trying to convince Katie that she can still win. And that's the last couple of minutes of the turn.
All right. Well, we will probably be back at the end of spring 1916 and let the broadcast take it home. Maybe not. Love you guys. We'll go to 1916. It's exciting. Let's see what's going to happen.
All right, we're in the final
Thanks to
stretch.
Ed and his team. Yeah, thanks to Ed and his team for some great sideline coverage.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. And we played them earlier in the broadcast, but Ed Sullivan has the Diplomats Diplomacy channel. Definitely check them out. They are kind of filling in a spot that we don't do as much here on DBN and covering a lot of our extended deadline games. Excellent talent on there. Go check out that channel. But for us, we're coming into the final year. A couple questions for you. Number one, who's got the best shot? Number two, does the game draw?
No. No to the second question. Who has the best shot? We all agree that McCallus has the best shot. What we just heard creates a different possible ending here, which is that Katie throws this to Bradley. Katie does have the ability to do that. And it would take getting McCallus is going to finish on 13 or 14. It's going to come down to St. Petersburg, and he can, depending on what I think he can get enough because Katie only has Moscow and Sweden. I believe McCallus can get enough to guarantee St. Petersburg. So that's 14. Bradley would have to get to 15. And the question is, are there 15 dots in the South with the two uncooperative Austrian dots? I think there are. Does it?
It's going to be a close call, and
close call.
there's still some potential guesses even about Iberia, maybe.
Yeah.
All right. Well, winner of 1915. Here are your adjustments, and Brandon, I'm going to give this one to you
to talk about the adjustments.
Yeah.
I think this is roughly what needed to happen. Look at Bradley's first. We've got, he's going to, I think, evict Western Med here. And he needs to be able to cover Tunis after that. So Ionian Naples will go to Ionian here. Venice needs to get in position to basically take a dot if Katie wants to throw. That's really all the play he's got left. McAuliffe, Liverpool's not going to be useful in any way. Edinburgh, he's just got to go get Sweden. He's got to figure out how to get Sweden and St. Petersburg in the same turn. That's it.
All right, David, please call the final year of this 5th DBN Invitational.
All right. He does not vacate Western Mid. It's not kick him out of Western Mid. Western Mid just goes to Lyon. I said there were some guesses here, and I was wondering if he might convoy to Gascony because it puts pressure on both centers.
It's a great call.
So I was wondering when he built that army if that's what he was doing. So that's important. Is he going to? He has bounced in Norway, so he gets to Barents, but is not. He's going to have 2 units on. Let's see. Okay, I got it. He went to Zlononi. So he's got 2 units on St. Pete, with no way for the Russians to do anything about it. He's got, however, 1 unit on Sweden. Am I right? He's only got 1 unit on Sweden.
Yeah.
He did not go to Denmark. He had to bounce. He had to hit a guess there about going to Denmark.
Would have been better. Would have been better to let her in. And yep.
Yeah, would have been better to let her in. You'd probably go to Skagerrak or something, and make sure that your fleet comes out to the north, or Denmark or something. Anyway, he did not succeed in doing that. Let's look in the Balkans and see what's happening. So the Russians are taking Serbia, and that is all that happens in terms of centers changing hands. Now, the fact that again, I asked earlier about that's English Raider in the Mediterranean. How important is the English Raider? English Raider's now in Lyon. So that puts four English units in position. Nobody's in Tyrolia. That's important. There's 4 English units in position now against the Italian centers. Marseille is gone, right?
Marseille is gone.
Marseille is gone. So he's got Marseille's got St. Pete. And can he lose anything? The answer to that is no. Well, no, he can't lose Denmark either. So he can't lose anything. He's going to be at 14. Am I looking at this right? So
that's right. But the other big news is that Katie is not going to throw to.
Right. It doesn't look like it.
They needed to get in position to do it in the spring.
He could theoretically get some centers, but it doesn't look like it's going to be 5. And he's going to lose Marseille anyway.
Right.
So yeah, this is McAuliffe.
Yep.
All right. You want to see our final turn?
Yep. Does McAuliffe mess it up? No.
We're gonna check in with our sideline one last time.
No, come on.
No, he did.
Okay, we just finished spring 1916, and the big question is whether or not Katie will throw to Bradley. Bradley asked, but he very much soft-sold it. Katie did not agree, but she didn't say no. Fellas?
Yeah, Katie's saying very little. She's very quiet. She sounds stressed. She's been very stressed for years. There's not a lot of discussion going on between her and anyone else that's committal.
Yeah, and this the spring turn, Bradley was initially disappointed that Aegean didn't retreat off the board. It looks like Katie's had a change of heart. But he did try and very, very soft sell it. But then McAuliffe goes
He did not go for the hard sell.
No. Well, McAuliffe then has a word with Bradley. He'd been waiting very patiently and said, do you still prefer me to win over Katie? Bradley says, yes. McAuliffe says, if you can't win after the spring, will you help me win? Bradley says, yes.
There we go. That's it. Short sideline, but you can see what's happening.
McAuliffe Camarites. What a great game. It's
What
a
a game.
diplomatic game. I mean, we need to see the moves, but he has really diplomatically controlled this game. As good of moves as he's made, making sure Katie didn't attack him, making sure that Bradley bailed him out when Doug was attacking him. That's what's going on here. And the fact that Katie did made the decision she made, that's totally understandable. I think we just watch the fall turn and see how it goes. So he does lose he does take Marseille. St. Pete is
why didn't
Norway.
Why
We
didn't
didn't
we tap
notice that.
Sweden?
Yeah, we didn't notice that.
Well, no, he just had to tap Sweden. I don't get that.
Why would you need support into Denmark?
Yeah,
that is a misplay. Is it going to matter? Russia takes.
No, it
Russia,
doesn't.
Russia picks up 2 in the south. That just gets her to
She gets
plus
Vienna.
1 to 11. So
She's still.
I mean, let's not try to do math. Let's just see the final center point. But the important thing is that yes, that is a misplay by McCallus for no reason.
But he wins 13-11. It's not a big deal. Yeah, or 13-12.
13-12.
But he had the tiebreaker anyway, so it was really plus 2. All right, congratulations, McCallus Camaritas.
Absolutely. Yeah, very, very nicely done. And as I said, as good as the moves were, this is really diplomatic, as it should be, a diplomatic victory. Delaying Katie taking his stuff when Katie probably should have at some point in the game, making sure that Bradley went and saved his bacon when he was being attacked by the French. These are the and there's probably 15 pivot points in this game, but those are the ones that jump out at me.
Yeah, the McCallus did an interesting amount of tap dancing in this game after bouncing Doug in Holland in 0-1, sort of, made an early play for a strong Leviathan and then had France turn on him in 0-2 and then had this just brilliant 0-3 that reconfigured the entire board and then in his favor, and then had a setback in 0-4 where things didn't go his way. And then you can see on the chart, he reaches that point in 1909 where he gets to 8. And then he gives away a dot to Katie Gray. And at the time, we were perplexed by this. It just didn't seem like the right time to give one away, and it seemed like it curtailed some of his options. But he made this decision that his path to winning, after Katie stabbed Riaz, that his path to winning was to let Katie and Riaz fight in the East, taking the chance that would not, that neither of them would get the upper hand and that he would get enough out of the West to solidify his position and then go control the North. And that's exactly what happened. Well worth the win.
Yeah.
Beautiful timing. I think, the diplomacy was excellent. I think just the overall strategic view of the board on McCallus's part was brilliant. And some really nice tactical play as well. We saw some really interesting things, that convoy to Gascony at the end. Some of the play around the middle of the board throughout the game by McCallus was just really well played, thinking where the pieces needed to be several turns ahead. Unconventional stuff like drop into Tyrolia, getting fleets advanced into Lyon twice during the game. Just a lot of really, really cool stuff. For me, the real pivot point in the game was when the relationship between Katie and Riaz fell apart. And I don't know whether those were seeds of discontent sown by McCallus or it just kind of happened. But, it seemed in that sort of early part of the mid-game that the two of them were the only ones on the board who were really kind of seeing eye to eye for a consistent period of time in the game. And once that fell apart, that really opened the door so well, and McCallus really just seized the opportunity throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, I want to talk about Katie's move here for a second, and then we'll get back to McCallus. But Katie reached a point in this game where the AR was doing very well, and I think her calculation was that if she did not make a move at that point, that Riaz would become too difficult to overcome. And I have a lot of sympathy for that argument or that point of view. And she made a bold move that's uncharacteristic of her style of play. And it might have worked had she thrown everything into it and not tried to keep units further away. So I want to commend Katie for going for it, taking a big shot. That is not hard to do in that case, especially when it's against her, might have been against her, sort of first impulses. this made for a very exciting game.
No question about that.
Well, at the top of the broadcast, there were a couple of key storylines that we went through. First was the rivalry with Riaz and Jordan. They did not end up neighbors, and that did not it didn't seem to be a major impact in this particular game. The second rookie of the year, Max, we loved his play, but it was oh so short. Really hope to see Max again on a future board. He really impressed this season and throughout this DBN Invitational. Then we called out, like, will Bradley finally break through and win a big one? We talked about Doug Malott, how he was, although a returning player from last year's Super 7, kind of being overlooked a little bit. Was he an unknown quantity? But the story that we talked about that did impact this game was our Web Dip Mafia. The relationship between McCallus and Katie. Frenemies is how I would describe them in this game. They were off on tense, kind of, sort of, but never really up in each other's business. If there was any alliance structure in this game that kind of lasted, that one seemed to have the most legs between all of them since the very first year. Any comments on any of those storylines or anything else that stood out to any of you in this game?
I think you're absolutely right about the McCallus Katie alliance in the northern part of the board, right? And I think that was, in some ways, to me, what made the move on Riaz all the more shocking, given that at that point in the game there was play in the north, and she chose to stick with McCallus due to, you know, her vision of the board, McCallus's diplomatic savvy, the tactics at that time, whatever. But that made a huge difference, right? And the fact that they, you know, I think it was helpful to both of them through most of the game, but obviously McCallus really just ended up with a better position as the game went on.
McCallus won this game in the West. Which at some points in this game, that wasn't really what we were thinking would happen. But he does. He wins this game by going and taking control, making that gamble that he could leave Russia alone, go and take French centers, and Russia would not win when he did that, as opposed to going after Russia. Gamble has paid off in spades.
Brian, I love your description of their relationship as a frenemy one, because there was tension. McCallus went after Katie at one point and then turned back around. So this was not, you know, the traditional what people like to refer to as alliance play, where they just, you know, form a quick bond and race, and then maybe one turns on the other. It was not that at all. And from the sideline reports, we now know that there was quite a lot of tension in those conversations, which is that is actually the bigger surprise to me. I would have thought that once they got for the periods where they were on the same page, that it would have been very copacetic. But look, managing how that relationship then affected how the whole board evolved was how McCallus ended up winning this. McCallus had the farthest strategic vision over the course of this game, and that enabled him to formulate a plan that was several years out and was executed from the time he finally got back on side with Katie, and then did a dipsy doodle with Doug to support him against Bradley, and then to turn right around on him. From the moment that he formulated that plan and had a vision for how the rest of the game would go from there, it was his. And I think that's what I would highlight here, that his strategic vision, long-term strategic vision, is what McCallus did so well here in this game.
Shout out to Bradley Grace for coming back and being a very important part of the last several years of this game after having been really out of it here at Four Centers in 1908. And here he comes. You know, maybe he never had a great chance of winning, but he sure did affect the outcome of this game by getting much bigger and keeping his determination to do better right in front of him. It was awesome.
Love is never say die attitude.
Absolutely.
Interesting question, I think, for people to think about if they study this game is whether Bradley's win chances would have been better if he did side with Katie after her stab of Riaz, and went into a full winter green. I don't know. It's an interesting question. It's not obvious to me what the answer is there.
Well, the 2025 DBN Invitational was another classic. Michalis Kamaridis, I was talking to a couple of days before this game. We were trying to line up interviews, and we ended up swapping. So Ed took his interview, and I asked Michalis, "Hey, is there anything you want to make sure gets said?" He said, "Yes." He said, "I think I'm playing the best I've ever been, at the best level I've ever been at. And I'm happy to say that on camera." And I completely agree. When you hear his interview, we played it right before the broadcast. Listen to his interview. He came in confident. He came in hungry. He did not come in cocky. And that combination proved to be winning for him in this. And his title, DBN Diplomat of the Year, is well deserved. Congratulations, Michalis Kamaridis. All right. Well, we are going to wrap up our broadcast. Before we do, a couple things. One, we're going to give some plugs for some upcoming events. Then following that, stay tuned because we've got some stats about our 5-year history that I want to cover. So some things that will be interesting to those of us who are fans of this channel and interested in kind of some of the bigger picture State of the Union type stuff. So first, let's start with the plugs. Adam, I'm going to you first. You got a big one.
Well, now that DBNI is over, I can now say the biggest upcoming event of the year is in just over a month in San Francisco. World DipCon will be hosted by the Whipping Tournament that's been running in the Bay Area of California for over 20 years. We have over 100 players registered to come and play face-to-face diplomacy for the World Diplomacy Championships. I'm just overwhelmed by the response and the support we have for this tournament. And many of your DBNI personalities are going to be there, as well as a huge number of the DBNI invitational folks and many other folks from all over the world just coming to play this great game of diplomacy. I really hope to see many of you there. It's April 4th through 6th in San Francisco, and you can find all the information on the DBN website, and maybe we'll have some of that in the show notes as well.
David.
Well, let me say, first of all, for our friends down under, the Melbourne Open is next weekend in Melbourne. And you can find information various places online about that. But one place would be the Australian Diplomacy page on Facebook, which is pretty active, where they put a lot of their information on there. So I would encourage you to look at that. The Dutch Championship is also in March. And I'm trying to remember exactly which weekend that is. I'm sorry, I meant to look that up and I didn't do it. But that's another thing. If you go to the Diplomacy Europe group on Facebook, you can look at that. We probably also have that on the DBN website as well.
Yeah, I think it's May 10th.
Okay, May. I'm sorry. I meant to say May instead of March. Because the other thing in May is what I was going to say. The other thing in May, last weekend in May, is the tournament I run in Chapel Hill called DixieCon. It'll be the 39th year of DixieCon. It's the Memorial Day weekend in May. So I think it's the one that has the 23rd in it, 22nd, 23rd, 24th type weekend in Chapel Hill, DixieCon.com. There are also other opportunities coming up. The Virtual Diplomacy League starts back up in later March. I think the Tour of Britain starts in April. Those are 2 English language diplomacy leagues. We've also got a French league being played right now. They're the 7 Years War League, which is based in Europe, the Snake Pit League based in Australia. If you want to play this game, if you are tuning into this channel for the first time and you're not aware of all these ways that you can play virtually, not just face-to-face, but virtually and extended deadline press games, by all means, contact us, reach out to us. We will put you in touch with all the resources you need. The times, the venues for playing diplomacy right now are unmatched in the history of our hobby.
Brandon.
All right. Well, I get to look ahead. You and I, Brian, get to look ahead to the other major championship face-to-face tournament that will get played in North America this year after WDC in April and all the other tournaments and online events we have between now and October will be followed by the North American Diplomacy Championship, also known as DipCon, which will take place right here in Chicago, doubling as Weasel Moot, the tournament of the Windy City Weasels Diplomacy Club. And that takes place the weekend of October 3rd, 4th, and 5th. We got a great rate on a hotel pretty close to the airport. And we'll have a bunch of activities in the city as well. So please come and experience that. And I will be in WDC in April. And I know several other people who have been watching this broadcast will be as well. Adam, we're all looking forward to it.
Virtual Diplomacy League kicks off March 22nd. So definitely sign up for that. Yeah, we've had amazing growth this year. When I went to look and kind of write through our State of the Union, looking back over 5 years of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational, we've got 997 unique players. That doesn't include the count of the extended deadline players that we know their count, but we don't know their names. So the actual number is likely quite a bit higher than that. But we've got 997 named unique players. We've had 1,111 unique games. We've produced 349 videos. We've had 205,000 views. We've had 89.4 thousand hours viewed. That translates to 10 years of real life time. DBN is growing globally. We established our first independent broadcast team in Australia this year to cover this resurgence in the Australian face-to-face hobby that is just caught fire and is extremely active and energizing not just the Australian hobby, but that is extending globally. We've had the growth within regional leagues. So the Virtual Diplomacy League still being our premier virtual league, it is a globally focused event, has times friendly to every major time zone of diplomacy play. But we also have regionally focused leagues like the Snake Pit that just started their very first game. They just started a game right now. We've got the 7 Years War that is kind of a conglomeration super league of various little smaller European leagues that have come together to form what last year was the second largest league overall. We've got the Tour of Britain. We've got more participation and engagement from extended deadline communities. The Nexus Press League had 161 games this year. 161. And we had a couple of those players, Doug Malott is second. Like, you can't beat 161 players in one event and not know what you're doing. The Olympus and Nexus extended deadline tournaments are back in action, producing some of games on par with the quality that you see here in the DBN Invitational. Excellent success in those players. In fact, many of the players on this board play in either Nexus Press League or Olympus or the Nexus tournaments. So definitely you'll see the best players playing in multiple formats like that.
And Brian, it's worth pointing out that this championship for McCallus it actually is a landmark. It's a milepost now in the development of the virtual hobby, and that's because McCallus is the first winner of the DBNI who came to face-to-face play in the virtual era. Peter McNamara, Jason Massbaum, and I both were in-person face-to-face players before the pandemic and the virtual era started, and this board was full of people who came to face-to-face play during the pandemic era and the virtual era, and McCallus is the first winner of that group. So I guess the torch has been passed and the new generation has taken over. That's the upshot.
Well, and that actually transitions perfectly to my third State of the Union point. It's the changing of the guard. After 5 years, some team members become less active, others become more active as we reach differing seasons in our life. Most notably this year, Zachary Morris stepping aside as commissioner of the Virtual Diplomacy League, which brings an opportunity for Isaac Jukes to run our this league. And we are seeing these virtual players kind of take the lead in these competitions. So the change, I think, is healthy. We're seeing more growth. We're seeing more diversity in players and styles of play, which is also always one of the signs of a healthy hobby. So with that, I'd like to bring Ed Sullivan onto the stream after a hard, long day on the sideline. Ed, welcome.
You don't need me. You guys did enough.
Ed, I just want you on for one thing, is I want to thank the DBN team. These videos do not happen on their own. We had a team of 34 individuals that made this possible. And tonight, I want to thank some of them for this broadcast. Adam, Brandon, David, thank you for your work. Ed, the sideline reporting was the best we've ever had. So thank you to you, to Ben, to Christopher Ward, to Liam Stokes. I'd like to thank Dave Miletsky for acting as our GM. Brandon, I always want to thank you for Dipcast. Kevin, I want to thank him as a member of our DBN board for helping put together the structure and the rules revisions and helping to produce this broadcast. DBN would not be what it is without its volunteers, who are all so passionate about growing this game and building community. And most of all, I want to thank all of you for watching this broadcast, being part of this community. We've seen fantastic camaraderie from this community. I could not be more grateful that you've been a part of it. I'd like to thank you all, and I hope you stay safe.
No, don't say it. Don't say it. I got post-game interviews with Riaz, Bradley, Katie, and McAllis. Back channel. They're long. They're good. Hear it from the player's perspective. Now, stay safe.
We'll get those posts. We'll get those posted. But before we sign off, Brian, we need to take a moment to thank you for your tireless work as one of the co-founders of this network, and for all of the tireless work you have done since then, and for tonight's broadcast in particular, which was handled masterfully even in the face of some technical difficulties. And we just all thank you for all of the hard work you've done, and just for being you.
Well, thank you.
Hear, hear.
Brings joy to my heart to be part of this community. Thank you all for watching. I hope you all stay safe and stab well.